Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament as we're going into the semi-finals. I am Tolsma, with me is once more Anne, now finally fitting into the picture, which is a great improvement over yesterday. But of course, we're not alone as we have our overruler, the man that stands above us. It's Fraser.
Hello there, Todesmar. It's a pleasure to be here, as per always, and it is brilliant to see your glorious face in the full screen this time. How are you doing today? How are you both? I'm super pumped for today. Todesmar, how are you?
I'm really good. I'm just coping with my after dinner dip, but usually I get to punch through it quite alright, and otherwise I'll just scream upstairs to my roommate to bring me coffee.
Well, I wish I could do that, but alas, the only person I've got to rely on is my wee Snorlax plushie here. We've got quite an exciting day ahead of us. We've got Activate versus 4 Elements as our first best of 3. We had some quite exciting matches yesterday, and I am absolutely pumped. You two were casting yesterday. How were we feeling about them? Let's talk about Activate first. We've got their team, we've got Karmaz, Bomber, Stead, Sushi, and Grits. How are you feeling about this, and was there anyone that really kind of stood out for you there?
For me, it definitely was Grips that stood out for me in this matchup yesterday. They had a strong performance on Clubhouse. Definitely love to see what they did there. And if it was one player that was standing out for me, it was Grips. And I think he was the one that was holding on to Garrett, onto Raptors every single time we saw him. And he was able to kill a lot of people there and actually hold the attackers back longer and longer. And I definitely enjoyed to see that.
Now, looking at some of these statistics, there's a lot of numbers at play here. Now, one player I'd like to highlight is Karmaz. Now, he has a bit of a lower KD than a lot of the other players involved here, but the important thing to recognize is that this is their IGL. This is a person that's given a lot of the callouts, the communication. He'll be supporting the team. Now, Todesmar, how impactful is it to have these players that step up and they're able to provide that kind of foundation and stability to a team?
Well, it's important to have those players also for instance, the trade frags, as you can see already, too, coming in from Karmaza in his match yesterday. But those players just are the backbone, so other players, for instance, don't have to worry. Those flank drones will be watched, those flanks will be set, and you know you can just focus on either your fragging or using your utility properly.
Now, looking over towards Sushi, we do see he's got quite a high cost. Now, what is cost? That is a formula that us we stats boys use in order to determine the value of a player. Looking over towards Stead and Sushi, they've both got a 75% cost. I'm excited about that. Generally speaking, that means we're going to be looking towards these players and having a higher influence in these games. If they survive, then hey, they've got a higher likelihood of winning that round. So I really want to see Sushi really fragging out and gunning quite high and quite heavily today. I just want to confirm here. Oh, correction.
For me, I see something happening on my second screen. Stead won't play today, is what I'm getting whispered on right now, and Neos is actually going to replace him today.
Ooh, now that's going to be interesting because Stead was stepping up quite a lot. We saw how important he was, especially in the entry frag role, in terms of getting a lot of these gunfights down for his team and supporting. So I'm interested to see how Nails is going to be playing for them. But Todesmar, let's talk about our second team here, 4Elements, coming into this. I think you've got a lot to say about them.
Yeah, of course, they're one of my favorite teams, especially with Robinshu. He's become more and more of a legend, so to say, or possibly even a god for some in the Benelux scene. A dream story, having struggled to make it into the LAN finals of the Benelux League for multiple seasons, eventually getting there in the previous season and not even performing all too bad there. Seeing them in this tournament as well, shining, it's a great thing for me. Makes me very happy.
I am absolutely thrilled to be casting 4Elements yet again and to be watching them. You guys are going to absolutely smash it. 4Elements, they're a fantastic team, very regimented, very controlled and disciplined, and they know how to play. But take it back over to our wonderful wee faces. I get to look at Todesmar's wonderful little mustache right there. It is glorious. I'm excited about today.
I've curled up that mustache a little bit for you, just to make sure that you can enjoy it to the fullest. Well, I'm also quite happy to see Anne finally finding that correct orange color, that RGB coming in clutch, meaning her skill goes up like tenfold.
Exactly, yeah, I spent some time on that, but I think I found the right color now, and I actually don't have to do advanced yoga anymore, which I think my legs and my ankles will definitely be very happy about.
Well, at least your back will be stable for the time being. I just got word that Fraser has a tiny echo and we're trying to fix it. Maybe it's already fixed. It's magic.
I unfortunately did the exact same thing as Anne did yesterday. I forgot to mute one of the thingy binchies, but we are on back. It should be fine now. Apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. We're not playing with Echo today. That's not my job. I'm just a poor wee Ash Jaeger main. But come on. We want to talk about the map plans. And Todesmar, I think you're going to be talking us through this, however briefly, and take it away, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna have 3 great maps. The first one we will play is going to be Theme Park, actually, something we don't often see, followed up by Oregon, and then Clubhouse as the last map. Of course, the first map will be picked by Activity, and that will bring us some pressure. I think we're also ready and set to get into this first match as well. The players are quite ready and feeling it, but then at the moment we say that, someone crashes on the side of Activity, so no worries. We'll get there eventually. We're just gonna enjoy these maps.
Exactly. Yeah. Eventually we'll get there. We're just waiting on the last player to start up the game again and then get back into this match. Usually that should be fixed anytime soon. I actually wanted to look at the map bans here for a second. And for our decider, it seems that we're gonna see 4Elements on the defensive side if we ever get to Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse is a map that we've seen before in the Benelux. Are you expecting anything specific from 4Elements? I'm saying 4Elements, we've seen them as UX before, a similar roster as UX before in the Benelux League. Any ideas on how they might play out on Clubhouse?
I hope a lot of aggression.
Take it away, Todesmar.
Yeah, I would hope to see a lot of aggression. I'm not sure if they will bring it, but with the players they have, a lot of roam potential could be there. I believe we've seen that as well yesterday on Villa, where they were rather active running around the map, especially with Robinshu and I believe also Pangoro. So if they can also bring that on like CCTV and possibly Gym Bedroom as well, I think that would really benefit their performance on the defensive side.
Yeah, looking at our first map, what we're gonna have today is Theme Park, and if I can see this correctly, it is Activity's map pick, but they're also starting on the offensive side. Usually you'll have a little bit of an advantage if you're gonna go starting on the defensive side, but they might have some really good strats on the attacking side. We're gonna see that as we're gonna get right into this game for right now.
Yeah, it's time to get things going and let Fraser his eyes do the work and then plan his analysis words to the end of this match. It's time to get into the first one. Team Park will be picked up by the side of Activity, and they will have 4 elements starting on defense. Our first ban will be Thatcher, something we see all too often, so I'm not really surprised on that one.
Now, I'm definitely not surprised on that one either. Gonna look for a second attacking ban here by Activity. That is going to be the Maverick. That's gonna make it harder for everyone to attempt to open up walls. If you want to go and open up walls, you cannot go for a Maverick truck anymore. You need to destroy some utility. But hey, you don't have the Thatcher for that. So you need to get some vertical control, possibly with an IQ, to get rid of any electrifying things behind a wall. First defending ban we see here is Wamai.
Yeah, something we do see a lot of times nowadays. Due to the Wamai just being in a very good place. Does this clear out a lot of utility or at least cancel it for the time being? And that lets your shields and also possibly your ADS to stay alive a little bit longer, because of course those Wamai discs will regenerate over time, meaning that those are actually more sustainable. The Mira will be the last ban coming in right here from 4 elements, meaning they can't play it either. But then again, Mira, as we said before yesterday, isn't always the easiest pickup for either team.
Alright, for right here, we're gonna see 4 elements starting on the defensive side. Curious to see where they're gonna go defend first. Our attacking and defending lineups are starting to come out on the screen here, and we see a Kali. That could actually be the right thing they need in order to open up this wall, with assistance of Sushi, because with the Kali gadget, you can get rid of any electrifying things, or possibly the mute that's going to be sticked on the walls.
I do like the Kali to come out every now and then, not just on this map, but especially onto Oregon as well, where we do see it come into play after the German team of Team Secret actually did pick it up a lot of times. It will be stuck as the Ash will actually pick into an IQ. That's something different than we usually see, but the IQ, of course, is a very valuable pickup. Oh, that's the after dinner dip kicking in, as of course the Valkyrie is up and running, and one tap hack will instantly pick that one up.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Goyo as well. Always good to see some area denial by the defenders coming on here. We see them opening up the doors, the walls towards initiation room. I expect them to hold it from the east side just a little bit as well. Expecting the attackers to possibly push from both east side and the west side, or the northwest side if they're pushing from Cafe. So I'm curious to see how the defenders are gonna tackle that. Standard shields being set up around the office side. That is one of those Vulcan shields, and if you detonate those, there's gonna be a lot of fire around that, so the attackers might want to stay away from that a little bit.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Goyo shields will be cleared out. Of course, the Kali can take care of those with the Lance, but with the mute up and running, I would expect Bomber to actually focus on towards those mute jammers and possibly getting open a wall. It's interesting to see no Ibana to be picked up as well as that Termite, just to have a little bit more of a spread of hard destruction, as I am slightly lagging on my clean feed. Is that the thing for you as well?
Yes, it's not just you,
Okay.
it's me too. Yeah,
Whew.
yeah. Phew. That's always really you don't love to hear that it's lagging, but it's always nice to hear that it's not just your fault, is it?
No,
Oh.
technology just sometimes happens. We're just trying to make do, as we do see a very good clear coming in towards that vault area. There will be a shield there, but I believe not really a player to contest, so that could actually give Activity the room to work with to actually get rather close and possibly put some pressure from the early stages of this round. Of course, there are some angles being held by 4 elements, long angles as well, but I'm not too sure if those will work out in favor of the defenders, as we will have Lucani with the TCSG, so that might actually be the weapon they need to get those fights in their favor.
Yeah, Lacania being spotted here as well. Not really going into that in gunfight yet with the person in bathroom, but just gunfights for bullets coming his way, so he's aware of the fact that there's a player there. Just as the C4 and gets the kill onto Karmazi right after Sushi gets that first kill onto Pangoro. The mute off the board. No more C4s that is going to be tossing around in this game, but we see Chris holding onto multiple angles whilst he is in yellow corridor.
Yeah, it's just holding angles right now for 4 elements, hoping to get that pressure in if the push will come. 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and they've destroyed actually a decent amount of drones so far. And they're just not really risking it at this moment in time. Pangoro has already died. There's no reason to put even more players in a, well, unfavorable position, with it Kali of course being able to hold down long angles no problem whatsoever. The lucky thing for 4Elements is however that Kali has no more lances left, meaning they have to expend either their frag grenades to clear out those shields or possibly zone it out with the Capitao.
Seems the attackers are trying to take control out of initiation. The wall there is soft. They could make a push into site, slowly droning it out to get some information on where the defenders might be located here. We see Neos going for the peek around office here, not really connecting towards anyone, and they're going to try and get rid of that shield in bathroom. That could be detrimental for the defenders later on. Chris picking up a kill up to Bomber. That is that Kali off the board. No more sniping, no more long angles into the round.
And that means that's a lot of benefit gained for 4Elements. Lucania just swooping by with the TCSG. Chris will get down after he just get the kill onto Sushi, leaving only Nails alive. Of course, the replacement here for Stad. And he's only on 1 more HP against 3 players on the side of 4Elements. The time has run out and his health as well, as Rubinshu will get that last one in. And 4Elements will lead 1-0.
Exactly. That's 1 round on the board for 4Elements. I mean, it's their first defensive side. This is probably their most favorite side as well. I could imagine them having really good strats on this side and then pulling the win towards them as well. That C4 kill onto Cafe Stairs, very influential into this round as well. Getting rid of that IQ. And IQ, yeah, she has this device where you can scan a lot of utility with, and you're gonna have less intel as an attacker.
It's going to be a similar setup so far for the side of Activity, trying to play this setup all right. Of course, with the Capitao being up, that could actually be a very favorable operator if they do so out against those shields. But do you possibly rather have a Sophia or possibly an Ashe just to get more of those shields out of the equation, which in the previous round also really hindered them because they couldn't get the pressure on towards the players, couldn't hold those long angles, for instance, with the Kali.
Alright, we're gonna see the second defensive round from 4Elements. They're gonna go to the other upstairs. Oh, nope. I am in fact correct here. They're gonna go to the other upstairs objective here. I was mistaken for a little bit. Obviously because you see the bomb chassis through the roof, but yeah, I wasn't expecting this one here. I was looking away for a little bit because of the casting thing, the clean feed stuff. Standard reinforcements we see being set up here right now as they're gonna try and hold off the players, possibly pushing from Cafe. Usually you'll see indeed players coming from the other side of the upstairs objective. And looking at my second screen, I see that we're gonna go back to us right now. Our faces, our cameras.
Yeah, well, our faces are really good, so... Hey mom, I'm on TV. We're trying to fix everything so we will get a clean feed even cleaner. But no worries, it will be fixed in due time as feed machine is clicking fast enough. Ever seen anyone click before? He's playing it as if he is a StarCraft god because... Well, if there's one scene that has a lot of actions per minute, it's been the StarCraft scene. And I don't know, and if you've ever been behind StarCraft players during a tournament, but that's a lot of clickings.
A lot of clicking, I assume, yeah, but I've never been behind one of these players, as you were asking me, never seen that. I have stood behind Siege players. I mean, you have a lot of clicking there as well,
Yeah.
but it seems that our clean feed has actually gone better as well. Karmazi picking up the first kill onto one tap hack, the maestro of the board, an operator that could be very influential later on into the round, possibly with the Evil Eyes, but those will remain close for the rest of this round.
It's going to be the drones to come in. There will be some fire in a bathroom, as of course there will be fire in the hearts of 4Elements, losing their maestro so early on. But it's going to be a waiting game. Some aggression coming in on towards that Kali. Lucky to be alive after that exchange, after missing the shot as well. But at least that is some pressure from 4Elements, trying to still put on a lot of work towards the Activity side, not giving them that advantage, as there will be another shot hit by Lucania with that TCSG. Eventually will be picked off, however, by Karmaza. Double kill for him, and that means that 4Elements is really on a deficit right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucania looking away at the wrong second there, and as Karmaza to pick up a second kill for himself in this round so far. Drones coming out, but both Pangoro and Chris managed to get a kill onto Neos and Bomber. Sushi about picking up a double kill, though, on Chris and Rubinshu, making it a 1v3 situation for Pangoro. He is a smoke operator. He can delay these attackers from pushing towards the side, but he's going to get a hard time trying to stop 3 players from pushing, and Sushi could possibly go for a plant later on as well, but it seems that the attackers did not not get a lot of control. However, Grips gets that last kill onto Pangoro and a 1 round on the board for activity.
Yeah, he's got to grips with himself as he will get a kill in just sneakily snaking around. It seems like 4Elements this round could have actually gone a little bit too aggressive for themselves. Lost it relatively early on, of course, losing that Mysore, then the aggression from Lucania to bring it back. Even lost them more pressure, and, well, Activity just knew how to work with that. Curious to see if Armory Throne Room will go any better for 4Elements, as, of course, once more, we only see one Heart Destructor coming out from Activity, where I would like to see that Hibana also to come in.
Yeah, and especially if you could expect 4Elements to go downstairs to Armory and Throne Room. There are about 3 walls on the outside of Armory Throne Room, and yeah, you could open up just one of these, but if you have multiple heart breaches, you can open up both of them and make it easier for yourself to get access onto its side. Especially if you're, for example, if you're opening up onto barrels, you have the visibility towards the throne, but there's still a lot of players that could be around stove that could have this long angle onto you as you walk into the site.
Yeah, apparently there is no in-game audio, so I think I have to make pew pew noises, which is of
Ooh,
course something I'm really, really good at.
definitely.
So we're just gonna try to do that, alright?
I think that's yeah, pew pew. Oh, we're being assisted here as
Oh
well.
my
That's
god,
that's
Fraser is
awesome.
a god that we need. The man from above.
It's,
And
it's the C4. It's the C4.
Yeah, and of course, one we can't miss out, which is Ploink.
Oh yes, yeah, we have a ploink actually on the attacking theme here. As if someone is not aware of what we are talking about the ploink plonk sounds that you used to make before. I think it was with the European League actually, when there was no game sound as well, and we had a sledge trying to open up some holes from above, and all we heard was ploink and plonk coming from your side.
Yeah, we're going to see us for a little time as we're trying to fix out that audio problem, so no worries, we'll be in your screen right now. And that means we're going to be smiling. Smile away, boys. That's
Smile
what
away,
I've
boys.
always heard. And that always brings people into a happier place, helps them out to fix stuff. As Feed Machine is clicking more and more every moment he gets. And that means that with some clickings, we will get some audio. And I think everything will be set in due time.
Exactly. We heard some like music before as well. So maybe maybe Feet Machine was just listening to a lot of music and did not turn the game sound on, or just maybe to stop anything from any sound coming in here. Possibly. However, the round is continuing still. Obviously, there's not really any reason for the round to be paused, so that is going to continue on. But yeah, I mean, we could make sounds, but just with our faces doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
I just saw the audio mixer from Feed Machine going up. I'm like, hey, why is my audio thing up? But it wasn't mine. I'm just always confused when things pop into my screen. Yeah, so far this round hasn't seen all too much action apart from Activity losing a lot of drones early on. With 1 minute 30 left on the clock, they've only got 2 more on Nails, and that's the only ones remaining, which is quite painful to say the least because you don't get that much intel. Luckily, Nails will get the opening kill, and eventually the trading will go in favor of the side of Activity, going in towards the side and getting a plant in as well, as 4Elements has been playing quite offside for the most of this round. We'll have to go for that retake. We'll get a few kills, but lose some players in the process as well. With a diffuser being armed, it will be a 1v3 for Chris, which, well, we dare to say isn't the best situation to work from.
No, especially when the diffuser is planted behind a throne. There's possibly, like I see, an attacker holding that angle onto Split Door, getting that final kill onto Chris. Yeah, Chris was put in a 1v3 situation that's pretty difficult, but like you said, the round started off with not so much action from both the attacking and the defending side, but all of a sudden there were 2 players from Activity just bursting into the site and going for a plant, and then 4Elements had to return back to the side, not winning out that refrag situation as you were talking about, and then you get put in a 1v3 situation, especially difficult if the diffuser is located behind the throne and there's a player having an angle on the door you're walking into.
I just got to wave to one of my favorite people in the Rainbow Six scene, and that just makes me really happy. Of course, you can't see it because this is behind the scenes footage. We do see the Sophia being picked up, but swapped out as well into words that Ash, something we do understand with the deployable shields, and of course the Goyo also being picked up by the side of 4Elements. we also see an Ella come in, and that's something we do see more and more nowadays. Just because people do tend to like her gun again, and well, who couldn't like the Scorpion? But of course, who couldn't like the uh, FO12? I believe is the shotgun, because that's just a great thing as well.
Oh yeah, the FO12. I mean, thinking back about Grand Larceny, that in-game siege event,
Oh
I was
God.
the one to always insta-pick Ella or Zofia. That shotgun is just amazing. Getting so much damage onto anyone that walks like any close to you. But indeed, Pangoro is not picking that FO12. The Scorpion and these concussion mines as well coming in really handy if there's anyone pushing from Dragon here, as we see them being placed right above the Dragon door.
Yeah, just the Ella shotgun, if you're just holding a staircase, for instance, on bank, it just makes for some easy work if they do tend to get close. But the more viable option, especially on range, is that Scorpion. The enormous rate of fire is always great to work with, as we're seeing the start of another round. Activity now in the lead with a 2-1 scoreline. And I'm curious to see if they will manage to extend that, or if Four Elements will be able to bounce back and show the glory they had in the first round.
Yeah, for Activity, any round that they would win on the attacking side is really good for them once they have to go onto the defensive side. You're definitely in the advantage if you get more than 2 rounds right after your first half, and maybe we'll see a repeating thing after what we saw yesterday with multiple teams going with 3-3 into the split.
We're going to see some quick map pressure coming in from Activity, hoping to actually get some pressure on. First Kalinans already being deployed, which isn't instantly being followed up by some hard destruction. So I'm a little bit flustered as to why they wouldn't do that, as now One Tap Hack can just redeploy a Mute Jammer. Once more, there will be a Kali Lance needed to clear that out, which is a heavy investment, and it's not really necessary, as One Tap Hack will just be trying to trick it out, as now we will also see a little bit of an explosion. C4 to come in, almost gets the kill onto Sushi, but he'll get back and try to get that Thermite charge going off. And I do believe that will succeed right now.
Yeah, lucky for Sushi, he gets to stay alive because he's also got the diffuser in hand. We see Pangoro here almost engaging into a gunfight on the cash balcony, but I'm not sure which attacker it is, but he gets away. I was going to say he gets away safely, but it's actually being gunned down by Pangoro here. That's grips off the board, no ploink plonk noises going to be made into this round.
Aw.
Very, very unfortunate. But yeah, stop from the cash balcony, the diffuser dropping downstairs now, and Pangoro could be very, very influential this round if he could go for a flank onto utility.
It's going to be Pangoro just chilling out here. The balcony could go for a run out. I believe the angle will be held, or at least there will be a player repelling close by. That was Sushi, now falling back towards the rest of his team with that diffuser in hand. Of course, the wall has been opened up early on. ADS will now be cleared by these stun grenades, meaning they will have to go for a push. Sushi will be down. It's a 5-on-3 situation as Chris actually gets another kill as well. It's going to be Nails to get something in return, but Four Elements actually holding down the angles really well. Pangoro not really that necessary, as he did come in for a flank, get 1 kill, but the rest of the team also stepped up to get this round in relatively easily.
Yeah, we saw angles being held with the TCSG as well. Unfortunately, they had to give up that breach after the missed C4. We can pretty much say that because it didn't really get any of the operators from the attacking side. However, they had to give up a little bit of the control there, but held the angles perfectly behind Throne and in the other objective here as well. And then the flank came in, giving it a round on the board for Four Elements, making it a 2-2 split. So we could actually see a 3-3 split, but Four Elements is able to go back to bunk and daycare now.
I do like free splits because that's my favorite kind of split if we're looking at half times. Despite also, well, we have seen a lot of 4-2s in the European League at the start of the season, so I really felt like that was the way to play. As Feed Machine is once more trying to fix that audio for you guys. Don't worry, buttons are being pressed and sliders are being slit?
Slid.
You slid a throat, but I don't know if you slid
Oh.
a slider.
That's quite. It sounds quite aggressive. I mean,
Yeah,
let's.
that
I don't think we should compare those two together.
that's why I'm now confused as to, because that's how I know the word would sound, but he's doing audio things because
He's moving the mouse across the slider.
oh,
Yes,
that's a PG rated one. I'm
definitely.
I'm just always happy I don't have to do the audio. I actually had to do the audio once at a Benelux finals. Luckily, my entire job was mute and unmute people. So I felt as if I could mute Hap if need be, which is always a good moment. And later on, they put me on the cameras because it seemed to work out a little bit better that way. New round starting so far. We don't see a lot of early aggression coming out, despite Pangoro actually picking up that dog, which is a change of pace, something we have seen yesterday as well from, I believe, the side of 4Elements. Not always going for the aggression, but at least bring some more sustainability towards the rest of the team.
I think I heard something. Yes, we are actually getting our game sound back, so that is
my God.
very, very nice. And with the game sound back, I could hear a C4 detonating as well, but not really connecting onto anyone. I think it was Lucania that used the C4 here, possibly on a player onto the cash balcony, and it's Chris as well, slowly moving back towards the side just a little bit, as he noticed he's being pressured from cash balcony.
Yeah, Chris now being the smart player, falling back towards his Goyo shield, being able to initiate another fight and actually extend his fighting here if need be. Bomber already losing 2 of his drones early on. The rest of the team luckily not really depleting their resources as of yet. And also with that first C4 going off the board, I think that 4Elements is maybe a little bit on the back foot. It all depends on how Activity will be able to push in and if they are able to clear out those Goyo shields easily.
Yeah, we see 4Elements just taking it easy, holding tight angles, and Pangoro is able to pick up 1 kill, holding one of these tight angles onto Bomber. That's Dekali off the board. No more usage of these lenses here to possibly get rid of any shields, which we do see quite a few on the defensive side for both as well the Goyo and possibly, on the Valkyrie as well. Usually you'll either see the Valkyrie with a C4. A shield doesn't happen too often, but they felt the need to bring out that shield, possibly here with the Cafe side as well. It looked like Lucani was going to get into another gunfight with Cribs on the cafe balcony here, but that's not going to happen just yet. Karmaze picking up a kill onto Pangoro, evening it out player-wise.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of over-aggression right there from the dog. No necessary fight actually went on at the moment in time. He was quite deep into initiation, possibly trying to sound out Activity for possibly 20 seconds longer, and that would actually extend the position advantage 4Elements would have at that moment in time. Some more fights are being taken. Nails will go towards half HP. I believe that was against One Tap Hack once more, but so far we still have a 4-4 situation. Robinchu now using his smoke canister, still having 2 in his pockets with only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, good usage of the smoke canisters indeed, as he still has a lot, but he's not going to use it anymore, as Karmaz is able to pick up the kill. Refire coming out from One Tap Hack onto Neos, as that was one person that was trying to gain some control over Cafe. We see the players pushing out Cafe, but Lucania holding the angle onto Karmaze, immediately being refragged by Gribbs here, and Sushi is able to go for a plant. It's up until One Tap Hack. He needs to be careful as it's in a 1v2 situation. Again, another attempt for the diffuser. Deagle out, trying to get rid of the players here. He wants to jump over there to get rid of that diffuser, but it's Grips to hold the angle and to get the kill onto One Tap Hack.
Yeah, the Deagle doesn't always work despite the style points coming in clutch, you would say, but it's not enough as your opponent is still holding the angle with his primary rifle, and now we do see that 3rd round coming in for Activity, not even needing a kill from Bomber, which has gone a little bit silent on Akali. Of course, Akali not really as maneuverable as other operators, could often get more assists than kills, as of course a body shot will initiate it down, not an instant kill. A headshot, however, would seem cool, but it's always safer to go for those safe downs and try to work from that point onwards. But as Bomber hasn't gone too aggressive, it is not really his game as of yet.
No, not really. We see him being killed as the first person, I think at least 2 times so far. So hopefully the Kali is able to stay alive a little bit longer. Some nice information denial we see on the defensive side right now with the pick of a Doc into a Mozzie. No mute to stop drones as well, but the Mozzie is going to give some intel for the defenders here as well as the Valkyrie with the black eyes.
I'm really liking the more intel play for 4Elements, as they didn't really know where the players were coming from. You saw it with the death of Pangoro. He tried to peek into 2 players. The chances of you actually winning that fight are relatively low. And I think that with this extra intel and also some intel denial for 4Elements, I think they could actually get more control over the map. Try to at least squeeze out 1 more round on their defensive side. Try to bring it home on offense.
I'm curious to see whether Pangoro will possibly be playing from underneath, and we've seen the attackers try and take control from cash side multiple times before, and if there's anyone playing underneath, I saw 2 C4s on the defending side. They could be of big potential in this round if you can get a C4 onto anyone who's walking from above you. Theme Park is a brilliant map for that, as a lot of these floors are in fact soft, and that's why I was maybe wanting to see a pulse as well here to get that information from underneath, but not really any strong roaming from 4 elements coming out just yet.
Yeah, you see some gully shots coming out already as Pangoro once more goes aggressive and walks in towards the aim of Karmasa. It was a decent chunk of damage that he did expend on towards his opponent, but it was not enough to get a kill. Meaning we're now onto a 5-on-4 situation. But the interesting thing is that Bomber once more has already lost both of his drones within a minute of the round. So I'm not sure if he's really going aggressive to get some intel in. But is it really valuable to lose your drones that early and then just, for so far, not really getting much kills?
Yeah, you can't really get a lot of information anymore if you got both of your drones lost here. You gotta rely on the utility of your teammates, as we see some drones further into initiation now as well. The defenders moving back towards side, they're really holding this like a turtle side. We see Robenshu still holding a nice angle into cash bathroom if anyone's wanting to walk into there. Could possibly Karmazi, and he's already on a lower amount of HP.
And would you like your bathroom to have 2 doors like we see right here, or would you prefer just 1 door so you at least know that you've always locked it?
That would be awkward. I mean,
Yeah.
I think I'd prefer 1 door, as I think 2 would be quite awkward. Imagine just walking in one of the doors, doing your business, and then walking out on the other.
Yeah.
I think that's unnecessary.
And
I'm
just
not sure about
imagine you
you,
forget
but-
1 door.
Yeah, I mean,
That would be me.
someone walking into the office like, oh, sorry.
I thought this was the office or where the secretary was. No, this is the bathroom. I'm taking a shower. As we do see a C4 coming out from Lucani, not dealing any damage at this moment in time. Fortunate for him, but at least it was a little bit of fear possibly instilled onto Words activity. Lance being reloaded, only 1 more up and running for Bomber, as we do see some kills coming in. Nails being traded out by Robenshu after clearing out Chris, which is the Jaeger, an important operator at this moment, as there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Those guns would be highly valuable. One-tap hack being stunned out, trying to get some shots in long range, but loses deployable shield as well. Will be pushed out by Karmasa, but will get a refrag at this moment, meaning it's now a 3-on-2, no drones left, almost for activity. Grips will get a kill to 1 tap hack, and it's going to be Robenshu, the god himself, in a 1v3, but he will fall as well. And that means we will have that 4-on-2 scoreline at the end of this first half.
That is looking really good for activity going into the defensive side, but we saw this on the side of Robenshu. He was peeking that, and I'm not sure if it was too slow, but the sledge it was able to get into a brilliant position, actually making sure he can watch that flank. And I think if Robenshu was just 1 second earlier, he could have still gotten that kill, making it down into a 1v2 situation. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, so we're going to see activity on the defensive side. Now they're going to go to lab storage, a site that we don't usually see that much. An offside could really shake the attackers off, and it might be an off strat as well, seeing as they're bringing out the castle.
Yeah, by the way, Feed Machine just let me know that, of course, Cafe has only 1 bathroom, and that's on the top floor, which is a little bit odd, because with such a big cafe, you'd prefer to have multiple bathrooms, just because you expect multiple guests. And the weird thing is, that only has 1 door, which is great, but then players make a rotation, so you have 2 doors into a fridge. Why? And I'm just being flustered by people destroying my beliefs on toilets and stuff like that. It's weird.
Yeah, so this is a toilet in here, and then the bathroom is upstairs. But what's weird as well is the location of that bathroom. It's located directly next to the office and straight onto the cash room as well. Like, oh, let me count my cash before I go and like do my business in the bathroom. Like, I'm not really seeing why they put it there, but it's not for us to decide where specific rooms are supposed to be on the map. We're supposed to do the blah blah when the players do the shoot.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just have to be critical. That's why I'm a criticaster, to find out what could possibly be improved in the map design. And I think these clear mistakes could possibly be addressed, as we do see a lot of people start at the teacups. I would love that right to work in game, so at the start of every round I could spend 30 seconds there just to enjoy life.
Oh, exactly. I've been thinking about that for a little while as well. And you have the bumper cards on the other side of the map as well, which
Oh
would be really
yeah.
nice if you could actually use these. But there's been a community vote on Twitter. Out of 113 votes, Activity was voted 59.6% a winner. Sushi here getting that first kill as well. Refrag immediately coming in by Chris here. But as we're looking at the votes, then Activity should be the one that's going to take the victory out of this match.
The plants coming in from Rabinchu quite early on is going to be an effective 4-on-2 as Bomber has been down. Will be cleared out in no time soon, as it's going to be Lucania getting that kill in. It's going to be Karmasa trying to contest with that UMP 45, but the problem is he will be on his lonesome as Lucania gets one more kill onto Nails as well. 4 Elements with a relatively clean and quick round right here to take it away from Activity and actually start off their offense really well.
Oh, it was looking like a missed thrown flashbang, but yes, they were able to take control out of the
Oh
side.
no.
Oh, Neos is actually leaving the game. That could be a game crash. I am assuming that we're gonna have a little rehost here and that we might go back to our faces anytime soon, so we could possibly like elaborate a bit more on this map and where specific rooms are located.
Yeah, the rehost is indeed being requested by Karmasa, which is a very logical thing to do. Which means, oh, what? Oh, he's
Whoa.
actually back?
At the speed of light.
That.
I've never seen that.
How does a
before.
man boot it? Does he have it on like an M.2 drive or something? Because I've never seen Rainbow Six boot that fast in my life.
Yeah, me neither. The unfortunate thing is that he joined right after the pick phase, and you get assigned a random operator. He got Warden. I'm pretty sure they don't want to play with Warden, so you have to use your 6th pick for that. That could be slightly unfortunate if you've had plans to 6th pick out another operator, but hey, Naeus is back, luckily, and on the Goyo for this round.
Yeah, it's going to be that Goyo once more seeing play. We've seen it a lot from 4 Elements as well. But the change is that 4 Elements has the Ashe, has the Sophia, and also a Kali. So that's a lot of clear potential for those deployable shields. Especially as Bomber also brings one to the table. And I think that will just give a lot of more room for 4 Elements earlier into the round. Just to be able to clear those things out.
Alright, it seemed that the off-site defense didn't really work out, so they're gonna go for Armory here, and I'm curious to see where the attackers are going to be pushing this from. I expect them to take some top floor control, possibly getting rid of some utility behind the walls. They could as well use that Kali for that, but I'm curious to see if they're gonna go for the same kind of approach as what Activity did. I still seem to get a little bit of lagging from the clean feed. I'm not sure if that's with you too. Players just moonwalking over the floor.
Yeah, sometimes, but sometimes moonwalking is just what you need at night, just to feel a little bit groovy, you know, as Grips is being contested right here. Chris will get the first kill onto Karmasa, so the pressure is already on towards Activity, having this offside defense. Problem is, the Jaeger will also now go down to Rabinchu. Pretty clean kill from the Termite, which quite aggressive and risky to put that player up front, but then Lucania on the Kali possibly wasn't actually the best operator to change it out. Sushi will lose 2 of his wires, as it will be Lucania just to shoot a lance right into it, and Rabinchu now setting up to possibly put down his Termite charge. The C4 will not go through the hole just made by Sushi, which is rather unfortunate, and as there is no pressure from upstairs, no vertical angles being contested, it seems like Activity will have to give up this wall in the time to come.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a really long angle coming out from the Kali here, not really succeeding to find a kill just yet. But I'm curious to see why there is no real heart-reaching coming out just yet. Sushi to pick up a kill onto Chris. That is the Ashe of the board here into this round. And Sushi is still able to maneuver around split here, totally giving up on that wall. And it seems that the attackers have actually diverted their push towards the split site as well.
C4 flown in right there is going to be Nails, who also peek onto Warspengoro. Will get a kill, but Rabinchu with 1 in return before he falls. Makes it a 2-on-2, and with Lucania being the Kali and being incredibly low, just as One Tap Hack has turned into right now, it's going to be a very hard round to win. 1 minute left on the clock. Aggression here from Bomber gets the first kill. Only One Tap Hack alive in a 2v1. 1 minute to work with, so that's at least that's something. But Bomber is holding down the diffuser, so she also has a long angle, which One Tap Hack has to contest. And it's going to be hard for him to actually get those kills in, as Sushi has now moved to a safer position to help out his teammate. Wantepec makes some noise, and now they know where he's coming from. He actually gets the first kill, but will be traded out by Bomber, holding the fallback angle, and Activity with a round once more, taking that lead to 5 rounds in their favor.
Good to see Bomber being of good effect for his team, as well as we saw him getting a slow start into this match so far. But he's coming back, he's picking up some kills for his team, and we're gonna go see what kind of side Activity is going to be defending. They're gonna go for a bunk daycare defense. I don't think they plan on going back to lab and drug storage. That might not work well for them. They're gonna go to their tertiary bomb site, and after this, if they would win this, I'm curious to see where they're gonna go after this.
Yeah, me too, as we do see the Doc and Rook combination. The Rook, I would expect to be swapped out, but it's going to be Sushi on the 6th pick. Because I don't really understand the Rook if there's no frag grenades being ran at this moment in time by 4 elements. As of course, the Fest from Rook will help you not go, or at least be killed instantly if a nade lands onto your head. But of course, those impacts could actually help you out, possibly create some more rotations. And of course, the gun isn't too shabby either.
No, definitely I did not see which gun he picked. I'm assuming the MP5. The P90 is a fun gun, and we talk about it with memes and stuff as well. However, the MP5 is a good gun. Not sure whether he's gonna go for a spawn pick. I don't really see them going for that in this round so far. But I'm curious to see how they're going to be defending this site. We see some reinforcements onto Cafe, quite standard, and I do think they're actually going to try and hold onto maintenance and office as long as possible. We see the Goyo being brought out as well. Would be perfect to assist that into office, as we do see on the top right of our screen as well.
Yeah, we do see the double MP5 bring the aggression you dare to say, as Bomber is holding an angle. And downstairs, I do believe Karmaza and Grips are also putting some pressure on, but the problem is the dog will instantly be killed by Wantepec, expecting this, possibly droning out that player, or at least just pre-firing the barricades, just to make sure there will no be aggression to take them out early on. And this is quite painful for Elements trying to get an advantage, or for Activity, excuse me, trying to get an advantage in, but actually losing a lot of pressure in the process.
Yeah, you always have to check all those winners, and I think 4 Elements definitely succeeded in doing that for this round. Chris has been tacked up just a little bit, and they're now going to try and drone out all the way from Cash. Bomber holding onto those arcade stairs here, possibly expecting any of the players to come and push from there, but it seems that there's going to be a very, very turtle attack. I'm not using the right word, but it seems like all of the players are going to be pushing from the Cash side. Karmaze, however, is up underneath, and he could possibly go for a flank later on, coming up the Dragon Stairs, for instance, and surprising some of the attacking players as they make their way into maintenance.
That's going to be 4 Elements just getting a lot of room to work with. Claymore being set up as well to Dragon Stairs, just to make sure no roamers will come from that position, as Nails is still a little bit of a roamer, but tries to hold off more against Cafe. A position so far we haven't seen aggressed upon by the offensive side. So far it seems a little bit unfortunate that a lot of their resources are actually deployed towards that region of the map.
Karmazi actually being called back towards the side as well, as we do see a couple of players into the hallway, but it seems that they've given up most of the map control as well. Hot Pink's coming out onto the location of the defenders, Pangoro using his lifelines to concuss some of the players here. Sushi is able to successfully bandit trick that wall into initiation though, wasting one of Rubinshu's exothermic charges. He has one more, I assume, so they could still get this wall opened. Lucania opening up some angles here onto the cafe balcony, and I think there was at least one player holding this angle. Yes, that was the Jaeger.
The Jaeger still standing by, hoping to get a player that would aggress from that position someplace. We do see come into play as well as in rank. Just because you have a little bit more maneuverability, you could actually contest Cafe as well, as we see Wantepec actually getting the kill onto Karmaza. Bomber luckily with a double kill in favor of Activity, but the problem is that Chris will come in for that refrag. He will fall to Sushi, brings it back into a 2-on-2 situation, slowing things down, but with the time left on the clock, they have to go aggressive, and with Nails and at TCSG, he gets a double and gets around for Activity, bringing them to match point right here on the first map.
Ooh, it's good to see them holding angles, and Nea succeeded in that perfectly for this round with that TCSG, the top fire, with the clicking that we talked about before as well, working out really well on the side for activity. They're going to a match point right now. We do say match point, but this is a best of 3, meaning that we will go to the next map after this one, which is going to be Oregon, and let's say if activity is to win this one and they are not to win the next one, then we go on to our decider clubhouse.
Benelux House, of course, a great place to go to, but I think I know the reason why 4Elements is currently not really performing up to the standards we expect them to. It's due to the Twitch chat missing the Robinshu fan club, and that really hurts his performance, as you can clearly see in this match so far.
Oh, I do see Team Robin coming out in the Twitch chat though. I mean, usually you'll see his fan club coming up strong in the Twitch chat, showing off the hashtag Team Robins everywhere. But indeed, now that you noticed it, I'm starting to miss them as well here. Robinshu though on the supporting role here with the Thermite and the Diffuser in hand every single round that we've seen it so far. However, activity is going to go for the defensive side in Office here, and I'm expecting them to hold it from Cafe a little bit as well.
We'll see what activity can do, if they can close out the map right here, right now, or if they have to possibly wait for another map or site rotation. It seems like they're once again putting in some aggression with Karmasa going on towards the dock. Grips on the Jaeger this time around. And one thing we do expect to work out well is, of course, that TCSG onto Neos, the substitute for Stat today, and he's doing some mighty fine work on 7 kills already with 2 assists, whilst not really being in that upfront role.
No, he did get a really good effort into the last round, getting a double kill in the final couple of seconds onto the last 2 remaining attackers here. If I'm not mistaken, I saw Grips on the road, but it seems that all of the players have returned to upstairs, and it's looking like a slightly turtled hold. We see Sushi possibly going to have a really good angle into Office here if there's anyone going to be pushing this from Cafe, but that wall seems to be reinforced. They might be baiting the attackers to go onto this balcony and open it up with an exothermic charge.
We do see some drones already being denied from 4Elements. Pangoro already losing both of his. That's something we've seen more from Kali, so I think it's just run in your drone so you don't have to look at them anymore and try to contest elsewhere with your incredibly long-scoped CSRX. As of course you can instantly down a player and get some pressure on towards the long angles. 4Elements rotating completely to the other side of the map, hopefully trying to wrap around the defenses of activity, surprising them in the processes as Grips is clearing out a drone, but he's still actually in a very dangerous spot for either himself or the side of 4Elements.
He was holding a very nice angle there, but gets stopped by one tap hack as he's able to pick up that kill onto Grips. I would have loved to see that angle going into success, but look at that. One of the default cams has not been destroyed just yet, giving a lot of intel to the defenders as they are now aware that there's at least a couple of players actually repelling onto this cash balcony here. Some gunshots, and I do think anyone's in pain as well, as we saw here, heard a little bit of a grunt. Oh, that was almost a double kill coming out there, but it was the doctor attempt to pick himself back up. Paguro getting that double kill assisted by Robinshu, but Bomber is getting a refrag onto Chris. That looked insane, that shot.
Yeah, that was just a clean 2-hit, and they went down collateral, you dare to say, as Bomber is the sole player alive in the 1v4, Diffuser being planted, and this round seems to go in favor of 4Elements, and well, with a shot like that from Pangoro, I wouldn't expect it to go any other way. One-tap just laying down and eventually going for the last kill, seeing those ADSs to be cleared out. Should have done that before the round ended, just to get those MVP points in.
That would have been very, very handy indeed to do so. However, it was still on match point, 6-4 score-wise, and it's looking like activity is going to go for an Armory Throne Room defense. What I'm hoping to see from them this time is that they could either hold onto the wall in maintenance or the wall around the cafe stairs for a bit longer, or that they could possibly toss in a C4 that it's actually going to connect rather than that it did last round, because they tried to open up this hole above the wall, but the C4 got stuck in that hole. Very unfortunate, and it could have been of bigger potential if it was to land behind that wall, actually.
And the interesting thing is that I would expect them to trick a little bit better with the bandit this time, because the Kali has just been tearing up those wires, no problem whatsoever. But of course there are 3 walls, so you want to be in time. The Kid at least can hold off this north wall safely. His claws won't have to be on towards the walls, as you see right now. Nails putting the first one around the corner, the other one can actually go below, I believe, a table right there, or of course on the corner as well, just to electrify the wall and make it unable to be opened up by the Kali charges.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Chris or One Tap Hack could come in handy, as they could try and get some upstairs control, possibly scanning out that Kate Electro Claw, as it is located in a bit of an odd position here. And they might get rid of it using a grenade or using IQ's gadget scanner here. We might see if they're gonna do that, but for so far it's looking like an Eastern push. They might clear out maintenance again and try and get some early control onto the wall in maintenance.
Going to be the Kali already shooting some shots. Of course, it's easy to clear out the barricade with that primary weapon. So satisfying just to rip it open in one go, as we do see some long angles being held by 4 elements there. Expecting some aggression to come in once more from Activity, as we've seen that in the previous rounds as well. But 4 elements, of course, has to be very careful not to lose players early on, as that would possibly mean they would lose the map. And of course, that would be a great deficit going in towards the second.
And we see Lucania holding an angle onto anyone, possibly rotating into Dragon Hallway here, just trying to play it safe. There is not really any of the defenders there, but it looks like they're trying to go and open up this wall. I thought I heard a C4 being tossed out of this wall, but Grips gets that first kill onto Pangoro. No more Kali lenses being able to use in this round, and you're getting rid of the sniper here. One Tap Hack spotting out that black eye camera here and getting rid of that, but it seems that they're having a lot of struggles in attempting to open this wall.
Yeah, at least that Valkyrie Gam has now been expanded, as we do see, I believe, already 2 C4s being used from the side of Activity. Now it's waiting to see if those wires will be cleared out instantly by a Kali charge, or of course a frag grenade coming in from Chris. But there's also an ADS standing by to possibly eat that one up, so they would need either lifelines or stun grenades to come in first. And that is again a very valuable investment coming out for the side of 4 elements, as indeed there will possibly be some lifelines to be thrown in by Lucania, hopefully trying to clear out Sushi.
It's looking like Lucania is actually going to go for the more aggressive angle, but Neos is holding the peak here as well. Lucania getting 1 kill onto Karmaze. That is the Valkyrie gone, and possibly no more C4s being used into the round. We heard a C4 earlier on, and it's actually doing some damage to Neos as well. Grips picking up a kill onto Rabinshu, and this is looking detrimental for the attackers, as they no longer have access to their Heart Breacher, and none of these walls are going to be opened. One Tap Hack going for the aggressive pick onto Dragon here, but not really connecting any of his shots so far.
Now the scary part is that of course the nades have already been used by Chris as well, so he can't clear out those bandit wires that way, as we do see some scans still coming in from the IQ. They're trying to push. Sushi is holding the angle with the MP7. Gets the first kill, you dare to say, but Nail is actually taking it from him. Turning around comes in from 4 elements, but One Tap Hack is the sole player alive in a 1v2. Gets a kill onto Bomber, who runs out unexpectedly and actually without a clear reason, leaving only Grips alive in a 1v1, but I think he disconnected because he was just running in place.
Yeah, it looked like his gun was just shaking a little bit, but he was not really doing anything so far. One Tap Hack with the pistol out. Yeah, that looked kind of like either a disconnect or a freeze. There we go. Grips has unfortunately left the game, so yeah, I'm curious to see whether Grips has this game on one of these M2s you were talking about before as well. But it could be looking like we're gonna have a rehost here whilst we're still on match point.
Yeah, rehost will be called in this time around from Activity. This time he can't rejoin within 5 seconds, as not everyone has that fast of a computer. We'll see if the players will disconnect, and we'll see the last player return in due time. It's getting very close for Activity. Of course, they don't want to lose it right here, being up in a match point position for a long time, and then now seeing it get this close. I'm a little bit worried for him.
Yeah, especially the last round got maybe a bit too close for comfort, as it was looking detrimental for the attackers actually. After losing both their Kali and their Heartbreacher, it looked like that round was going to be a loss and actually a map loss for them as well, as you no longer are going to be able to open up any of these walls, and if you want to walk in, for example, split, there's possibly going to be defenders holding angles onto your face, and you're likely facing your death there if you're trying to push that door, or dragon door.
Yeah, we're now having a 6-5 scoreline as we're trying to remake the lobby. For Elements, of course, quite happy to bring it back this close already, but I'm not sure if they can go all the way. Overtime would be a great feat for him. Winning the map would be even better because, of course, that would be a huge mental blow for Activity. Being up, I believe, 6-2 or 6-3 at least, and then losing it. That would be so painful. I personally wouldn't be able to come back from that.
Nah, definitely if you've been on match point for so long and definitely getting really close to taking the map in that last round that we just saw. Unfortunately, some little issues there, but we're gonna go for another try, and they're still having another chance to make it their map for right now. And if that was the case, we're gonna go to Oregon right after that. Do you have any expectations for Oregon? Anything you're excited to see on Oregon?
I'm expecting to see at least the Kali to come in once more and have a lot of pressure. But I'm not sure what we can expect from these teams. Possibly some more aggression from Activity, or after what we've seen in the previous few rounds, I'm expecting to possibly see them tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna go to Oregon, indeed, after this match, and possibly onto our Decider Clubhouse later on as well, which we call the Benelux House more often. And it's looking like we're trying to contain both teams into this match so far. We're trying to get the right settings going in as well. We need to know obviously which the map bans, the operator bans were, who is on what side and stuff, so we get it all fair and square.
I'm hoping that the side will be getting relatively into the game quickly. For Elements, of course, is standing by because they're ready to have the full comeback. It's going to be their dream to bring it all home, and hopefully for them, bring it into overtime, possibly still going for that 2-0 map lead. But it's going to be some scary times going into the last map, especially just seeing that momentum shift in favor of 4 Elements. This is going to be really grinding their brain because while you're going for it hard and you're saying, okay, we can win this, and then the player disconnects, you win the round partially due to that, I would dare to say, because I'm not sure if they could have actually won it otherwise if the Jaeger of Grips would still be up and running. But we're just having our fingers crossed, so we would possibly see the overtime because that would make it very, very exciting.
I mean, in all honesty, if we look back at that last round, I do think that would have been a win for the side of Activity, seeing as if, I think it was one tap hack as the last remaining attacker, did not have the diffuser only 8 more seconds into the round, and let's say if the Jaeger was able to get a position for behind the bomb room, for example, it would have been way harder for one tap hack to find out where the Jaeger was positioned and to actually get that kill onto the Jaeger. So I do think if we didn't have any issues there, it would have been a round win for Activity. But we're trying to go back into this map as soon as possible. However, talking about all the sides we've seen from Activity so far, they did go for that off pick of Labs and Drug Storage. We don't really see that too much, and they've lost it. I don't really think that worked out too well for them in this round. We don't see them going there anymore in this map so far.
Now, after being smacked down that heavily, I would imagine you to stay away from that painful moment, or at least that painful bomb site, because you just saw 4 Elements going in really quickly, really convincingly, and just getting the map control instantly. The other maps have just been a safer approach, a more viable approach. But I believe Initiation and Office has been a bomb site which defensive stat-wise hasn't always worked too great, even for the European League teams. So I do commend Activity trying to shy away from that bomb site, possibly to still giving them a little bit of a better shot winning a round.
Exactly as you say, and we do see Grips getting back into the game. We're missing one more player. Looks like all the players are back into the game, and we're just checking to make sure that everyone is ready for Elements actually being able to stay in that game, getting the confirmation of both teams that we are in fact ready to start the game. So I think we are ready to hop back into this game, which was the map point.
Yeah, we're going. Oh, now there's a lobby bug. Oh
Oh,
no, it's
oh
happening
no!
again. It's the same thing always. So we do have a lobby up and running, but we don't have the players that can actually start the game. It sometimes happens after you have a rehost, so we'll just have to remake the lobby and go back to our beautiful faces. As of course, you will never grow tired of those, would you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone would. Nah.
Luckily, it's just we're hoping that Feed Machine will be able to fix it soon. Of course, this is out of his hands. Sometimes the lobby just bugs, and that's just a UB thingy. It will be patched in like 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Exactly. If we make like a report for it right now, then yeah, we'll be having it fixed anytime soon, hopefully. But looking back at this, like both teams have had a little moment now to talk to each other, talk through the couple of rounds that we've had so far. If you are standing on match point, but you've lost a lot of rounds so far, standing on match point still, do you think it would benefit the defenders more or the attackers more in this case, if you've had this little moment to chat with your team so far?
I would say the offenders could actually work out a great strategy for themselves. Not sure if 4 Elements is actually going to change anything. Because, well, that could also instill some doubt in your team, not really having practiced it all too much. That could really come to haunt you later on. Whereas, potentially, you could also say, like, the defenders could see how they would put on their aggression, knowing where some of the players from 4 Elements would have spawned. You saw them try to do it before, but then they weren't really expecting those pre-fires to come in, or either they were droned out heavily. So then with a Mozzie, possibly, Activity could actually work against that.
Think we could actually call someone in as well who could possibly have like a little team meeting with us. I'm getting signed that our poor guy feels very lonely. Come in here, Fraser. Don't be lonely. That's not.
Aw.
We don't want you to be lonely.
I did not say that. I'm just saying,
Oh.
hey, hello there. I'm an analyst boy. I know what I'm talking about. Now,
I'm sorry. I heard this from a little birdie, and I made the assumption that you were in fact lonely. So I'm sorry
No.
for making that assumption.
I'm just sitting here. I'm absolutely enjoying this game. It has been a pleasure. And one thing I'd like to highlight there, you know, in that round when we saw Drug Lab being brought out, and 4 Elements, they absolutely dominated. That was the exact same thing we saw yesterday in Villa round 3 against Slaughterhouse. They did the exact same thing. They brought in the energy, the tempo, and they absolutely demolished. Now, that was an absolute treat. I don't know about yourselves, but being able to see this team bring in so much of that passion and the aggression that they rushed in there to secure that post plan was terrific. I mean, Torreswar, how did you feel about it?
I was actually surprised at how quickly they actually did all of that and how easily the round went in towards their favor. It's something that you don't often see, as of course the 22nd meta is still a thing. And just see this amount of decisiveness coming out from a team, seeing that kind of play on towards that bomb side is just making me a very happy boy.
Yeah, I mean, just 4 Elements in general, they are absolutely insane when it comes to that command and control that they're able to establish. But I believe we're going back to the game. I'm going to have to leave you guys.
Well, we'll
Have
miss
fun.
you. Of course, you'll always be in our hearts, especially with your great suspenders at this moment in time. We'll see what this last, or actually possibly last round of this map will bring. Of course, it is 6-5 in favor of Activity. And 4 Elements still has a world of trouble to go through. What bomb side will we see? It's Armory Throne Room. And I'm curious to see if, with a possible not disconnecting grips, it's going to be a round for Activity.
Yeah, that could well be indeed, and we see a different defender being brought out as well. The Vigil, which we've not seen before in this matchup, possibly going for a deeper roam strat. It is still the 6-pick phase, he can still 6-pick him in. A 6-pick coming out from 4 Elements as well, from that Ash into the Jackal, possibly to
Ooh.
gather some intel on where the defenders might be located, or a really good counter to where any of these roamers might be.
Yeah, but I'm intrigued because the roam pressure hasn't been a problem for 4 Elements at this moment in time because their drone game has been pretty stable. But I think this is maybe a way to actually force players in towards the bomb site earlier. So they could possibly then try to nade them out or possibly go for some aggressive plays, trying to single out or at least split the bomb site into two. I'm also hoping that 4Elements this time will be a bit better at clearing out the bandit wires and be able to have some hard destruction going on, because in the previous bomb site, as we've seen before, that didn't go according to plan.
No, not really, and they've also had some struggles trying to contain that control over maintenance last round, losing their Kali there, and after that losing their Heartbreacher there as well. And like we said before, if you are relying on the doors where you have to push in through Throne and Armory, you're in a very deficit, in a very not so good position here, as there's only 2 doors. We're talking about Split and Dragon, and those are 9 out of 10 times held by one of the defenders. Sushi, however, we see him going on a quick roam. He's chilling on these dragon stairs here, not really going for any contest here with actively bandit tricking. That's interesting.
It's Pangoro still a little bit wary of possibly a roamer from upstairs. Of course, a C4 could rain down and wreck 4Elements, and that would really hinder their comeback attempts right here. Of course, the rest of the team is trying to pressure elsewhere, still trying to drone out whoever could be roaming. And Chris will have a buddy drone with him. There is a player in Bunk and Daycare, I believe, so possibly a wallbang to come out from 4Elements could net them a kill.
Yeah, tight angles being held as well, whilst we see Chris being droned in. Pangoro opening up some lines of sight for himself, but Grips actually gets that kill onto Grizz. That is the main counter for any roaming gone. However, Grips has been brought to about 1 or 5 HP. He's gonna get a difficulty when he's trying to engage into any other gunfight. See one Tapak trying to just ignore the roamer upstairs possibly. He knows that's gonna be a difficult one to contest above.
It's going to be one Tapak to try to fall back towards the rest of his team, I would assume. Possibly trying to spot out a droning player, or a gamming player actually, for the defensive side, and get some pressure in. But at this moment in time, 4Elements is on the back foot, leaving Grips at 1 HP, but actually having that wall open for a change. So that's something, but with the drones they've lost already as well, I'm not really seeing a lot of promise here for 4Elements in this last round.
No, indeed, the wall is already opened here. Yeah, door, you could possibly call this a door after the fact that it's been opened by this big exothermic charge, but we do see Sushi holding the angle onto this newly created door here. He's going for a wide swing, but stopped in the process by Rubinshu as he's able to pick up that kill onto Sushi. Neos, by the way, picking up a kill onto Pangoro, Bomber 1 onto Lucania, but immediately being refragged, traded actually by Lucania as they kill each other, bring it into a 1v3 situation as Grips picks up the kill onto Rubinshu. One Tapak in a 1v3 situation. Karmazi is on low HP, but it's looking detrimental for the side of 4Elements.
It's going to be one Tapak living the dream if he could clutch it out, but Activity will get that last kill in. Grips will get it with his 1 HP, and the first map will go in favor here of the Activity side. And while going towards Oregon, it could still go either way. Both Kalis, of course, trying to get some pressure in both teams, trying to do what they need to do, but we're already seeing a very close matchup, so I'm thinking that the second map will be very promising as well. 7-5 for Activity, a decent score, but still, both teams have a lot of improvement to make.
Yeah, I think especially after a rehost, it's so unfortunate. You can only see that Grips has gotten 3 kills. We could definitely flame onto, for example, Sushi's performance, like, oh, he got 0 kills during this entire map. These stats are not correct, obviously. But that's a bit unfortunate. It's always nice to highlight one of the players that has gotten a lot of kills in the map so far, but maybe our good friend Fraser could help us out on there and what his thoughts of this map were.
Well, honestly, that match was quite exciting. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a bit of a surprise, if I'm honest. I was expecting that would be a 7-4 towards Activate. I mean, fortunately for myself, I've casted Activate. I've casted both teams playing on Theme Park before. And 4Elements, they lost to Daemonic 7-4 a couple of weeks back on this map with this very same lineup. They struggled quite a lot of it, especially on the defense. So looking at how they played today, I definitely think that it goes to show that 4Elements, hey, they feel a lot more comfortable when they're attacking, when they're able to maintain that kind of composure and have that regimented approach to the gameplay. I think that really benefits them. I mean, Torismur, was there any point there that you felt like they could have pulled that back in their favor in this matchup?
Well, I think your 7-4 prediction could possibly actually worked out if Grips didn't disconnect with a 6-4 scoreline. Because, well, it was a 1v1. There was almost no time remaining on the clock. So him disconnecting and actually that granting a possibility for a free kill for Elements actually brought it a little bit closer. But now we have a 7-5 activity, still won that map. And so far they really seem to be the stronger side, losing a few rounds on defense, but still overall I think they actually held it down really well.
Yeah, now, one team I'd like to highlight here, Activate, watching them play, they won 4 out of 6 of the attacking rounds in that first half. You could tell how confident they felt going into a lot of these gunfights, and you're seeing Karmaz getting the early entry frags in those rounds and really securing a lot of map control for their side. Now, we know how Theme Park plays out. Verticality is key, and if you're able to maintain control of that map, especially above or below a bomb site, it can be absolutely imperative to your success. Do you feel like 4Elements kind of struggled with that with regards to the flanks that they were doing or any of their own play that they had whilst defending?
Yeah, whilst defending, I definitely was attacking, so to say. I definitely saw Activity take control of the map vertically. For example, with an IQ from below. I did not really see any contest coming from that from 4Elements in this round. However, that's what I was saying throughout this match as well. I was really expecting a pulse to come in. We've talked about the destructibility of this map before. A lot of floors are actually soft in, let's say, Control Room. In a lot of others, in Cafe, for example, as well. And I'm curious to see why nobody really went for that pulse in the underneath room with a C4. So I do think that they kind of lacked a little bit, indeed, in the in the vertical control. Sorry.
Don't worry about that. You know, I honestly couldn't agree more with that. Theme Park, it's an exciting map. It's an aggressive map at times, and you can see how these teams are playing up against each other. But we've got a different map coming up soon. We've got Oregon coming up. I'm going to be looking more towards 4Elements. I think this would definitely favour them. I've seen them play it before, and they feel quite literally in their element on that map. I'm going to throw you to kind of in the deep end here. Score prediction. Todesmar.
I'm feeling that Activity could actually win this. Their Kali pressure has been pretty decent. They just need possibly a Sophia or an Ashe to actually be able to counter those Goyo shields. And if they do bring that, I think they could actually win it with a 7-4, as you predicted before, towards this map, because I'm just thinking they could do it.
And any thoughts on that?
My brain doesn't really do numbers, and anytime I'm asked for a score prediction, I'm like, I would say, indeed, joining Tolzman on that with the Kali presence, it looked really strong for this side of Activity, but I'm just guessing around with numbers. I could not give a specific score prediction, but I would say that this one's going to go in the hands of Activity.
That's entirely fair. Myself, I'm going to be voting for 4Elements here. I want to go all the way to that last map of Oregon. I think, correction, all the way to the last map of Clubhouse. I can do numbers, and I can do words, just not in any particular meaningful fashion. I'm inclined to say it's probably going to be a 7-4 or a 7-5 in favour of 4Elements. I'm going to be looking towards Lacania. I want to see him playing Clash. Him, Oregon, Clash is GOAT. Regardless, I think we are going to go for a quick break there. So I hope to see you guys shortly. And, and Todesmar, I hope you enjoy your break before going over to Oregon.
Yeah, just going to grab a little drink and then we'll be right back. So no worries, it will be the shortest break you've ever seen. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament. We're getting ready to go in towards another map. Of course, that will be Oregon, and the second map of this series after Activity is now 1-0 ahead. And I'm curious to see if they can actually close it out right here, or if we will go to that full free maps just to make Fraser a happier man.
I see some communication in the chat here. Not sure whether the correct team is on the defensive side or attacking side. Not really any confirmation going on, but it's looking like we're gonna go for a rehost. Seeing as it's brought out by Simon as well. We're looking to get the confirmation whether the sides are actually wrong, and it's the confirmation from both teams and our observer that we're gonna get a rehost. So yeah, off to a little bit of a bumpy start, but we're gonna get a rehost and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, things just happen. I've been there before. Something people don't know that at the start of my Rainbow Six casting career, I also had to do the observing, despite not really being up to speed about the game too much. Back then, we had simpler times, but it was very hard having to do the play-by-play and also do the observing. And, well, eventually I got it going, but it was quite hard for me. I'm a simple man, you know.
Yeah, but multitasking is a difficult thing. I'm supposed to be a really good multitasker, they say, because I'm a woman, but that doesn't happen, I give you that. We've seen interesting ban coming out whilst there's still players in the lobby so far. They're banning Tachanka. Back to the subject we were talking about. I imagine that indeed casting and observing at the same time is really, really difficult because you're trying to find like where the action is, but you're also commentating on what the action is about. So that's really difficult. I'm really happy to have our observer feed machine here with us today to make that job a little bit easier for us.
Yeah, he's just feeding us content to comment on, so I think that's going really well so far. For the people not really knowing what has happened so far, it has been a map win for Activity 7-5 on Team Park, and now we will see Oregon. Unfortunately, we had the teams at the wrong side of the sides, so we'll have to fix that real quick, and then we'll go into the right bans, because of course, if you're starting on defense, you'll have to ban first, and I believe the teams that will be starting on offense don't want to show their offensive ban first, because that would really hinder your mental game against your opponents as well.
Exactly. It's a good thing that you can start out with the bans and stuff. Dude, we're doing a little bit of a bans. We see an easy game come out in the chat now as well.
And thanks for the cast.
And thanks for the cast. Well, you're very welcome, but that was a very short cast. I think the shortest one I've ever done.
Well, sometimes you just have to do it quick and get it over with, and that's what we've done so far. We'll be trying to fix it as soon as possible. Of course, the teams don't have crashes at this moment, so I would assume them to be back in the lobby in no time at all, or at least I'm crossing my fingers now, knocking on wood as well, because just whenever you say that as a caster, you know there will be some crash going on.
A crash or a lobby bug like we've had before. But all jokes aside, we're gonna try and gather the players back into the lobby again, which should go quite easily because everyone's in the game. Everyone's just waiting for the invite to click it and to click on the yes button. Join the right team, because before we were starting this game, we saw Pangoro accidentally, possibly pressing a spacebar, maybe wanted to go and join the other team, and I think that would go for some mixed situations here if he was to switch up teams and players now. So that's not going to happen. Waiting for all the teams to come back here. We're switching off the settings and stuff, putting everything correct so we have everything fair and square.
Yeah, on the defense, I do believe it will be Activity starting there, so they will have that first ban, of course. Also the first advantage, because usually you do have the advantage going on the defense on this map as well. You would assume them nowadays to go for the laundry and supply room once again, kids dorms possibly as a secondary, and then kitchen dining as tertiary, because the meeting hall bomb site has sometimes been played but hasn't always worked out that well for teams.
I think that we are actually good to go again as we see all the teams back into the lobby. We're getting the call out from our observer as well that we are ready to go, and we are in fact starting this match right now. So let's head back to the game scene, shall we?
Yeah, I think it's time to get things going to see the proper bands come out this time around. And we'll see which team will get the win here or will extend the series just a little bit longer. Because of course 4Elements now have their backs against the wall. If they do lose this map, they will be out of the tournament. Or at least they will have to go for that third place decider match and don't have a chance for that top 2 position.
Yeah, something that's really gonna help 4Elements is the appearance of Team Robin in our Twitch chat. We do see them appear right now, all of their beautiful names, and I do hope that they can show their support for 4Elements so we can bring this back into a 1v1 and go on to our Decider Clubhouse.
Yeah, Maverick will be the first band to come out. 4Elements will take out the Nomad, which is quite intriguing, especially on this map. So you would assume 4Elements on the defense to go on quite a heavy roam and flank style of play, because of course that would be what Nomad would be countering. Once again, they do bandit Mira as well, something they did on the previous map too, and I can understand, especially if you look at Laundry and Supply Room, the Mira does really elevate your play there.
Yeah, especially if you can hold onto construction onto blue a bit longer. The last defending ban we see right here is Wamai, who was banned out in our last map as well, making it easier for attackers to take control out of some sides and destroy some utility, because you're not going to get your throwables just snagged away by one of these Wamai magnet devices.
Well, it's going to be the exact same bans as well coming in from Activity, so at least they're consistent and not giving away any other strats ban-wise, as they will be, as said before, starting on defense. Alibi being picked up at this moment in time by Karmasa. Not sure if he will swap it out and if he will go for, of course, the legendary ACS-12, which is a great gun to see, and of course here, but you would assume possibly to go for that MX4 Storm. Meeting Hall and Kitchen as the primary bomb site is possibly an oddball that 4Elements would not be expecting.
Ooh, we see this sneaky pick coming into the pools here. The attackers are not aware of this. A sneaky 6th pick into the pools, making sure that the attackers don't bring in IQ. A direct counter to pools. As you can see, pulses little camera right onto your IQ gadget scanner. That is not going to happen. They bring out the pools here, and he could be of big potential if anyone is going to take this site from above, which I'm expecting the attackers to do, because usually you'll see them take some control from Master Bedroom and then possibly push down a hatch or the white stairs.
Yeah, Bomber has opened up slightly at the attic and will then reinforce it as if they were playing the usual kids dorm side, but now they are playing downstairs, and I'm really intrigued because this bomb site hasn't really worked out that well for most of the teams that we've seen on here. Especially if a Kali would be present, and that's an operator we currently don't see from 4Elements just yet, but that might also be due to the Thatcher being open, and that would negate some of the effects that a Kali would have.
Yeah, and they're really expecting 4Elements to push it from the northeast side, as there's not really any contest going on from the side of Kitchen or Small Tower. There is, however, a roamer, not in the big tower, however, but we do see Bomber roaming around the kitchen side, or possibly above the kitchen side around Attic. Chris, however, trying to take control out of this big tower here. There is a rotation towards Attic as well, but they need to make sure that there's no defenders. Grips is actually on these big tower stairs and could possibly get that first kill here onto one tap hack, bringing the Yana off the board here.
And that's so weird that 4Elements was expecting that, especially one tap hack not really responding all too quickly on towards that Jaeger, leaving him on half HP at this moment in time, as Bomber now takes a second kill onto Pangoro. That is the Thatcher of the board. And those C4s from down below could actually still reign in supreme and get some kills, because still nails. And of course also Sushi will have that C4 ready to go in case there would be a plant coming in.
Seems that they're trying to take control out of Attic as well, but there's long angles being called from Waiting Room and Trophy as well. Defenders still get to roam above quite heavily, and there is a player spotted out on the big tower stairs as well. Lugania being aware of this player here by the gunshots that he's heard before, but there's multiple players still in Master Bedroom, and the attackers are really struggling to take them out of Master Bedroom.
And Lugania is trying to rotate off that back tower. interesting to see for Elements once more going for a different approach. It's something we've seen on Team Park as well in their offense, but it just takes so much time to get there. They don't really have the utility to work with, and they don't really have a clue where the players of Activity are. Those castle barricades will also be quite a nuisance as they do not have that sledge going with them, but I'm just thinking that they're banking on getting towards the kitchen area, yet there are players in the dorms area which could easily contest that.
Yeah, indeed, that's the only thing that might be contesting that, because there's not really anyone in kitchen, I was wanting to say. But right as I say that, Grips appears into the kitchen, actually spotting out a player into dining as well there, needing to go back towards the bomb and get a safer position for himself. However, we see Karmazi here holding the cross angle onto the dining door here, and that could be detrimental for the attackers if they are not aware of this cross angle being held onto them. Karmazi able to pick up another kill onto Lacania, bringing it into a 2v5 situation for Chris and Rabinchu.
Yeah, some pre-fires coming in from Rabinchu towards the white stairs, but no player peeking there at this moment in time. Still one in the kitchen as Sushi now takes down Chris, takes out Rabinchu as well. That's a flawless primary round for Activity on towards a bomb site you wouldn't normally expect. So I think this is quite interesting and could actually show the dominance and preparation Activity has brought to this site.
Yeah, and we've seen this from Activity before in our last map as well, that they're going for the off-site pick first. But last time it didn't really work for well for them. This time it actually did, and now you have to pick between two other sides, which is still really viable as well. But you already have the 1 round advantage in your pocket here. They're gonna go to a laundry supply room, and we see a switch of operators here. Definitely some operators to deny the entry for the attackers here, as we see a Goyo as well denying some area for the attackers, and a similar lineup on the attacking side. However, we don't see a Zofia, we do see an Ashe.
Yeah, the Thatcher actually being the replacement for the Kali just to have a little bit more maneuverability with the primary rifle not having to scope in, and of course being fully automatic just gives you a little bit of a better chance at fighting. Bomber with an interesting placement of that shield. I'm not really sure as to why you would put it like that. Maybe to make it harder to hit with the clear potential of the side of 4 elements. Otherwise, I wouldn't really understand this placement.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see how that plays around further into this round as well. No reinforcements coming into that kill box that you've been talking about, where we see its shield being picked up and a rotation hole being reinforced already. They're gonna go for a different strat than what they've talked about in the beginning of this round, I assume. But this means that there's not really going to be a lot of pressure onto Blue here, which is quite interesting, because that's where we usually see teams attacking it from.
I was so hopeful to see that shield possibly actually work in the fashion I just talked before, as if you put it in the length, it might be harder to hit, for instance, with an Ashe charge. But, well, they've picked it up. They're trying to swap it all around as we have a roam from Kermasa that doesn't work out. Bengoro taking him out cleanly. And I'm not really sure what the bandit was trying to do there, because you're hoping to find a player, yet he wasn't respecting all the angles that were already being opened up by 4 elements, of which you could have actually heard the sound cues.
And definitely a good thing for Pangoro to get that opening kill here, as it's only being tagged to about 75 HP here. So definitely a win for him on this side, and they're gonna go and try to EMP this hatch, possibly getting rid of any utility underneath the hatch, and they're opening up that hatch as well now, forcing Sushi to get back into another position, which is a bit safer for him, but he still has a lot of access to these Maestro Evil Eyes. However, we see the attackers here guided by the Yana Gemini, and they're trying to make their way into Freezer, but there is a Goyo with the TCST holding a tight angle onto their heads. Square's almost missing, almost hitting his shots there, as well as he's engaging into the gunfight and getting that kill onto Neos, bring it into a 3v5 situation, a 2v5, as One Tap Hack is also able to pick up a kill onto Sushi.
The fire is burning in the fridge, but the C4 has missed, as we do see Bomber trying to go for the kill. This his shot with the SMG will go down himself, as Grips is the sole player standing for Activity. At least gets one on 2. Lucani also takes one on 2. Chris goes for the Iana, but the One Tap Hack is able to clear things out and get a double kill to finish things off. That means that 4 elements will bring it back into a 1-1 scoreline, and luckily they don't get on too big of a deficit early on.
Yeah, definitely starting in a difficulty for Activity after having that opening death here. And again, we saw for elements, initiating an attack coming from the main stairs whilst they're opening up that hatch as well. But all of a sudden, there were 2 players and a Gemini replicator storming down Freezer stairs, taking control that quickly and turning that round into their favor. However, Activity is going to go for another attempt at Lando Supply, and I'm curious to see how they're going to go and hold on to this side this time.
Yeah, we do see the Valkyrie come out for Sushi instead of the Goyo earlier hovered by himself. I'm curious to see if the lack of shields would actually take them down later on. But if you looked at the approach from 4Elements, mainly going through Freezer, I think those shields weren't really necessary, unless if you dare to say that 4Elements could encounter those shields earlier on, which could be popped to have a more delayed approach from them. Because at this moment in time, you saw 4Elements go into the fridge with the Gemini replicator, 2 players following up quite swiftly, and even though they had those ankle holes on the side of Activity, they didn't use them, there was no delay, and the Goyo wasn't able to contest, meaning that 4Elements had a lot of pressure towards the side, and it seemed to go over relatively easily.
Yeah, there was one player that was able to contest these angle holes onto its Freezer, but that was Sushi, if I'm not mistaken, and he was forced to go back into another position because they opened up that hatch into the lobby here. However, I see a more angry hold from the defenders onto Freezer here, with some ADSs and some pop wires giving some sound cues if the attackers are actually going for another Freezer push.
That's going to be Activity trying to change things up, or at least get a little bit more intel in for themselves, putting on some barricades once more just to have possibly even more delays coming in, at least more sound cues as well. But I'm wondering what Pangoro and his team will do, because they're now just waiting, hoping to possibly spot out another roamer as last round. They did have the Bandit of Karmasa actually run in towards their arms, but again we see the Gemini replicator going in relatively quick, just getting that information. Spotting those angles as well is Chris at this moment in time, and now trying to clear out the Bandit or barbed wires, excuse me. Just to at least give themselves the room to work with. And also now the breach round going on towards the soft wall will actually clear things up and create a larger angle, making Activity actually more susceptible to being shot from their own angles.
Yeah, this is a bit risky for the defenders here, as they have to go back towards a safer position here. A drone being shot and a kill coming in for Gribbs onto one-tap hack. Bomber picking up a kill onto Pangoro as well, bringing it into a 3v5 situation. But it's Sushi here almost to get that kill onto one player in Freezer here, and Gribbs holding a nice angle onto anyone that could be pushing from Freezer. Chris here getting a refrag onto Sushi, assisted by Robinchu, but Chris is immediately getting refragged by Gribbs here. Gribbs getting refragged by Lucania, however, turning it into a 2v2 situation.
Yeah, Meister Cam still being up, as of course Karmasa is still alive. Lucania now with kill onto Nails, leaving only Karmasa up and running, gets one kill in return, but there's still so much time to work with, and Robinchu with half HP will try to get towards the other side, hoping there won't be a Maestro camera there to contest him. As Karmasa is trying to find out where the last player is, Robinchu going for the plant. He's not faking because he is a pro, and he will plant the diffuser, will be pre-fired by Karmasa. That's an easy kill to come in, and Activity will gain that lead once more. I have to say, however, I'm slightly disappointed by the side of 4Elements not going for a different approach than the previous round, because you would expect Activity to be better prepared than in the previous one.
Yeah, exactly. And Activity were in fact better prepared for this Freezer push, and yeah, it didn't really work out in the side of 4Elements, especially if you have a player peeking you with that Eldar pre-firing all these corners. I was wondering why it took him so long to actually engage into that push where we saw Robinchu planting. I guess he was waiting to see if Robinchu was actually sticking the plant or not, coming around the corner with the Eldar pre-fire and finishing that round up on the board for Activity.
That's going to be a castle being picked up, as Kids Dorms will be the bomb site this time around for Activity. Once more picking up that Valkyrie as well. Something I am missing, however, is possibly that Maestro. An operator we've seen work for Karmasa in the previous round, and of course an operator which will bring those impacts to possibly trick where Gribbs is currently reinforcing. They don't have those impact nades right now, so you would assume them to keep some pressure on with the C4s, possibly to get some kills and at least deny Robinchu for the time that they can.
I'm curious to see where they're going to use this castle barricades as well, possibly the whole of attackers pushing from any of these sites. We're yet to see where he's actually going to be placing them, but possibly to master bedroom as well to make it harder for the attackers to push there. No mute however to assist them when they're going to try and open up these castle barricades, and we see some reinforcements onto Attic coming out as well, and it could be Bomber actually actively holding onto Attic here with an active bandit trick.
Who knows? Maybe they will finally make it work, something we haven't really seen on the previous map, especially from Activity. Late castle barricade, enormous risk right here from Sushi as he could have been taken down by Rubinshu, who swooped by. And the construction spawn, it will be Sushi, however, with the opening kill onto Chris, who went for a crazy quick repel in towards Armory, and that really came to haunt them. Luckily, Wantapak has a kill in return onto Karmasa, that is the Jaeger of the board, so that means the two gunner operators from both parties have been exchanged.
Yeah, we see the Wantapak here is pushing the master bedroom, trying to drone it out as well, but still making sure that he does not get peeked from small tower here, is possibly expecting anyone to roam there. However, the person that would be closest is Grips. Wantapak able to get one kill onto Sushi here, but Grips is, if I'm not mistaken, still somewhere around White Stairs, small tower, and could possibly perform a run out onto anyone that's on master bedroom balcony. However, when Grips is underneath and has that C4 in hands, he could be of big potential into this round when the players are going to go and open up master bedroom.
Well, we just see Activity hoping for things to slow down, because the more time is wasted, the better it suits them. It's going to be Bomber to be the first line of defense, possibly, but it's going to be 4Elements also wary of a possible roamer. The bulletproof cam will be slammed out by Rubinshu, denying some more intel coming out from the players who have already been killed on the side of Activity, but it's a Bomber actually with a first kill onto Rubinshu, equalizing the score player-wise, meaning it's now a 3-on-3 and still a C4 up for Nails, and I believe there was also a C4 still for Bomber as Grips takes down Wantapak as well. Bomber with the follow-up, Lucania flanking around, but he's the sole member against two with 1 minute 10 on the clock, and he doesn't actually carry the diffuser, which is actually from the Attic area.
Yeah, and there's a player holding onto Attic as well, slowly moving his way into Attic, getting that first kill onto Neas, but immediately being refragged here by Bomber, as there is another round onto the board for Activity. They're looking strong on their defensive side, and that is good to see once they're going to go to their attacking side. I just kind of broke my tongue there.
Oh, it happens. Things happen like that, as Nails is slowly getting into this match. Previous map, he had a lot of kills, but right now he's currently on 0. Yet it doesn't slow down his team, as they are in a 3-1 scoreline, favoring the Activity side, going back to meeting hall and kitchen once more, not going for kitchen dining, which we do see other teams do most of the time.
I do think it's interesting to see how Wantapak is definitely stepping up for his team whilst being onto that role of the Yana. The Yana is actually kind of seen as a human drone as well. You just push the Yana replicator, the Gemini replicator inside, followed by 2 of these players, is what we saw 2 times before. And still being able to pick up so many kills for his team. However, not all of these are impactful, as I think it was once a failed clutch as well.
Let's see if that pulse will come into great effect once more. Last time we saw Grips and Sushi really play at the backstairs, contesting early on, getting the opening kill, and eventually just being a nuisance for 4Elements, who so far haven't been too happy in this map so far, despite sometimes getting the opening kill. This action phase will really show if they manage to improve on the bomb sites they have seen, or if they will fall for the same trap twice. Considering that Grips is once again playing relatively close to those backstairs and possibly will contest there once again.
Yeah, definitely we saw 4Elements pushing from the backstairs quite heavily as they did last round, and for the start of this round, it was looking like Sushi was going to go for an odd roam somewhere around the garage, but we see him in the blue bunker here. He is aware that there are players pushing from blue, as he's actually being drawn out as well. He is, however, assisted by Grips, and if anyone was to open up construction right now, they could go for this wide swing that we've seen Grips do before. The players are slowly taking control of construction, Grips being tagged up just a little bit in HP, but they're already rotating back towards the site for a safer position.
Yeah, the hot ping's also coming down, but this means 4Elements is slowly clearing this area. So far, they haven't taken any damage, but they haven't taken any lives of their opponents either, as Grips losing only 26 HP isn't that worrisome for the Jaeger, now being able to just rotate back from Fridge, going back towards the meeting hall, standing by to possibly get a kill from the hatch towards the kill box. And, well, if that would work out, it would be painful for the side of 4Elements that are now trying to contest the attic area. Nails is standing by, will trick it, and will he be in time? Exactly, yes. That means one of those exothermic charges has been denied, and that means that 4Elements might be in a world of trouble as they have to expand their other one, getting close to the meeting hall.
Yeah, Grips is in a really good position here, possibly able to go for a wide swing here as there are multiple players around this big tower here. Chris, however, gets that first kill onto Karmazi, and Grips is actually being injured here as they're placing that Claymore in case anyone is rotating back here. The players might be able to pick up Grips again, but that is going to be in a risky position. On the meantime, we see Chris coming in from the other side of the objective and getting one kill onto Sush here, possibly expecting someone else to be in the kitchen as well.
Lucania will get the kill onto Grips. That will be that asphyxiating bolt, eventually finishing the player off, making it into a 5-on-2. One-tap hack will be down, and the Ash will fall as well. It's Nails to do something in return, but it leaves only Bomber alive in that 1v2 effectively. Pangoro and one-tap hack currently out for the fight. The plant will come in from Rubinshu as well. But it's going to be a very tough round to still come back. One-tap hack laying and rubbing against Rubinshu, hoping to be left alone as Rubinshu doesn't care about fallen teammates. It's a kind of desertion.
Oh, that's very bad to see for the side of Pangoro and one-tap hack, but they can still give a lot of intel to the team here. But actually, Lucania, the only one left standing for the side of 4Elements here, as he might be able to pick up someone, but that is going to be super risky here. Bomber picking up 2 kills onto the injured persons, and he could go for this defuse here, but there is a player onto the backstairs who could possibly peek up. You know that players, they say that pros don't fake, but our clean feed is just lagging a little bit. I cannot see.
It was Lucania getting the kill, so
Yes.
eventually 4Elements did win that round. But it was getting scary. The 1v1 was actually an interesting outcome, looking at it being a 2v5 before actually the plant went down. Those 2 downs coming in and no players being helped up was quite scary. But eventually 4Elements did manage to pull through with, of course, Lucania top fragging once more. And that means we're now in a 3-2 scoreline. Laundering and supply room will be open. And now we do see the Goya come into play again. And that could be due to them wanting to slow down 4Elements again in that fridge area.
Alright, so the first round that they went for this offside pick, it actually worked out well for them. This time, not so much, but we see Bomber doing a lot of effort for his team, picking up quite a couple of kills so far. However, we see the Echo being brought out instead of that Valkyrie, and if the attackers are not aware of this, they could come for a really interesting situation once they initiate that plant, and we've seen 4Elements attempt to do that before in this match.
I do like the Echo pickup, possibly a way to deny the plans, which 4Elements quite often manages to get even in their UX gaming time. They often had Rubinshu just be that Benelux Goga and trying to get at least some control of the bomb side, disregarding the fact that there could still be players around. As long as there is cover, they manage to make it work. As we do see one-tap hack and Rubinshu just having some drone fun with each other, hoping to possibly go for a little bit of an approach towards the back stairs. And I would assume also through construction, as Rubinshu is actively droning there. And actually loads of players, all of the players from 4Elements spawning around that area as well.
Yeah, construction push could definitely work out for them, as well as we saw activity kind of struggling with how they wanted to defend construction earlier on. There's no rotation back towards the B-bomb. There's no shield holding off any players there. There is a reinforced wall open up just a little bit, possibly for a sound cue when they're going to go and open up that wall here. But immediately an aggressive push coming in from Pangoro, actually already able to EMP that wall here, but we see Karmazi in a great position to kite trick this wall.
Yeah, but I believe the first claw has been destroyed by that first EMP of Pangoro. Not really sure if that is the case. and that would really put a strain on the defense of Activity. Here will be Robinshu clearing out this wall. A player is close by, but a second EMP will take care of the, I believe, that mute jammer being put up. Chris has taken down a player in the form of Grips, will get closer at the pillar area as we do see a little bit of aggressive run out from Activity. It will be held down, however, by Pangoro, making it into a 5-on-3, now going even more aggressive, as we do see Robinshu still having one exothermic charge, but no EMP to get rid of that mute jammer.
Now we could possibly go for the opening of the death box, but then there needs to be someone wide swinging the death box, but there is a player. Oh, I thought there was a player onto Harry Potter as well. That is not the case, but Sushi is in Freezer and could possibly step out to get that kill onto either Chris or Robinshu, but he needs to be careful because if he wants to have impact later on into this round, he needs to stay alive in order to have his yokai drones in full effect in this round.
We're waiting for Sushi to actually make his move, as Robinshu is already going for the plant. As I said before, they're just disregarding the fact that there could be some contest, as he will now be stopped by the Echo Drone. Angle also being exploited by Sushi to get a kill. Tries to fall back, but will be taken out. It's a good trade from Lucania, now making it into a 4v1 as Pangoro gets another kill onto Bomber. He will fall to Naos, but that will also once again stop that diffuser from going down, or at least it has gone down, as Chris is just holding the angle. Nails tried to wrap around, didn't make it work, and 4 Elements will win another round.
I'm liking to see this post-plant positioning here, as they're holding off all the angles where the last defender could possibly come from. It was Chris to pick up that last kill, another round on the board for 4 Elements, and actually this match is going a bit more tense than what we've seen before. A 3-3 while we're going into the split, and it's Activity to go on their attacking side right now.
Activity this time not having that advantage coming from their defensive side. Now having to attack Laundry and Supply Room instantly as well. You would assume for Elements to possibly bring out more of those deployable shields and actually have that rotation that we've seen before in different teams. But looking at the setup, not seeing a Goyo come in, it could actually mean that they will go for a similar approach as well.
Yeah, definitely. We see no real shields for the area denial so far. I thought I saw a dock, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yes, possibly not really going for a spawn peak, I assume. I don't think Oregon is a map that would fit that the best. We saw players on the old Oregon possibly spawn peak from that big tower, but that is a very risky one. I don't think we're going to see one tap hack on that spawn peak. But it seems like 4 Elements is also going for that rotation. No, for the reinforced I was going to say, but they're actually going to go for that rotation, possibly with a shield, to go for a different hold onto construction.
Yeah, it's going to be one tap hack, not going for the YOLO play, possibly as he's now running up that back stairs. Possibly he could have gone up on towards the back tower and go for a very aggressive play, or possibly a small run out. It would have actually been able to clear a path for 4 Elements to win the first round, but of course it is possibly a unnecessary risk to come in. We do see the drones slowly making their way in towards the building of Oregon, as we do already see 2 being cleared out by 4 Elements. Oh wow, 4 Elements is saying we attack Freezer, so I expect them to attack Freezer as well. So we're going to play here with 3 players, just to make the rest of the map a little bit more easy to take for our opponents.
Yeah, and that Freezer Stairs definitely seems like a very strong fortress. I saw multiple ADSs there as well, and we see Pangoro actually using one of his smoke canisters as well, strongly holding on to these Freezer Stairs with the SMG having in hand as well. I must assume that he has the shotgun, so I'm curious to see why he's not pushing up with the shotgun, going for an aggressive push here onto that Ash, but missing the shots here and pulling up out another. Whether these smoke canisters, he must feel pressured there, but it looks like the attackers are now opening up that hatch here, but Grips getting injured. Is that from a C4 that just...
A C4 from downtown. Sushi will throw some stuns to at least make that revival go a little bit more safe, as Pangoro is insanely being hammered down by the utility. Another concussion coming in from the Sophia, so they know he's close. Nate coming in. He will actually manage to get a kill. Another down will get a team collection from Karmasa, and then a kill with the shotgun onto Karmasa as well, leaving only Nails alive in a 1v4. It's Robinshu to get another kill in, and that was just an amazing hold right there at the Freezer Stairs, being helped out by his opponents as well a little bit.
Yeah, we were we were looking at this freezer hold and we thought it was quite peculiar, but it actually worked out brilliantly for the side of Four Elements. Pangoro being able to pick up a double kill there, almost a triple kill, but Activity was not allowing him to get a triple kill. They fixed that kill themselves in form of a team kill here, but it looks like Four Elements is now going to go and defend the Kid Storm side.
Yeah, I do wonder what Four Elements will bring to the table if they do try to change things up, for instance, with a Goyo, and if we do see Activity now bringing that Monty in. This could actually, in the next round, prompt a Lesion pick from Four Elements, because the Smoke is the only operator that could directly influence that Monty, unless if they do decide to bring those C4s that they do carry, which is of course on Rubinshu and Lucania, from downstairs to contesting Monty when he decides to push the side.
Yeah, I assume the Monty need to push it from Master Bedroom. They might try and go and open this games room here where Chris is actually reinforcing right now. But if there is a player underneath, which we saw one of Activity's players do before as well, whilst they were defending Kid Storms, they could be of big potential with a C4 that's tossed up later on into the round. We see two of them in the hands of Four Elements, but I would rather expect Lucania to throw it from underneath than Rubinshu to go for a roam underneath, for an example, Classroom.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a waiting game. Rubinshu to mute off that attic area. There is an easy Thatcher to clear that, so I wouldn't assume that to be a big problem, but I am missing that Thermite to come out, as we do see an early peek, I would assume, to damage down Nails, but I don't really see a lot of peeking coming in from the side of Four Elements, so I'm not sure if that was from a window or if that might have actually been accidental team damage, because, well, he's gone low very quickly, and I haven't really seen Four Elements do all too much.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate to lose that much HP on your Thatcher already, because he needs to be there while they're trying to open up that wall. And it seems like they're going to go for an attic push here, trying to take control of the big tower, pushing those drones downstairs as well, to make sure that nobody's going to flank them from that big tower stairs, and possibly putting a Claymore down as well. The only thing that's standing between them and opening this wall is that mute jammer here, so they could call in their Thatcher and get rid of that mute jammer with the EMP charge.
And we just see the side of Activity waiting, trying to drown out possible roamers from downstairs to make sure that there can't be a contest from, of course, possibly some C4s to come down. EMP is now being deployed to clear out that wall. A second might actually be deployed as well from Nails if he decides it's necessary, and indeed he does. No trick coming out, however, so there is no actual risk for those Hibana pellets to be denied. And now we will see him and the rest of his team try to redistribute, just having either one or two players pressure here, as Nails does take down Chris, who was peeking from a window, and that means the Vigil is off the board despite he wasn't even roaming.
We see the Monty now pushing back up onto the big tower stairs, possibly going to go for an attic push here and pushing the players further back into their side, because they've given up on attic, it seems, and they're now focusing on holding off Kid Storms, possibly with the rotate onto the attic stage as well. But there is a player still in Armory that could be of big potential when the players are switching up for a Master Bedroom take.
Just seeing Activity slow it down. The attic push is slowly getting underway. The last Hibana pellet will go down right here to see if they can get another angle in to possibly give the rest of the team more pressure to work with. The Monty is coming in, might actually be the player to hold off the planter, but he's currently holding the diffuser himself, as we do see Nails get the kill to Rubinshu. He went aggressive and makes it a 5-3, but look at the time. It is running out, and the smoke is still up and running. Lucania still holding the angle, still having a C4 as well. With the time running out more and more, this might actually turn into a very dangerous situation for the side of Activity, as they do lose a player. Now will repel in. There's going to be one tap hack to fall, as well as Pangoro. Activity will get that round in return and bring it back a little bit more.
Yeah, the Monty, they're very coming in good use here as he pushes onto the attic stairs here, making it harder for the defenders to hold here. And it seems that with a couple of swings coming in from the side of Lucania, not really succeeding to pick up a double kill for himself. They're just standing at that Monty. They're menacingly holding on to attic, and like you said before, we're gonna see that Legion now. They are aware that there could be a Monty coming in again, and the Legion is the straight pick, the straight counter onto the Monty. Because if you step into a goo mine as a Monty, you have to on ADS with your shield in order to take that goo mine out, and you're very, very fragile if you have to do that.
Of course, it's always a big pressure situation. We've seen Pengu actually work with it in the EU Major, still actually getting a kill. It was on Oregon as well, but still, you know, as a Monty, if you're already pushed up quite deeply and you take that goo mine in your foot, you're pretty much done for, or you'll have to bank on your teammates to help you out. One tap hack is now that direct counter we talked about, something we expected to see in the round after the Monty being shown. And at least 2 goo mines should be deployed around that attic area, which of course after the Monty drops from that ledge will be very hard to have a safe place to pull that needle from.
Yeah, and especially if Lucania has 2 of his Yokai drones positioned in attic right after the attic stairs, he could also just give out this burst to the Monty that's pulling out the needle. The Monty will be fully concussed and not knowing where he's going to get shot from, so that is a brilliant counter onto this Monty play. So far, however, we have a super tense matchup in a 4-4 round score for both of these teams here, and it's looking like Activity is going to go for the attic push again, like they did last round.
It's going to be Sushi to be on the backside, just waiting for the rest of his team to get the pressure in that seems to be necessary, as we expect him to open up the attic once more relatively easily. Karmasa still the only hard destructor. I would have possibly preferred Bomber to pick up the Thermite once more, just to have that pressure going for him. At least have the maneuverability in case something goes wrong. And for Elements would have swapped into a Kaid or a Bandit to clear out some of those Ibana pellets.
Seems like they're gonna go and open up the wall, but there's no player from 4 Elements directly contesting that wall breach here. They're not actively bandit tricking, there is no bandit, but not actively tricking it with a mute either. But Chris is holding a very interesting angle here onto the breach that just opened up by the attackers.
It's going to be another Legion mine being put down close to the shield, and of course beneath that ledge, as I said before. Either the Monty has to fall back over, or will have to be in a very safe corner, or at least try to find one, because it is going to be hard in that position. Grip's now using all his stun grenades, trying to clear out that shield as the ADS has been expanded. He will be tagged up by Chris, but still is alive, and Chris will have less cover to work with.
Something I'm curious to see is whether that Astrarch will also destroy the Legion ghoul mines that are right underneath that ledge. I don't assume so, because I think the range is just a little bit too big for that, but we do see Nea switching his attack just a little bit, as he's going to go focus on that Armory window. Could be very detrimental for Robinshu coming back from Armory into the hallway here. Sushi dropping down from that ledge, and I'm not sure whether he's actually stepped into a ghoul mine, but one tap pack is on low HP and needs to be careful that he's not walking into the line of fire of its teammate.
It's happened before. I've team killed you as well, and I once again say sorry for that traumatic experience, as Sushi is now moving up, not being contested by a goo mine at this time of day, so that actually makes him feel a little bit safer and makes him have some pressure. Now also ADSing, actually trying to destroy some utility from the side of 4 Elements, who are still alive with 5 players. One tap pack will be able to put down another of his goo mines, but the problem is that Robinshu once more is down. Currently here in the armory will be cleared out by Karmase. There will be a fruitful sprint going in, leaving it into a 5-on-4, but 20 seconds left. And now, if one tap pack will deploy finally his last goo mine, and possibly the second one to come after, it could be working out for him, as Chris will take down Sushi. Kamasa will have a refrag, but that is, of course, the important Monty of the board. Lucania with a kill onto Nails will lose Pangoro in the meantime, as Lucania gets another kill, but Grips will be repelling upside down and gets a double kill for himself, clearing out the round in favor of Activity. And I'm just a little bit flustered as to how the side of 4 Elements didn't know how to counter that plant, as it was on a destructible floor. There was nobody from downstairs, whilst they still had goo mines to work with. They had that echo as well, and of course there was no IQ, so I'm not sure how they messed this one up.
No, and actually they had quite a lot of map control as well, as we saw Robinshu quite late into the round, still holding on to Armory, and once Activity got that kill onto Robinshu, it was safer for them to push onto the site. I learned a new plant spot today. I'd never seen someone play plant in that spot before, but it could have been easily countered indeed by a C4 or possibly even by a smoke canister, but it looked like Pangoro already used all of his smoke canisters when there's only like 30 seconds left into this round. However, 4 Elements is going to go for a different side now. They're going to defend Laundry again, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to stop Activity from coming onto this match point.
It's going to be Activity to once more have that lead, get close to a possible 2-out shutout for Elements to already be kicked out of that contention for the grand final. Of course, they still have a fighting chance. They are still on the favored side of defense, as we do see Pangoro now prepping a rotation, having that deployable shield with himself as well. Curious to see how they manage to play this one out, as of course Activity might want to go very aggressive, but doesn't have too much clear for that shield, as you would often see a Sophia to go with it, Ash, and possibly the Sledge with nades as well.
It's looking like a very cozy meeting that we see in construction going on here. Last time Activity chose for that full-on freezer push, which did not work out because Pangoro was single-handedly holding onto that freezer here. Chris, however, now holding a nice angle onto construction, spotting out that Monty once again, but this time they don't have the Legion to counter that, so Chris either needs to go very aggressive here onto the Monty with a swing, or needs to stay safe and possibly able to get a kill onto the Monty later on.
Yeah, there is no pressure to kill that Monty, as you said, no lesion, only the smoke of Pangoro, so I think it's going to be Sushi trying to bait that out, as we're waiting for possibly the shield to be destroyed. ADS will eat another stun, as there will be a reinforcement. The Monty trying to ADS, not being able to shoot in time, meaning that Mute Jammer might actually be a nuisance later on for the side of Activity, trying to clear out more reinforced wall with the Hibana.
I always love to see players reinforcing mid-round with a player, just contesting them like, nah, I'm not having any of this, I'm just gonna head my way out of here, and it always looks funny in my opinion. However, Sushi is taking control out of Killbox already, and he's able to push onto the site just further. There's no real counter coming onto him, just that. He could possibly go for that plant here, as he's shielded with a shield behind his back, but Chris gets that first kill onto Bomber, getting the Sledge off the board.
It's a good start here for the side of 4Elements, trying to make it work for themselves, at least getting that Sledge out, which could mean that the nades are off the board, which would have been very, very nice to throw over these cabinets. It's going to be Sushi to move in deeper into towards side, get some more pings on towards the positions of the players of 4Elements, but Ruinchu with the SMG will get one kill onto Karmaza. Grips will go down to one tap hack as well. Lucadia would follow up, leaving only Sushi alive, and well, Monty is great in a 1v1, but in a 1v5 it's going to be a difficult fight, and we see that flawless round coming in for 4Elements, making it a closer match at the end of this second map.
I'm curious as of why Sushi pushed in so deep as being the Monty with the diffuser as well. I would imagine them dropping the diffuser to another player who could go for that sneaky plant in the corner there, and the Monty could give out pings to anyone pushing the diffuser here. So I don't see why Sushi went in that deep with the diffuser. Do you see why, or you're just guessing for things here?
I think he's trying to make sure he can't be killed from that freezer area, but it just really opens you up to be peeked by, for instance, a smoke, which can just instantly throw a canister on you and you'd probably be done for. Possibly it's just trying to bait out players to move in more deeply from the side of 4Elements, which, well, it didn't do, and they can just disregard a Monty as long as it won't be shooting, because, well, the chance of it then getting a kill on you are relatively low.
Alright, so far we've not seen a kitchen dining defense at all. We're actually going to go for another meeting kitchen defense here. Something we don't really see happening a lot. Most teams have kitchen dining as their tertiary bomb site, holding onto a small tower here, but both teams favor this meeting dining site here. I'm curious to see where the attackers are going to be pushing it from. I don't think we've seen Activity push this site just yet. They might go for the upstairs control just like 4Elements did, or they could go from small tower like we saw 4Elements do later on into the round when they switched their control.
And a Monty just being in play constantly for the side of Activity should actually force that Legion to maybe come in, because I think that would really help For Elements propel their defense, at least make it easier to counter that operator, because, well, last time around they managed to get those kills in, but if they do become the team that goes on the deficit player-wise, I think it would be really hard to get that Monty out of the equation, as it is just easier to focus on through less angles as the Monty.
Yeah, it seems that Activity is going to go for a quick top 4 control, but Lucania already contesting that sledge here, not really getting into a gunfight himself, just letting him know that he's in fact underneath there, and has the C4 in hand as well, which could go for a good kill later on into this round. It seems Activity's done really well in getting that top 4 control. There is no one really contesting it there, so they're switching their attack to go on to Big Tower here.
You see Bomber just trying to make more angles for himself. Spots the feet of Rubinshu, who seems to be sleeping. The spray didn't connect all that quickly, so I'm really flustered by that actually connecting and the Rook going down that easily. Gaining the advantage right now for Activity, whilst Bomber is on that half HP. But still, that one player advantage could actually work out in favor of Activity going towards a possible match point.
Lucania still has a good counter in hand to counter Bomber here, as he's still trying to go for that upstairs control. However, Lucania has not used the C4 just yet, still trying to hold onto Attic. I assume he's waiting for Bomber to actually push onto Attic as well, trying to assist the players of Activity in taking that control of Big Tower, but that's not happening just yet.
Yeah, we do see some spray still coming down, trying to contest wherever a player might be. But it's now a waiting game. Activity hoping that 4Elements will make a mistake soon, and they can capitalize off that.
And we see them slowly trying to make a push from Big Tower as well, clearing out this top floor here and making sure that nobody's countering them. There is a wall that they could possibly open up later on into the round with the help of Karmazi's Hibana breaching pellets, but that's not happening just yet, as I assume that they're actually gonna go and open the top floor, or am I? No, I'm seeing this wrong. They're gonna go and try and open up Meeting Hall here, but Lucania is still in a corner there and could possibly toss the C4, whilst One Tap Pack is holding a nice angle onto Big Tower as well.
It's One Tap Pack just waiting, chilling as Lucania is being pressured by the drones. Karmaza will fall to One Tap Pack as it is a trade frag coming in. Both players getting a headshot in, as Sushi will now fall to Chris as well. Chris with a double kill before Pengoro and Lucania will fall to Grips. It's a double kill mania for the big fraggers of both sides. There's Chris in a 1v2 and the time is running out. Chris with a triple kill, being chased down by Bomber, but he will have to go for that defuse plan. He will start to initiate it, and it means that Chris just has to come back in, and 4Elements will now have a round advantage, going possibly for that map win and bring it to Clubhouse.
That was a really good clutch to see from Chris's side, being put in that 1v2 situation, stopping the player that was going to go for the diffuser once, and then the second player as well, coming back. And yes, you could waste around, but you know that there's one player left and it's actually going to go for that plant here. So well read by Chris here, and indeed they are on match point. They could bring the map score to a 1-1, and we could go toward the side of Clubhouse.
It could be that free mapper that our good friend Fraser was hoping for, dreaming of possibly. As we do see the Monty come into play again, we do see the Legion and possibly even the Maestro, which could make it a little bit harder if Sushi does push through and One Tap Pack is able to shoot with his cams. Also the Pulse coming in, still the intel for Lucania, yet not on the Valkyrie this time, possibly to orchestrate his own C4 a little bit better. Because, well, those Valkyrie cams haven't really been working out, because even with the intel they've had, they haven't been able to get the kills.
Yeah, and luckily on the defensive side, you still have a lot of operators gathering that utility for your team. You have Meister with the Evil Eyes. If they're in a good position, they can still gather a lot of utility. But I see one of the Evil Eyes actually pointed at a direction of where we saw the plant happening previous time. So that could be a good counter to the default plant that Activity tried last time when they were defending kids and dorms. We also see a Legion, which could give some sound cues of a defender or an attacker possibly stepping into these goo mines, and some area denial in the form of Rubinshu with the smoke canisters.
It's going to be Activity on the attack once more, trying to force the overtime we didn't see in the previous map. It could net them a chance to close it out with a 2-0 in maps, but Chris standing by to possibly go aggressive, but I believe Bomber on that drone will have spotted him out, and thus Activity will be on that offensive to find a player. Grips letting him slide by at that doorway, but Chris is still close, so with a hopping coming in, I think they're trying to get in for that frag and have that opener going for themselves.
Yeah, we see them now taking control of the big tower here, not really being contested at all so far. And I'm curious, there is no real breach scenario here coming at all. So that Thatcher EMP was kind of misused possibly, but they're just making sure that there's no one going to be stopping these Hibana pellets from detonating.
It's going to be the attic to be opened up. Of course, the same pressure we've seen before coming out from Activity. And you'd imagine there to be a counter coming in towards that from the side of 4Elements, possibly with a C4. But of course, with that pressure towards meeting with those drones coming in, Chris has already had to rotate back to the armory stairs. And he's biding his time, hoping a player will vault out of that window. And he could get that opener for his team once more.
Naze was holding that angle onto the armory window previously, but stopped holding it as he is now shifting his attack onto master bedroom balcony. There was a door open and I heard a Legion mine as well into the foot of Sushi, as he's able to step back and take that out of his foot, but Chris gets that double kill onto Karmazi and Neas. Grips now getting a refrag onto Pangoro, but Chris is tacked down to about 60 HP and could go for a rotate on towards the white stairs.
Going to be Pangoro, the only player falling for 4Elements at this moment in time. Smoke Canister does deal some damage onto Sushi and Grips as well now, as a second one was just deployed by Robinchu. 1 minute left on the clock, and 4Elements is seemingly in a good position to clear out this map as the breach round now goes off. They're trying to contest that B bomb site. Drone to be put down to at least get an earlier warning, and the last smoke canister being exploited right here. Sushi actually getting the kill. A hip fire shot on towards Robinchus. One tap hack is now also downed. Lucania still biding his time with his C4, but him and Chris are the only players actually still fighting for the side of 4Elements. And they're now hoping that that C4 will net them either a kill, but why not just go for the spray and keep that C4 for later? As of course it would have actually been able to get a refrag later on if need be. Chris trying to go for the attic play, and Lucania has actually gone to the white stairs trying to contest on towards Bomber, will down him, leaving only Grips alive. He is actually going for a refrag, leaving it into a 1v1, and it seems like Grips is also scared of a possible cam around somewhere, but no Valkyrie in play at this moment in time for 4Elements. Chris is going on the offensive, will be hit a little bit more, but Grips is still in that 1v1. Time is running out slowly. He's trying to dance around, will get the kill eventually. And we're going for the first overtime of this tournament.
Oh yeah, overtime. We're finally seeing that indeed as we're going for a 6-6 scoreline, and this could still be the map where Activity takes it home, secures that 2-0 into the bag, and moves themselves forward to the grand final. But it could also be a 1-1 map score after this this overtime here, and we could still go to a clubhouse decider.
15 kills for Grips, but Chris and Lucania both also on those double digits, actually having either one above or one less than Grips on the other side. So we do have some heavy fraggers, and 4Elements still has that chance to win. They will be starting on defense as well on this overtime. And we dare to say that is the favored side so far, as Bomber will swap off that IQ, going towards Sledge once more, deciding not to change anything on their offensive lineup.
We've seen two different attacks from Activity coming out onto the laundry side so far. First time they went for a full-on freezer push, which didn't really go well into their favor, as it was Pangoro to actually stop 2/3 players onto the freezer stairs, and the second time they tried to go from construction with that Monty pushing in deeply with the diffuser, and that didn't go too well in their favor either. So I'm curious to see what kind of strat Activity is bringing out this time in order to counter 4Elements' defense.
Yeah, 4Elements, will they have that stack again at the freezer stairs? Will it be Robinchu to come in use once more? Or will they just be expecting Activity to bring a different type of play and be able to counter that as well with the intel possibly gained from the Valkyrie? Where those camps are, we don't know exactly, but it could also be a setup to possibly facilitate those roamers a little bit better as well. One tap back went for some aggression just to give Activity a little bit of a scare, but most of Activity is coming from a different side of the map, so they're just trying to gain entrance with those drones as well.
Yeah, for right now, we see activity pushing onto small tower again, droning out the freezer stairs, and it's looking like they're gonna go for another freezer stairs attack. However, I don't see any of the defenders currently holding onto the top of freezer. I do think we see Pangoro there again with the SMG-11 in hand, and they're just waiting for this door to be opened. I'm curious to see whether Pangoro could pull off just as big as a play as he did last round, but we're just waiting on to see right now. He tries to fire some bullets onto Hibata's foot here, popping off one of these smoke canisters already, and the hatch in freezer is now being opened as well.
Of course, there's still 2 ADSs as well, as the C4 does go in from Lucania, not netting a kill, but at least some utility being wasted from the side of 4 Elements. So Activity is looking at a better position this time around. Pangoro already using all of his smoke canisters as well, will give Sushi some room to work with if he does decide to push in through this doorway. Players are contesting. He's actually still getting a kill. Pangoro getting the angles on towards Grips, as Activity is seemingly asleep. Now there will be the push from the Monty. Pangoro will be down and killed by Sushi. A frag Monty to come in its purest form, as we do see an overheal coming down onto Lucania as well. They're trying to put the pressure on towards the freezer area. It seems like Activity is also coming down the main stairs.
Well, I like the crossfire that we see being established by Lucania, but Chris is able to pick up 1 kill onto Neos here, bringing that Thatcher off the board here, and they're slowly switching up the defensive positions. Chris going for another engagement onto Freezer here, but not really nailing the kill just so far. Lucania is able to hold onto it as well here, and peeking into the door aggressively, getting a kill onto Karmaze, and onto Sushi. Chris won into Sushi, and Rubinshi won into Bomber. 1 round on the board for 4 Elements.
Yeah, they're stepping it up right here on defense in overtime. Of course, now they have to swap the sides. Seeing Activity now possibly going for the same bomb site as well. After this, we would expect 4 Elements to defend the kids' dorms, and if they are successful, they will win this map. And Chris, so far, has been their player to watch. 18 kills with only 8 deaths in total is just mind-blowing to see that come out.
Yeah, indeed. We see them go for the kids' Dom's main hall, and we see them bringing out a castle as well. I'm curious to see whether they actually stick with the castle or pick him over some other operator in the 6-pick phase. That doesn't seem to be happening right now. And again, on the side of One Tap Hack, we see this living drone coming out in the form of Iana with the Gemini replicator.
It's going to be the Iana, the Dutch pride, to come in. It makes us happy. But we want to see her being played to perfection by One Tap Hack as well. Of course, bringing that G36C. It's a great weapon. It is also a weapon you could play as the Ash, but the R4C is just that wee bit better. But with those nades, I'm just wondering if those ADSs will be in place correctly, or if the side of Activity will be caught out by him. We actually haven't seen that much nade pressure coming in on this map. Anyway, or at least between these teams, despite the sledge actually being picked up by Activity quite often.
Yeah, and despite the fact of the Wamai being banned as well, so there's less counters for those grenades being tossed in as well. Still, however, we only see grenades on the hands of One Tap Hack here, and I'm expecting 4 Elements to go and open up Attic, and then go and switch their attack to open up Master Bedroom as well, possibly to hold another angle to assist a player that might go for a plant into games or trophy.
Well, we see One Tap Hack being on his lonesome, his team leaving him out to adventure. But it's quite weird, because usually you'd say you'd try to have the Gemini replicator possibly drone someone in, for instance, Chris, on towards that Ash, who's now taken a little bit of fall damage going from that big tower, I believe. Not really sure if that was the play.
Now we see him vaulting up on top here, possibly holding onto the tower stairs as well, but it seems that they're now going to try and open up the wall here. However, Bomber would be in the position to actually bend it, trick that, but then again, he's ignoring that breach here. Karmaze in a prone position right underneath the ledge. That is a quite interesting position, not seen that before, but he's switching up his position to get a better hold of the attic wall.
We do see the ADSs being eaten up, and that means Karmaze might actually be in a treacherous position. He will give himself some cover fire as he does fall back, but I believe there's still an ADS up and running, as now the breaching round will go towards that Maestro camp, clears out the intel, and of course leaves a pretty nice big hole.
Yeah, we see them now droning out Attic as well to make sure there's no real players still on that ledge here, but Chris is holding a good angle onto possibly Trophy here as they get pushed further on into the side. Meanwhile, One Tap Pack and Lucania are trying to take control out of Trophy, and we see Sushi and Grips both on the flank here. Chris picking up Walking onto Kamaze, and it's a trade onto him as well. But we see Grips now trying to get that kill onto Pangoro, who we injured on the Attic stairs here.
There will be a TCSGP coming in from Naos as Sushi will take down Pangoro. Eventually, double kill coming in from him and Bomber as well with a follow-up onto One Tap Pack, leaving only Lucania alive on that Capitao. Will be spotted out easily and now will be waited upon by one more player from Activity. Bomber with a double kill as well. That means we're going to an equal score once more, 7-7, going into the all-deciding round.
Yes, I just want to point out once more how super exciting this matchup on Oregon is so far. We're going into a 7-7 scoreline. That means we're going to overtime match points. No unlimited overtime. This is the last round where we'll either see Activity take the win, take the 2-0, or we'll see 4 elements bringing it into 1v1 score-wise and bringing it into our decider clubhouse.
Clubhouse is, of course, a map we would like to see because we do sometimes see slight changes coming in the style of play. As Kids Dorms is now the bomb site indeed being picked up by 4 elements, something we expected, and now we do see a little bit of a change around from the side of Activity. First the Monty hovering, then over the Zofia, turning into a Blackbeard. And this does really suit their approach against this bomb site, often repelling outside of that B window, hoping to get some pressure on and eventually waiting for elements to make a mistake.
Yeah, and if you don't expect this on the side of 4 elements, you could come for a really nice... Okay, that was a really not good English word. English is difficult sometimes, but if you're on the side of 4 elements, you're not expecting that Blackbeard to come out. You could come for a bad surprise if you're suddenly engaging with the shield instead of someone's face here. So that could be detrimental for the defenders here, and they need to win this round if they want to remain into this tournament.
It's going to be the Goyo to be finally picked up by 4 elements. I believe we haven't seen that prior to this. This, of course, might also be one of the counters they're bringing to the table to take care of that Monty. But now we're waiting to see if it will actually work against a team without that Monty as well. Because, of course, that has been swapped out in favor of the Blackbeard of Karmaze, the face shield to help him out and, of course, to make Zyronic proud.
Yeah, that would be very interesting indeed. Zyronic, who we see play on this operator sometime before as well. Robinson just pulling out his invisible camera there. Quite interesting to see as well. But Grips is slowly going for this underneath take here. They're trying to take this vertical control, slowly joining it out as well to make sure there's nobody holding the white stairs here. But Karmaze is... Okay, I was mistaken there. I thought he was already on top of the white stairs. That is not the case. He is rappelling onto Games Room, possibly waiting for someone to go aggressive here.
Well, One Tap Pack is actually close, and Chris as well is making some noise, so Karmaze could actually get that frag down. Will punch the window, will then start firing, despite just possibly having that early peak advantage if he did try to spray down. Now, there will be a smoke canister exploited towards the big window. It is going to be Activity trying to approach this from a different side. As we're still having a 5-on-5, Robinson now with the first kill. Of course, the legend himself will take down Grips, the main fragger for Activity, and this is actually a scary moment for Activity until Bomber will get that kill in return on towards Robinson as well. 4-on-4, 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and it seems to go into a stalemate, waiting for the drones to come out and possibly give a little bit of an extra intel.
Yeah, we see One Tap Pack being tagged down to about 75 HP as well, still holding onto the master bedroom here, going outside to peek onto this big bedroom window here, but there's 2 or 3 players possibly wanting to jump in and go for a plant here. There's actually an attacker coming up the white stairs as well, and I'm not sure whether One Tap Pack is aware of that. If he could go for that aggressive peek, it could cost him his life, as there is someone holding onto big bedroom window as well. Nays to get that kill onto Chris here, and there was a plant initiating real quickly, but it's Pangoro to get the kill onto Naeus here, bringing it into a 3v3 situation.
It's going to be one to back with another kill onto Sushi, but he will be traded out by Bomber. That means we're now onto a 2-on-2. Pangoro is biding his time together with Lucania on towards that KE. They're playing relatively close together, so they could actually turn around onto worse activity if need be. But we now see the L85 come in towards the hands of Bomber, trying to push with that, but it's going to be Karmasa to already fall. Bomber going low as well, and this might actually be the map going in favor of 4Elements, as the SMG is coming out, but it's not going to be a kill for Bomber. He will be taken out by Lucania and the TCSG. And that means we're going to Clubhouse to close things out 1-1 in maps.
I am loving to see how tense this matchup is so far, and that we actually get to go to our decider. Yeah, I love to cast a match that is super tense rather than casting a sweep 7-0. Yeah, you usually don't have a lot to talk about and with matches like this, we have a lot to talk about. Seeing Chris pick that MVP spot here with 19 kills for himself, and that is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they manage to get those amount of kills in as well on towards the second map, which of course is, or actually the third map, I dare to say, their possibly second map win, as our camps are currently missing, but they'll be back in due time. It's just because we're a little bit shy, you know.
Yeah, I kind of don't like.
Oh, there I am.
Want to do, oh, just you. Oh, no. Mine's just loading again. I saw we had a little bit of the issue, so I'll just smile and wave, boys. Just
I'm going to move my mouth as you are talking and hope that will work.
Oh, you're going to lip sync me? Yeah, that's looking very, very convincing. Yeah.
Yeah, especially my giggle, I think I've really perfected over the time. We don't know what this technical problem is, but of course we have to give Fraser some time to analyze this insane match, because, well, this is the first overtime we've seen, and I'm thinking you have some things to say about, of course, also those top fraggers.
Hello there, Torsmar. As always, it has been a pleasure listening to you two cast. Hello there, I finally turned up to the party a little bit late, but regardless, that was an incredible matchup. It went a little bit closer than I anticipated, but 4Elements, you could tell, hey, they are feeling alive on that map.
Yeah,
compared to Activate, I think it kind of warmed up a little bit, especially towards the end. That was fun though, right?
It was scary, to say the least, because even at the end, the way the round progressed, I didn't know who actually had the better shot at winning. There was a very early approach coming in from Activity, yet they didn't bait out all the utility, but also they killed the utility bearers on the side of 4Elements, so it was a complete mayhem, eventually turning into a third map for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'd like to really highlight there is you can tell it is the battle of the gunners. You're looking at Grips and Krez. They are going at each other. They are giving it ham. They are giving it Pfannkuchen.
Oh.
That's right, I remembered that. Oh, hello there. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can't see it just yet, but you will see it shortly. It is glorious. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it?
This is last-second production when you need it the most. Things being fixed out by our beloved Simon, so we don't have to live without Anne, which would just be too painful, because I just couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, honestly, this photo suits you. So, for the record, anyone that's wondering, we are currently looking at our wonderful producer, as he is working tirelessly to try and stymie the bleeding of some of these difficulties. But we're getting there, and whilst we're waiting on that one, let's talk about that, shall we? Okay, round number 5. All right, there was the plant attempt by 4Elements inside a meeting. 2 of their players are downed. Lucaria, he's trying to stick the plant. 2 of his teammates are down, bleeding on the ground. It's like saving Private Rabinchu over here. Alright? And you know what they say? You're not, screw it. We're not the US Marine Corps. We're going to let my teammates die. I'm going to secure the rent. And Lucania does it in a stunning fashion. The Montaigne play covered out by Sushi. How did you feel about that, Anne? I know your face isn't moving here, but I'm sure you probably got some thoughts in your head. Montaigne play, Sushi, it worked out marvelously.
Yeah, indeed. A Monty play is always interesting to see, as usually you see him being used as a human drone, just standing there menacingly, waiting for any defender to peek it or get scared and run away. We saw the Monty actually getting aggressive every now and then with a ADS, on ADS, and a pistol kill as well. So that was really good to see. I liked seeing the Monty play here. I definitely enjoyed seeing the counter in the form of Legion as well. But I was wondering why I didn't see Legion every single time when we saw a Monty, because at one point they could have expected Monty to come in more often.
You've actually hit a really good point there. Within the first round after they brought out the Montaigne, you saw for elements they brought out the Legion. They recognized, hey, okay, we need to try and counter this here and now. But a couple of rounds later, down in Laundry, they decide to forgo bringing that Legion. And I think one of the core reasons for that is by bringing out that Legion, you're lacking on other forms of utility. You know, you're looking at potentially, hey, I might not have a smoke now. If we don't have the smoke, we might not be able to do any Plantina. And you saw that they were really struggling with that on a couple of occasions. They were primarily relying on C4s for Plantina, whether that be with a Valkyrie or a Pulse, or the Maestro. I mean, Karmaz, oh, the man is on a mission with that Maestro. Todesmer, it must be so important having a player like that who could just step up and be that support player you need, the support player of your dreams.
It's the anchor you need. It's the person that should be behind every great person as well to back them up whenever they need a compliment. And I think if I would have a Karmasa in my life all the time, I would do great things. I would become president.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, you'd probably be doing pretty well for yourself. Now, we are going to be moving on to our last map of the day shortly, or the last map of the series, my bad. Of Clubhouse, but first, okay, let's talk about this. The Cider map, Clubhouse, it couldn't be anything else for Benelux teams, could it?
No, I think you couldn't go without it, and I'm sure that Anne loves this map big time already.
Oh yes, yeah. Clubhouse is actually one of my favorite maps, together with Villa, and I've already seen Villa a couple of times in this tournament. So I am one happy girl, especially expecting Clubhouse as this is starter map, and I'm really, really curious to see who is going to take that win here and proceed on to the finals.
Okay, Todesmar, final thoughts, map prediction, scoreline. What do you think?
Just seeing it that the two players of this side of 4Elements actually stepping up big with those skills, whereas some of activity were slightly lacking. I think 4Elements could actually have a very good shot at winning this map as well. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Team Rubinshu. I'm saying they'll win it with a 7-4.
And how about you?
I'm expecting a 7-5. I think it's going to be a tense matchup again. It's going to go in the hands of 4Elements. I do think they really found their way throughout Oregon. Of course, they're familiar with Clubhouse and stuff. So I'm expecting a 7-5 scoreline, and I'm excited to see a close match.
Yeah, I mean, myself, I'm thinking it's probably going to be a 7-5 in favor of 4Elements. One of the things that's been so interesting watching these two teams out has been the fundamental shifts in how they both attack. You know, you look at 4Elements and they are so aggressive and they are so dominant and they are hungry for that victory. I'm looking over towards Chris. I'm wondering, what the hell are they feeding this man? He's got like G Fuel on top of Red Bull, on top of some Weetabix with some sugar. It's insane. So looking at that, I'm inclined to say it's going to be a 4Elements game, but I really want to see Activate stepping up. I'm looking over towards Chris, Grips to try and shut that one down. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going for a quick break shortly. We will be back with our last matchup for this best of 3 of Clubhouse coming to you shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament as we're getting ready for the third map of our first series of today. It's going to be the last map, Clubhouse of Activity, taking on 4 Elements, with 4 Elements starting on that defensive side, Monty being target banned, and Sushi is a very, very sad meal.
Yeah, exactly. And with a spicy target ban to come out here, they're definitely not wanting to deal with that Monty here. Activity on the other side, not wanting to deal with the Hibana. Hibana obviously bringing a lot of versatility to the heart-breaching squad that you still have, but there's a lot of other opportunities to go for heart-breaching. You can still pick Maverick, which we see a lot in Clubhouse, and you can still pick a Thermite. First defending ban we see here is Wamai on the side of Activity.
You know, my ban being the, well, stable factor for Activity, banning Wamai 100% of their maps so far in this series. And the last ban will be from 4 Elements once again, going for that Mira as well. So at least on defense, both teams are pretty clear on what they don't want to see. And I think that makes it a little bit easier to counter-strat against them.
And this could definitely bring the match into 4 Elements side. I'm speaking a bit soon, I know, but they're starting on the defensive side and they have the Monty banned out. Usually you'll see a player playing the Monty when they want to contest the Rafters and they want to get that garage control. That's making it really hard for defenders to actually stay there and take that control over garage, but without the Monty, that's going to be really difficult for the attackers here to gain some garage control. However, 4 Elements going to go for their first bomb pick, and that is going to be Church Arsenal Room.
It's going to be the Sophia to be traded out by the Ash for Grips, who've had a great game on it in the previous map, getting a lot of kills, but unfortunately not being able to convert that into a map win together with his team. We will see that lower bomb side coming out for 4 Elements. Robinchu on that Kaid will be able to possibly hold down that dirt tunnel, unless of course if the Maverick will come in suit.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Maverick indeed to open up that dirt tunnel possibly just a little bit so he can possibly walk in himself, and they might go for some hatches with Sushi. That's why you really like the Hibana to be in play, but Hibana is not in play because he's banned out. Usually you'll bring multiple hard breaches in order to get those hatches open and to get the church wall open eventually, or the construction wall, but that's not going to happen in this match.
It's going to be that Echo possibly to be countered by the IQ, so you would assume him to either keep his Yokais or at least put him in a place where the IQ of Neos couldn't really target him that easy. Looking at a dirt tunnel, so far it is not to be contested by the offensive side, as the Maverick is actually opening up a little bit in the garage wall, possibly to shy away Chris, who's playing here, but I'm not too sure if he would be phased by it if he actually heard it.
Ooh, he's playing quite aggressively into oil pit. I'm confusing the skin and the actual location. He's playing quite aggressively into oil pit here. Not really holding onto blue just yet, but I do think that Chris could be the only one that's actually attempting a roam on the defensive side here. Grips now on the main stairs, being trapped in one of these Gumites and has to take it out before he can push further into the side. Bomber is in master bedroom as well, and they're going for that full top floor control and make sure that nobody is roaming onto them, but Robinchu could actually go for a C4 here as he knows that the Maverick is opening this hatch slowly.
And the problem with a C4, however, is his own Kaid Claw, which, of course, with the electricity, would eat up that C4. Now the hatch will be opened up. Karmazu will take some damage, but Robinchu, unfortunately, not being able to connect towards the head of the Maverick. And the hatch will be open, some damage will be exchanged, but at least there will be some more map pressure coming out from Activity, where 4 Elements actually has to turtle down a little bit more.
We see 4 Elements still trying to hold onto blue still. There was a player before in garage, and there is Neos now as well onto blue stairs, slowly trying to make his way down blue, but droning for the attackers is getting stopped in the process here by all these mood jammers trying to block out their utility. Bomber's still above in the main stairs trying to get some vertical holes for himself to hold and to force the players on the defensive side back in the positions where they don't really want to be.
Ooh, that's an awkward C4 to come in, won't go through, but there wasn't actually a player at the main stairs either, so I'm a little bit confused as to what the plan of Robinchu was and what mistaken intel he got from there, as in blue. Still, there is Chris playing on that Jaeger. You would expect some utility come in soon, as there is still some support from one of the other 4 Elements player close by. Karmasa will be tagged up by the electricity going rather low, so he should be wary of a possible death to come in from himself, as we do see Grips going aggressive, takes down the Legion, will go for Chris as well. Will he get it? He will actually go down. He sits back to a 4-on-4, and we still have the Jaeger playing in blue, which will be an annoying angle. Oh no, the team kill from Karmasa is Nate actually not going through, but he will go on towards a push towards Church, will actually get a kill to Rabinchu, but has to be wary of course, Chris, who gets another kill onto Bomber. Pangoro as well, stepping up, leaving only the low Maverick alive in a 1-3-3 with no time to spare. Chris with the last kill, triple for himself, and 4 Elements will actually start off well on this last map.
Yeah, it was quite interesting to see how Activity didn't really know where to push up until 40 seconds into the round. They then went for the straight push up from Mojo, but that unlucky nade kill actually onto Sushi, first banning out, target banning his Monty, and then he's gonna get grenade killed as well. That is quite an unfortunate start of the match for him so far, and Chris being able to pick up a triple kill while defending blue is very influential for this round.
Yeah, Chris just really holding things down right there. CCTV and Cashroom will be the second side. Castle actually being picked up by Lucania, an operator we've seen come into fruition on multiple sides here yesterday. Yeah, this could also tempt Activity to consider it possibly being a gym bedroom hold, but you wouldn't really expect that, would you?
No, not really, because I'm expecting the attackers to actually push this from CCTV balcony, like I see a lot of teams do. They try and open up that CCTV breach, then try and take control over the garage, and then push on the side and go for a plant into the default spot. However, if they are in fact going for that master bedroom defense, I don't think so, because Lucania is actually castle barricading off the master bedroom door. So if the attackers want to push from master bedroom or go for a late round rotation towards construction, that's going to make it really difficult for them.
I see Pangoro now opening up the hatch as well, just to make sure they could eventually target from downstairs with either a C4 or just on proper aim. And of course, it sometimes happens. I think everyone has had it at least once in the game, that you accidentally fall through a hatch, which was opened by the defensive side, and have to make a quick run all across the map to get close in and have some more impact on the game.
I think Rabinch is actually going to go for the active bandit trick in, and I think that Activity requires at least someone to get that wall here. They're going to try.
Oh no!
No! Grips left the game, but I think that is a bit too late for a rehost here, as you see that Karmaz is going to go for that Maverick trick, opening up the top right here, but that is looking like it's a bit of a angled line here. He's gonna go and try for the bottom part as well, but there is still a bandit charge on the other side of the wall. Afterwards, they need to ask their bomber to open this up. There is no other soft breach utility to get this wall open, and with bomber and the sledgehammer, that's going to be very risky to open that up.
Yeah, quite often you do see the sledge and opening it up a little bit earlier with the self-destruct to come in, because it's a safer way to at least already have it open and not having to approach it now, or now, as you can see from Bomber, expend a lot of your ammo going in. Nades, of course, won't do all too much, or at least are too valuable to use for this kind of situation, as we actually, I believe, do still see that drone going through, albeit with some trouble.
Oh, there we see Grips has gone back into the game, so no rehost for later on, but Lucania is getting extremely pressured into lobby side here. He has to go back into his safer position, but it seems that Activity is definitely pushing this from the bar and stock area. There is also an angle being held by Pangoro in case anyone tries to go and cross this bar area here. That is not really happening so far. The wall's not being opened, but Bomber is able to pick up a kill onto Chris, another kill onto Pangoro as well, fully clearing out the downstairs defense here. The only player that needs to hold them back here is the person that we saw in Garage, which was one top hack if I'm not mistaken, but we see Lucania going onto the flank now.
Montepec still playing on the mezzanines, not really being pressured, but there are players close by. Of course, there are 4 nades in total for the side of activity as Lucania now takes down Sushi, being the IQ is off the board, and that possibly gives a little bit more room for instance, the utility of Montepec with those camps to be alive, and of course those ADSs as well. There's still 3 players remaining on either side. Activity still in this fight as we do see Carmel's actually going in, but then a double kill coming out from Lucania. And also Montepec stepping up onto Nails, leaving only Bomber alive, using his nades to clear out the Valkyrie. But we have a 1v2 situation, and if he doesn't manage to bring it closer with this first nade, it's going to be a hard fight as I am lagging big time, but Bomber already got the kill onto Lucania.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm lagging big time too. It's not just, yeah, it's unfortunate, but hey, Bomber is on low HP, trying to get that last kill onto Montepec, not succeeding for that cause, as it's Montepec to get that final kill. A second round onto the board for Elements, and their defensive start is starting to look strong.
We do see 4 Elements actually stepping it up big time, maybe because they're such a Benelux team. They've been banking on Benelux House to go their way. And it seems like their moderate aggression is working out really well so far. Gym Bedroom, the tertiary bomb site, as we would expect from them, with a castle to be in play, Sophia as a counter, but then the Goyo shields also to come in as a zoning tool.
Yeah, where I usually see the Goyo shields being placed is, for example, onto the master bedroom bed. If you're holding an angle from Jim, you can hold an angle straight into Cash, and that's a very long angle, and also deny some room for the attackers if they want to make their push into master bedroom. But I'm curious to see where they're gonna place these Goyo shields, if that is in fact going to be on the master bedroom bed, or if they're gonna use it in different spots, possibly to hold off players pushing from Cash for a little bit longer.
Yeah, we're going to see what will happen soon. Of course, Lucania will castle barricade off that window at the gym, as you would assume he would do, as of course the door will also be closed out. That would mean a sledgehammer to open up the first one, and then a Sophia lifeline to clear out the second. I don't think they will expand any ADSs, but sometimes as a surprise, you could actually do that just to see if they would abuse one of those impact lifelines and maybe have a little bit trouble later on with those Goyo shields, as of course the Sophia and possibly the nades as well are the only way to clear out those Goyo shields. And we see Bomber on the stuns once more.
Oh, that's quite interesting. Is Sledge picking up the stuns? We don't really see that happening too often. However, I think that Robinson is at least Electro Clawed the hot to balcony wall, and I am assuming that they're gonna try and open up this hot to balcony. That's where the Zofia could come in handy as well. Actually, yes, so much utility where you could use your Zofia for in this round, or they could soft prep it with that Sledge and then open it up with the Maverick trick. But anyway, I think they're gonna try and open up this hot to balcony like we're seeing happening right now, and then they could spread the push out from Cash as well.
Of course, the IQ could actually help to spot out that claw, which make it a little bit safer to open up this wall. Spangora has the opening kill onto Grips already, and that's a good start for the side of 4 Elements once more. The aggression to come out, or at least the control to come out early from Grips, where the attempt was made. But now look at it. There's only 2 frag grenades to clear out either those Goyo shields or deployable shields. And I think that's going to be very hard because they still have to clear out those ADSs as well, as they have now finally opened up this wall, whilst the Zap Zap is going magically through the air.
Zap Zap going magically through the air. Perfect choice of words there. But we do see Pangoro, if I'm not mistaken, still trying to hold on to Cash CCTV with 1.5 minutes remaining into the round. It's not really going too well for the attackers to try and gain some map control, as Pangoro is still holding a super tight angle onto Garage Hall here, still assisted with his Vulcan shield as well, so if he feels any pressure at any moment, he could just shoot that Goyo shield and run away back to his safety. There is not really any control from the attackers coming so far, and I'm quite scared for them at this point, because there's only 1 minute left on the board, and no control at all whatsoever.
Interesting to see. I believe Lucania going for those proximity alerts instead of the bulletproof cam, which of course would be very nice to have as well. Slash going through, it's going to be a push towards the gym. Possibly a gamble play here from Activity, but Pangoro has a second kill on the board for this round, meaning that Sushi has fallen. Chris with the follow-up until Karmasa has one kill back, and Robinchi will go down to Bomber as well. A 2-on-3, 30 seconds left, still one frag grenade and one stun remaining. But Bomber is now going downstairs, trying to pick off Lucania, which they will, as he tried to fall back towards the side. That means we're back to a 2-on-2. Pressure is on towards the gym side. It's one tap hack trying to slow it down. Will be peeked as well by Bomber, still alive somehow. Being pushed by Karmasa, who is throwing in a nade, but will be double killed by one tap hack. Being saved out by that ADS. And this was one crazy end to a round.
Oh, that was indeed a really crazy and is a beautiful swing from one tap hack to come in to pick up the last 2 kills onto Activity here, single-handedly defending onto that master bedroom balcony. They tried to push him at the same time and attempt to go for that refrag, but it was not happening. For the side of Activity, 3-0 so far for 4 elements. They are definitely looking strong. They've had their full 3 side rotations, so they're able to go back to Church Arsenal.
Yeah, curious to see if finally they will get their first offensive win, because so far 4 elements seems to be in an entire league of their own, because they just don't see any opposition. Chris last time on this bomb site at blue wasn't really contested. It was Grips coming in close but not managing to get the kill, and now going for that Sophia. Having a little bit less maneuverability, but a little bit more utility to possibly clear out those ADSs before he would decide to push.
Yeah, last time it seemed that Activity had a struggle trying to clear Chris, who was holding onto blue there, and unfortunately also a team kill came in, and let's hope that they won't do the same thing for this round. It looks as if they were struggling on deciding where to exactly let their push come from, and it was coming from both the Mojo hatch as well as the church wall, and it didn't really have one strict point of where they were pushing from. I do hope they make a decision on where they want to push from, and then try and get rid of Chris into blue as well, because that could give him so much room to play around with, possibly getting some peeks from Omri, and possibly getting some peeks into Church as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Activity to mainly focus for a construction push if you look at how they are starting. Of course, they do have the Maverick of Karmazde, but Neos will actually use one of his exothermic charges, not contested at this moment in time, as Rubinchu probably wants to focus more on those hatches. But this does create a lot of pressure towards Lucania, and on that Echo you want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, I don't think Robincho was expecting these attackers to push from construction, as last time there was not really any pressure coming from construction at all. I'm curious to see who is going to try and contest these players into construction, as I do see the body of one of these defenders actually holding it. So far, none of the attackers engage in a push through construction, but it seems like they're gonna try and open up that kitchen hatch here. IQ coming in great help with that IQ scanner, trying to stop out Pangoro from throwing any C4s onto the kitchen hatch. Lucania, however, is injured and is trying to take him out by that grenade that is connecting the grenade from Karmazi being used better than it was last time around in Church Arsenal.
That means that the Echo is off the board, and that will actually give Activity a lot of room to work with. Pangoro going relatively aggressive here on that pulse, already having expanded his C4, and I'm not sure if they're holding this angle. Will get a good opportunity here on the Termite, will only deal some damage, and that is a missed opportunity right here, as Robinchu is holding the vertical angles for that fallback position of his pulse. But still, the pressure from the dirt tunnel will be very, very annoying, as the Termite will throw in the exothermic charge, the second one, which will be impacted by one tap hack, keeping that kitchen hatch closed for the time being.
Yeah, especially because there is no Hibana here. There could be a Karmazi coming up, but he is already all the way into construction tunnel. Still has a lot left in his breaching torch, but he could not come back to the side easily because there's only 55 seconds remaining. He tries to peek anyone, waiting for anyone to peek aggressively. It's one Tapak who tries to do that, but Chris is able to pick up one kill onto Grips. Again, Grips being that opening kill on the side of Activity here, not really making great use of his utility so far.
Yeah, Chris is trying to go for a late round flank from the main stairs. But so far, Sushi and Bomber are still in that kitchen area. Of course, they can't do all too much there as that hatch has been closed. And Chris will get now 1 kill onto the IQ before being traded out. And meantime, also another kill came in for the side of 4 Elements, making it into a 3-on-2 situation. 2 low HP players left standing for Activity as Bomber will go down. And it seems to be an even cleaner half for 4 Elements as this 3v1 won't be lost. Impact Nade coming in, Pokeball from a one-tap hack, and that's going to be that 4-0 lead.
Yeah, indeed, the player in construction was waiting all the time, or Dirtle as we call it, all the time for this Legion to pick it aggressively. Eventually, Legion did that with the Pokeball, perfectly capturing that Termite into his Pokedex. Always good to have a Termite in your Pokedex there. But all jokes aside, we're gonna go back to CCTV Cash Room. 4 Elements winning 4 rounds in a row on their defensive side, allowing them to go back to their second favorite side.
Yeah, CCTV Cache, of course, a bomb site, which is very easy to be held down if you do manage to close off that east wall. With that Maverick coming into play from Sushi, you would expect it to go open without too much of a hassle. But last time around, we saw the soft destruction of the side of Activity be disconnected. But this time they've brought that Ash and Sophia, so I don't think they'll have too much trouble.
No, if they're gonna go and try and open up the wall, they need to have some kind of self-destruction. Last time, it was quite difficult for that Sludge indeed to go and open up that wall, but we do see the standard push coming out. Again, Lucania on the castle, possibly going to Castle Barricade Master Bedroom. We usually see players going for the initial push from CCTV, and if that doesn't work out, they need to shift their attack to some other side. Usually, you'll see them shift to construction or Master Bedroom, and if there's all of a sudden a Castle Barricade blocking you in your way, and you've already lost a couple of your operators, for example your soft breachers, then it's going to be really difficult to finally get a push going on towards the side.
5 seconds left.
I do like that Castle come into play once more. I'm starting to understand it more and more as you can see the vertical pressure to be negated by the side of 4 Elements with that operator in play. But with the Sophia and Ash as well, you don't want to have those breaching rounds and impacts go from down to up to possibly contest the players trying to hold themselves into safety in, for instance, Cash Room.
Yeah, exactly. We see Sushi going for that Maverick checking route. Now, on the CCTV wall, there is in fact a Bandit battery there or a Keyed Electroclaw. I can't really determine whether it's either of these two. Just one of these, and we see that Rubinch is actually quite close to this wall as well. Possibly has a C4 in hand as well, and once this wall opens, he could go for a C4 kill, but that's not going to happen as it's being gunned down by Grips here, holding that beautiful angle onto the rappel here, and now going open to go open this wall. That's actually going way better for the side of Activity so far. They've already picked up 1 kill and opened that wall with 50 seconds into the round.
Yeah, there has been some damage being dealt to the side of Activity, but I don't think they do mind at all looking at this favorable position. Interesting to see, by the way, Lucania still having one of his Castle Barricades in his pocket, as another one will be blown into smithereens in front of his eyes. A sad moment for every Castle main out there, as we do see Sushi going a wee bit lower still. And it's going to be some aggression from Pangoro. SMG on long range takes down Naos. That's a Termite off the board, so that would possibly contest their stunts going in later. And that leaves the ADSs to live a little bit longer.
Do you see the attackers now trying to take some control over Garage as well, but they're gonna face one-tap hack there with the TCSG. Sushi, meanwhile, being injured as well. I'm not too sure where that was coming from, but they've already picked him back up. One-tap hack still in a good position there, proning, and Chris is actually looking for anyone to come and contest him all the way from the garage here. That's not gonna happen so far, so he chooses to hold onto another angle, but it seems that the attackers are stalling out just a little bit, not knowing how to attack this garage.
Stunts coming in down on towards Chris, so that proximity proc will of course show them that there is a player close by. He will be hunted down by Karmaza as well, turning it into a 4-on-3 disadvantageous position at this moment in time for 4 Elements, possibly losing their first round here on defense. But still, we have 2 players in key positions, one on the rafters, one holding down the red stairs, and of course the third one, Pangoro, looking more at that east wall breach.
We see 20 seconds left on the board. Smoke canister is being popped up, but Sushi is trying to walk into the side. That's going to be very difficult if there's a smoke canister blocking your way, and one tap hack holding the angle onto your head as well. Picking up one kill onto the Zofia, almost another one there. He picks up another kill onto Bomber. Pangoro for one for himself as well, and one tap hack to finish it off with the last one onto Sushi, who already was a tad low, and that's another round on the board for 4 Elements. I'm a bit scared for Activity here, if I must be honest.
Yeah, they decided to push in, but didn't have any utility to cover themselves off. Of course, they hunted down Chris, who was on that roam at the new blue stairs. But they used both of their concussions from the Sophia. They used most of their stun grenades earlier on, and didn't have anything to actually make that push work. And I think that is partially the reason why they're maybe bringing out the Capitao right now, to at least have some more pressure from the long range if they feel like they need it going into this gym and bedroom bomb side.
Yeah, I must say the full attacking lineup from Activity is a quite interesting one, because we see a Buck as well. Maybe for some soft opening things from underneath, but I assume that's not really going to happen, because the only thing you can really do is open up the gym hatch. We saw a Kali being picked for a little bit as well, but switched onto the Ashe here. I'd have loved to see that Kali in play and see what they could do with the Kali. That's not going to happen, and I'm expecting Activity to push it from cash and possibly try and open up that wall again, but it would be great for them if they were able to open this wall onto Hop to Balcony a lot earlier on into the round.
Lucania already lost some HP. I'm expecting that to be a shotgun from either Pengoro with a TCSG through the wall, possibly Robinchu doing something dirty, as of course no impact has been expended yet from one tap hack. So it's an unfortunate start for Lucania, but so far 4 Elements, even with a player deficit early into the round, have been able to bounce back quite alright. Of course, this is them looking for a clean halftime, but Activity is gaining ground every round, getting closer to finally winning one of their own, and possibly at the end of their offensive side, this could be the one.
Yes, exactly. Last time defending this year, we saw Pangoro holding on to a beautiful angle in Garage here, but it's looking like they're actually going to try and take this from underneath just a little bit as well, to make sure that there's nobody roaming here, and possibly to peek at this gym match. We see someone of the defenders going aggressive there, but Bomber's not able to pick up that kill, and he's actually looking at the main stairs. Could he go for an aggressive push upstairs already, or would you rather think that he's going to be playing it a bit more safe here?
Well, I do hope that Activity with both the Sophia and the Grips will put down some more pressure with the utility from downstairs. The problem is that the Goyo shields will have to be cleared out eventually, but going on this main stairs approach, I think they could actually get a lot of ground for themselves and get a lot of pressure on towards the side of 4 Elements, as long as they don't get flanked. We see Bomber taking 2 ticks of damage from that goo mine, just wanting to make sure he won't get pushed, because of course 4 Elements has been on that hunt most of the rounds.
Alright, we see the wall onto Hot to Balcony now being opened, and there's a lot of attackers there as well. We see Bomber now slowly going for that push up until the main stairs, getting rid of some utility, that shield there for example, on top of the main stairs, and single-handedly holding onto his flank as well. Some vertical angles coming in from Karmazi right underneath the construction, if I'm not mistaken, as it is located right there, and we do see a slight push coming on from Hot to Balcony right now.
Yeah, we do see one tap back just trying to turtle it out with the rest of his team. At least there is some ground already gained by Activity, but then there will be a flank. That's of course Pangoro with the TCSG dealing some damage on towards the Sophia. Bomber going even lower at this moment in time, as they're trying to find out where Pangoro is hiding. In Billiards, there is a player C4 going in towards Bomber, won't be detonating, and now Pangoro should be falling, but he actually gets a hipfire kill on towards Bomber, goes for the Maverick as well, but that's a little bit of over-aggression. Should probably stay there on the main stairs and try to delay their opponents away longer. That means we're now in a 4-on-3 situation. Deficit for 4 Elements. Impact now used to get a better angle for one tap hack himself, or for instance a teammate that wants to go for a cheeky peek.
Lucania had a beautiful angle, but he's being picked up by Neas here, holding another beautiful angle all the way from the hot balcony onto someone's ankles here. One tap hack has a good position still, but Chris feels the need to go very aggressive, almost stopped in his tracks by that grenade here, but he is able to go for another peek, picking up a kill onto Sushi, not picking up a second as it's gone down by Grips here. One tap hack going really low in this 1v3 situation. I reckon it's not going to work out for him, pulling out the pistol, but getting killed by Karmazi here. With a skeleton key as well, and we're not seeing an 06 for Elements.
Unfortunate for Elements, but good for the sets of activity that didn't have the halftime they desired. Skeleton Key just always makes me think of Pirates. Whenever a bug gets a kill with that Skeleton Key, they should say Yar. I'm not sure if you agree with me.
A Yar?
A Yar, because it's a pirate Skeleton Key.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. I was completely lost in all honesty. I'm sorry, but now I get it. So that's pretty good. However, the buck is not being brought out this time, not on the site for Elements. We see a kind of standard lineup going up, but we see a switch from Maverick into a Thatcher. Thatcher is available, and he could give off some great utility for the attackers here, getting rid of some utility from the defenders. There is in fact a Valkyrie as well, and I'm curious to see whether they can spot the cameras out, because I think that was a 6 pick, and that's a really good way to hide your information gathering.
Yeah, if you do see that armory Maestro cam that you usually see where the guns are currently held up, you can of course use a Thatcher nade from above, have a player down the main stairs and clear out that Maestro cam. Something we have seen in the past, but a lot of teams actually aren't really comfortable doing that, despite it being probably the safest and best way to clear out that cam without expending too much utility. I'm curious to see if Grips will be able to hold down the blue area as potently as we saw Chris do it before. Only 4 Elements defense, but so far he's only setting down his ADSs right now.
He has still 1 in his back pocket, possibly using 2 or maybe even 3 of them on that ventilating unit into blue here. We see a strong and quick push coming in from Chris already, and there's a C4 being tossed in as well, but not connected. That is really early aggressive from Karmazi, but not going well for his side so far, as Lucania is actually picking up 1 kill onto Grips already. I'm not sure where Grips was located, but that could possibly be the one that was holding onto blue, and that is very unfortunate for the defenders here.
Yeah, it's Chris going very low, which unfortunately didn't net a kill for activity. And we see Pingoro and the rest of the team just trying to drone in and see where they can put down pressure. The Valkyrie tried to go up the main stairs, got a little bit of support, but as they are being droned out, of course they will have to fall back because the pressure is too great and the risk is as well. The problem is Karmazi already used that C4, as you said, which means that will give them a lot less pressure later on into the round and gives 4 Elements a lot more safety moving around the map.
See some great drone work coming out from 4 Elements, because with 1.5 minutes left into the round, they still have about 8 of their drones left. Hot pings coming out as well, and they're now going to try and open up the Moto hatch here as well. That's going to be contested by that K Electro Claw here, and so far the hatch is actually opening, giving it another attacking opportunity for the attackers here, but it's looking like they're going to go for this train push into blue and oil pit. Again, confusing oil spill and oil pit with the bundle with the beautiful skin. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We all have those days, and of course we all have those moments where words just overlap. I'm actually intrigued how this hatch managed to go open, as there was a KE trying to trick it. Karmazi in the meantime has gotten a kill back on towards Pangoro, netting that player scored to a 4-4. But Chris still being low, his drones also being taken out at the side of 4 Elements at this moment in time. It might actually turn into a scarier moment. Chris will stun out the players on towards that church area. Lucania will drop together with Robinchu. EMPs will be thrown in to possibly clear out a Maestro cam as well. But still there is a player back in blue. It's Karmazi dealing some damage on towards the Thatcher as we're waiting for the push to come in from 4 Elements.
Sushi has a great position as well with that ally behind the shield there, but I'm liking the position being held onto the main stairs more. Bomber gets 1 kill onto Lucania, and Robinchu is being injured in the process as well. Technically a 1v4 situation, as now Chris is being finished up as well. One tag pack needs to finish 4 players here or get a plant down, but he does not have the diffuser, and it's only 10 seconds left into the round. I reckon they're going to take this time to have a little chat with the team on what they could do better for the next defending round.
Yeah, despite that early kill coming in on towards Grips and also having those 2 C4s going to waste from Activity, both the Valkyrie and Kid using it very early, I'm not really sure how 4Elements didn't convert that into a round. They seem to really commit on dropping from that motorcycle hatch, whereas the main stairs could possibly have been a safer approach, and then they could have had more pressure towards a church wall. He tried, I think, to pincer out some players, but not having that blue control really messed them up in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they got rid of the player that was around blue really early on into the round, it was Grips to lose his life quite early on. I think he was actually going for a rotate, because I think he was killed around lobby. However, we see Grips going onto that bandit position right now, as they're gonna go for a CCTV cash hold. I'm expecting a quite standard lineup to come out, a quite standard hold to come out, and I'm actually hoping from 4Elements to see a quite standard push as well. Opening up CCTV, get control of Garage, possibly someone pushing from construction as well, and turtle the defenders back into the site.
That's going to be that Kaid probably to throw his glass from above on the mezzanines here to deny the wall. I'm actually intrigued as to why we don't see that Maverick come out for 4Elements. It is just an insurance for yourself to get that east wall open. Of course, Detacher will help you, but with some good tricking, still Activity could do something against those thermite exothermic charges, and that scares me if you're a 4Elements fan.
Yeah, but I might get it as well, because last time we saw, if I'm not mistaken, Rubinshu on the bandit whilst they were trying to defend onto cache CCTV. He was holding on top of red stairs and possibly with the C4 into hand, because you could throw that right after Maverick is attempting to open up that wall. If you place it right, just in the little small hole that Maverick is creating, you actually get that kill onto the Maverick, and that is a very risky position and very risky thing to attempt for a Maverick. And seeing as if Rubinshu did that before, they might go for the safer pick with that thermite in assistance of the Thatcher.
Going to be some drones to fly in suit once more, none to be destroyed as of yet. But look at this juicy angle from Pangoro, hoping someone will eventually walk in towards his aim. And it would be a interesting fallback to go in towards the oil pit and go to a position where you would assume 4Elements to get some control, because at this moment in time we don't actually see roamers anywhere near that. Of course, Karmaze is on a prowl currently at the main stairs, and in Pangoro's current position, looking at Karmaze's current movement, he can actually come to haunt him in the back, as now the wall will go open, even dealing some damage to Grips.
Yeah, Grips still has a C4 in hand, and he's going for this really aggressive pick, whilst Pangoro picks that first kill onto Karmaze. Good anti-flank, but Grips is able to pick up one kill onto Rubinshu as well. He's opened the wall, so that's a good thing for your thermite to do, but now he gets to return to a safer position on top of these red stairs and hold back the attackers from pushing, whilst they don't even have the diffuser.
And we do see some stuns coming down on towards Neos, as Grips will get another kill on towards one tap hack. The Capitan now out of the equation. That's an important operator utility-wise at the end of a round. But luckily, Grips will eventually be shut down by Lucania, bringing it back into a 3-on-3 situation. Ooh, that's a juicy peek from Bomber. Pangoro not paying any attention to the top of the red stairs. But luckily, Lucania is trying to make it back. But he will fall as well towards Bomber, netting a round towards Activity as Sushi takes down Chris as well.
Bomber doing a lot of effort for his team in this round, picking up quite a few kills with that SMG there, and then they went for this underneath control, but that didn't really work out either. They lost the diffuser quite early on into the rounds, and it kind of amazed me how nobody went to regain that diffuser, because if you have the control over CC, and you have possibly some control over Red or Garrett, you could go for the plants in the default position. Yet nobody really went to do that, but then again, there was still a player in Garrett holding onto the CCTV breach.
Yeah, Bomber stepping up now, getting that double-digit score in for himself. Bar Stockroom. Actually, the bomb site picked up by Activity, who's gone for another interesting bomb site. The castle, of course, a necessity going towards this side. And the Valkyrie possibly giving some support to the roamers, which you would expect to flank later in towards this round. The scary part is, of course, that if you just go through the door of Stockroom, you could go for a plant. So if 4 Elements didn't ban and would have ran that Monty, I think this would have been an easy round.
Yeah, that would have been very difficult for Activity to actually fully successfully hold onto that side. However, we've seen this from Activity before, them picking up a really interesting or off big bomb site. I'm curious to see how they're going to defend it, and I definitely think that 4 Elements is not expecting this bomb site to be held at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a big surprise, and then teams often are wondering, what do you do to actually attack this? Because it's not something you see in scrims every day, and it's not something actually teams dare to put in scrims every day because it makes you feel a little bit crazy because it's something you don't see all that often. Karmase is reinforcing late into the start of this round as we do see 4 Elements just going on those drones and a wee bit of lag.
Yeah, indeed, a wee bit of lag, but that's all going to be fine. The game is still going to continue, and we see a stronghold from upstairs actually coming out from the side of Activity. They're strongly holding on to CCTV cache, maybe creating any vertical lines from above for themselves, as you could open up some things from above. We see one right next to the cache desk, but they've actually neglected cache already. They went back to master bedroom, and Lucania is able to pick up that first kill onto Bomber, who was so influential for his team in the last round.
And that means that the top fragger of Activity and also possibly one of the late stallers in the form of Smoke has been taken out. OneTap Hack now using these ankle holes, hoping to get a kill. Lucania gets a double, will be traded out by Karmasa, gets a double for himself as well. But Rubinshu comes in for a trade frag, brings it into a 3-on-2. Luckily for 4 Elements, they're still in the player lead, but they don't have as much as they were probably bargaining for.
No, especially within 1.5 minutes into the round, OneTap Hack gets another kill onto Sushi. This is a difficult situation for Grips as he's in a 1v3 situation, no longer having any control over the side whatsoever. He sees a player running past the rotation there, but is not able to stop this player. It is Rubinshu, and he's actually going to go initiate that plant into Stockroom. Slowly going for the peak, the plant goes down, and Grips is able to pick up one kill onto Rubinshu, shot yet to find 2 more players, and it's not able to succeed that success. There is one player outside of Stockdoor, it is Pangoro, and he picks up that kill onto Grips.
Yeah, we do see 4 Elements now going to map, match, and series point to possibly go in towards the grand final, but in the previous map as well, we saw overtime, so there's still a chance to come back for Activity, but they have to get a few rounds in, 3 in total, as they now go back to the Church and Arsenal bomb site, hoping to win it. And it's gonna be hard. I think that 4 Elements has now tried to hone their skills, be able to possibly get blue control this time, because, well, of course, the last time around that didn't work out too well.
And it also seems that holding offsides isn't really working for Activity either, because so far when they went to go for an offside, they lost all 3 of them. We saw them 3 times, I think, an offside in 3 of these maps so far that we've seen. But what a comeback of 4 Elements this could be. They've been on map point for a long time in the first match. I think we started at a 6-2, and they were able to almost bring it back to overtime, brought it actually to overtime in the second match. And if they are to win this third map here, that would be an insane comeback.
I'm curious to see what Sushi will do. He's creating some more angles to possibly contest the dirt tunnel as well, as they are actually banking 4 Elements to put some pressure there to this round. Once more, of course, the double Heart Destructor coming in, OneTap Hack with a Maverick, which is pretty much a necessity going on towards this bomb site. And of course, with the dirt tunnels possibly electrified by a Kaid, which currently isn't the case by Neos.
Yes, exactly, because you want to open up multiple things. You might want to open up dirt tunnel, you might want to open up kitchen hatch, you might want to open up bar hatch, potentially stock hatch or church wall, and there's just so many reinforcements that you need to get rid of. So 2 of these heart breachers is a very positive situation for 4 Elements. Still a bit of lag going on. It's quite difficult to see where the attackers are really pushing from, as they're just speed walking forward straight onto the rappel up onto the roof here.
Yeah, it's going to be Pangoro in a open area just to be droning.
Drones
Ooh.
And oh, sorry, I was just my mind was going all over the place because I heard someone walk by in my room, so I was just a little bit confused. But you don't see a reinforcement here, so you expect Chris to just slam open that wall. But Pangoro might actually use some utility breach charge to come in. No real roamers close by, but you never know. Some C4s might come in later as Karmasa is standing by to possibly deploy that one.
Yeah, and so far in the Twitch chat, I've seen both strong support for both of these teams. So if you're a fan of either like, Team Activity or Four Elements, this is the right time to show off your support for the team because we're on match point, map point, series point, and if Four Elements is able to win this one, they take this series and they proceed to the grand final tomorrow. However, they need to win this downstairs defense first. Attack, I say, as they are going to. Try and win it from the defenders here. But so far, there's not really any push coming on. I think they've opened up dirt tunnels so far, but that's really all they're trying to do so far in this round.
Yeah, we see Bomber slightly tagged up. No real pressure coming down on towards the dirt tunnel. Lucania trying to contest this motorcycle hatch, but we're waiting for the side of Four Elements to actually pull the trigger and do something. As One Tap Hack is now trying to angle his nades. Will there be an ADS? Not really something to see. Yes, Chris will get a kill on towards Grip, so that's actually opening kill going in favor, meaning Karmas is also going off that dirt tunnel.
Yeah, exactly. And getting rid of that Grips is a really good thing here for Four Elements. Sushi are able to pick up that kill onto Chris, one of the main fraggers of Four Elements off the board too. And Sushi is still able to hold onto Blue. There is one player pushing from Oil Pit, but that's going to be difficult if you want to contest multiple people holding angles onto you. Pangoro will be able to pick up one kill onto Sushi, no more Elba, and no more Evil Eyes into this round.
Yeah, Claymore will be taken out by Karmasa. They know that that sound cue will turn into a kill as Pangoro turns around. Second kill for him in this round, leaving only 2 players alive on activity. 30 seconds on the clock as Nails now goes down from a long angle. And suddenly Four Elements has actually won this series and will go towards that grand final tomorrow. And this is a very good and big turnaround for Elements, struggling a little bit on this offense, eventually turning on the heat. And this round, it seems like they had everything under control.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, they started to struggle a little bit as they were starting on the offensive side right after having a super successful defensive side. However, they were able to manage it back to bring it back into this round. Pangoro with the double digits, Bomber also with the double digits, and that is a win for Four Elements. They've qualified themselves for the grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, we're being joined again by Fraser. He's looking busy as always, but we know he always has time for us. Oh, you're muted. You're doing a hap. No, you're still muted. Oh,
I'm
no.
doing a hop. I'm
Oh,
literally doing a hop. This is terrible. I was just about to say, honestly, there's only so much I can read on the Reddit, r/r6 Pro League. So this match was quite entertaining. I thoroughly enjoyed that. It didn't quite go to the scoreline that I had predicted and that I thought, but looking at both of the teams play, you can tell they were playing their hearts out. For the best of 3, it is incredibly heartbreaking there for Activate. Seeing how much energy and passion they're putting into these games, just to watch it slip away from you, and that's got to be heartbreaking, right?
That's definitely heartbreaking, especially if you're able to win off that first map and showing off a really good start in the second map as well. Whilst map 2 was actually proceeding, I thought Activity was going to take a 2-0 victory for themselves, but that didn't really succeed, so I must imagine that they feel heartbroken at this point.
So, Todisma, talk me through some of these operator bans, okay? We're seeing Montaigne ban coming out there. Clear target ban straight over towards Sushi. We saw how influential he was in the last map on Oregon with Montaigne. Do you feel like that benefited the side of Four Elements a lot?
Yeah, I would have expected Monty to come out on this map as well, especially attacking either the CCTV cash room or possibly even Church and Arsenal. Just taking that out of the equation meant that Four Elements had a more variety, or at least more control over what they wanted to pick on their defense as well. Of course, they weren't forced in towards a possible Lesion and Smoke combo anymore, which meant they had more choice, more freedom, and it really made them play their own game a little bit better.
Now, and we saw one of the other bans coming out was Goyo, an operator well known, generally played within, on the downstairs bomb site inside of Dart. Now, we didn't really see Four Elements pushing there all too much, and we didn't really see a lot of pressure there. Generally speaking, we saw Lacanier playing with an Echo there. It was only Activate who actually brought out the smoke inside of Dart. Now, do you feel like Goyle might have benefited either team here, or do you feel like, hey, at the end of the day, 4Elements, they didn't even bother all that much. They had an Echo playing in there, for heck's sake.
Yeah, if you think the Goyo specifically in Dirt Tunnel, I don't think it would have benefited either of those teams that much. Because the only time I actually saw a Dirt Tunnel push was from Activity, if I'm not mistaken, with that grenade kill from the Maverick. So if you're constantly bringing out a Goyo just to stop a potential push coming from Construction, whilst it's 9 out of 10 times not happening, then I don't think it would have been very beneficial for either of these teams.
All right, now last question over towards Todesmur here. I've got a question for you. Round number 9, Barstock. What went wrong?
Barstock is just a terrible side to hold, and if you just lose a little bit of control to the stock room and angles, or at least crossfires will be held by the offensive side, is going to be very hard. Of course, as it is a very open bomb site and you don't have that vertical pressure, which we did not see come out from Activity, it's going to be a very hard site, just because, well, you saw 4Elements toy with their food, and it was too easy to get that plan down and eventually have that 3v1 go in their favor.
Now, one thing I'd like to point out there in that one round, and in that one game even, round number 7, we saw Kriz actually shoot out a C4 in mid-air before it detonated. It would have killed himself and one of his teammates. He was able to shoot it out of the air. Like, hello there. Like, we know how entertaining it is to see that kind of stuff on LAN, but online when you've still got ping, that's pretty incredible, right? Coming out from one of their entry frags, I think it goes to show the proficiency that so many of these players have. They are absolutely gunners, and it shows the talent that we have here in the Benelux region and the wider Rainbow Six Siege region and community as a whole, right?
True, mad lads is the only thing I can say.
Now, that's going to be it for me. I don't have too much else to say, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass back over to my wonderful wee Todesmur and Anne. It's always a pleasure talking to you two. Thank you for listening to me ramble on around for a wee bit, and over to you two.
Yeah, we're going to a small break before we start into our second semi-final of today. Of course, that will be Team 86 taking on Imagine 11, which means a lot of numbers, which means a lot of confusion, so wish us luck. See you in a bit. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Rainbow Six tournament. Of course, we're now swapping over as Anne has left us, but we're joined by Silver219, and of course, the most beautiful man in esports is Fraser himself.
Hello there, Todesmar. I have not muted myself this time. We are off to a good start, and I am excited for this. We've got our next best of 3 lined on up. It is Team 86 versus Imagine 11. It is going to be the attack of the Titans, so to speak here, as we have quite a few massive players and names lined up here. I'm excited about this. Let's go straight on in. Let's take a deep dive towards Team 86. They are a team that we are going to be fairly familiar with, and we've got a best of 3 lined up with them. This is going to be great.
Yeah, the lineup itself is already one that I think a lot of people should know. Team 86 consists out of JPM, Assassin, Yuki, Layton, and Curly. And so far they've been showing what they have in store for us. And I think this will be a banger of a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we got to watch their games out yesterday, and it was so entertaining. The energy and the passion they'll bring it into a lot of these gunfights, you could tell they know exactly how they want to play Siege. It's almost as if they are just gunners. They're like the rank stack that you run into unranked, right? And you're just like, please, no, anyone but me. All right, take my money, take my life, not my lovely MMR. And look at that. JPM really stealing the spotlight here for myself, at least. 10 kills, 6 assists as well. But one thing I'd like to highlight as well is the amount of opening kills he has. Time and time again, he is the one taking point and taking the charge for his team. You really need these kinds of players to step up and get that entry frag or that opening kill in a round to really push your team in with the momentum. On the other side of this, we've got Imagine 11. A team kind of consisting of Brian's, Nestro, Osark, Purple, and Vegas. Now, Silver, welcome in. You have got a bit of a challenge ahead of you because Imagine 11, they're quite entertaining and they're quite challenging. I mean, look at some of these players here. Look over towards Vegas in particular, 10 kills. It's got a cost of 100%. Now, Silver, you're a bit of an analyst, kind of like myself here. What exactly does cost mean, and how important is it to recognize the value of some of these players?
Yeah, so basically to break down what cost means, you can actually take the name and break it apart. So cost consists of KOST, kills, objective secured, which is either planting the diffuser or counter diffusing, survived, you survived the round or not, and trade, did your kill get traded? So basically, per round, you get either a 1 or a 0, and then in the end, it will be checked in which rounds you have been doing something, either a kill, secured the objective, survived, or your kill got traded, or nothing has happened with you. So the higher your cost, the more efficient you actually played, and also the more you actually did in that matchup. That's kind of like a brief explanation of that.
So I'm excited about this one. We've got Imagine 11s. They are an all-French lineup. I think they're going to be raring to go here, and we're going to have a look at our map bans and our map picks. Again, we do have a best-of-3 format here, which means these teams primarily banned out maps. As we see on the screen, Team 86 decided to ban out Theme Park, followed by Villa, and choosing to go into Cafe Dostoevsky. That will be our first match for the day. And for this matchup, if we look over towards Imagine 11, they banned out Coastline Consulate before picking Oregon, leaving, again, Clubhouse as our decider. Todesmar, you excited about that one?
Yeah, I do like to see Cafe Dostoevsky come into play and see if there would possibly be a Ying to come into play as well. I always love either seeing Ying or a Maru come there. A lot of teams are a little bit too shy to use it, however, and that does sadden me big time.
Now, we are going to be heading on into the map, so I am going to leave you two to it. I'm going to be taking my notes. Have a brilliant time. Todesmar, take it away.
Thank you very much. And Silver, you're going to be the analyst guy for this match, so I'm hoping that you will be able to break down whatever play we will see. Of course, first we will be looking at the bans, with Imagine 11 starting first as they are the defending team.
Yeah, kind of as you expect on this map, you want one of the main harbor breaches to be gone. In this case, it will be a Maverick. Actually, I kind of suspected Thermite to be gone or Hibana to be gone, but it will be Maverick. Nonetheless, it's a Harbinger gone from the map, from the operator pool, but next up you also have Hibana gone. So definitely the hard destructibility is definitely limited by not only a small bit. So let's see what the defensive bans are going to be. And the first one will be a Wamai. Quite an interesting ban, but obviously, especially on this map, it really makes sense, especially to play Wamai up in piano. I don't think there's a stronger angle for him on this map.
Yeah, well, Mai so far has been, I believe, the most banned operator in this tournament. Not seeing play all that much, as the Valkyrie will be the last ban to come out right now from Imagine 11. That means also some intel and of course a viable C4 or deployable shield being gone. But I don't think either of these teams will be too sad about it.
To be honest, C4s are crucial in the current meta, especially on Cafe, a map where you really want to get as much map control as an attacking team as possible. And when you can just toss your C4 to the ceiling or toss it through an open wall already, you're definitely going to get a kill. And this, as an attacker, you really want to prevent that. That's why you also often, for example, see on this map a Pulse banned. Quite interesting that we first saw a Pulse being brought, but now since Mira has not been banned, we do see that precious Mira ban. Rarely do you see her, but now we will. Toldesma, what do you think? How is she going to play out?
Well, of course, the Mira will not be contested by a Twitch as we saw in the major with Bangu, but on this bomb side you expect a long angle to be created towards the door of the cigar shop. The other window, don't know for sure. I'm curious to see where it will be deployed, possibly downstairs if they do want to give a roamer a little bit more pressure there, of course. On the wall that Brian was reinforcing, if they decided to have the one next to it soft. It seems like they're just trying to close down this freezer area, putting a deployable shield more towards the skylight and the new hatch rather than Piano.
And as we can see already, the top floor is the first pick. And yes, we do see kind of a default way to set up this bomb site, a lot of rotational, especially in the area of freezer, to, you know, being able to rotate into the actual bathroom itself. Kind of interesting that one of the bathroom walls at the current moment is not reinforced. This is due, we see now Vegas placing the mirror window there, and this is the first time I actually do see that mirror in that position. Really interesting. I need to admit, that is a really interesting position. This might be really strong later on.
Yeah, I understand it because Ozark has a rotation towards the bathroom, so they might actually be expecting a peek from that position. Yet I think it's quite susceptible to be naded, as two of the ADSs were more towards the bar than towards that bathroom position. The other mirror window also not being set close to a soft wall, which does intrigue me. Of course, it will give you some more vision, but it doesn't really give you that advantage you normally have, which is of course that you could peek next to a soft wall as well with that intel to pre-fire.
Angle towards the skylight being held. Brian, though, not being rewarded with a kill just yet, but as we can see, the attackers are just doing their normal thing, trying to get in Piano, and since the mirror window is in position, there's nobody hard contesting Piano with a shield, especially, of course, since Wamai is banned. This would be a hard challenge, but interestingly enough, we are now seeing Piano being held in a very different way, which might turn out quite well for Imagine 11, but definitely Team 86 does need to get creative in order to face that mirror window properly.
Ozark, I believe, already being tagged up by Utility, going towards half HP. He saw Brian actually being stuck behind that wall, not really being able to do all that much. He's now has the opening kill onto Ozark as well. The bandit is off the board, and that means the freezer pressure is gone a way bit lower. As we're still seeing some drones to come in, but also a lot of drones already being destroyed. Actually, Yuki already out of his two.
1 minute left on the clock. The next kill coming in from Vegas onto Yuki. That's important refrag, as her now is rewarded with her first frag to open up the match for the defensive side as well. 4v4 situation. Beautiful nade flying in through the window, and Leighton is rewarded with a kill for himself as well. The bomb spot is decreasingly getting more popular for the attacker, since now they want to push in. 40 seconds left. The final push has to come now, but eventually.
Yeah, Vegas is still having his C4 as well. Was actually attempting to throw it out the window, as now we see Nestro actually getting it sprayed out onto Curly. I believe also attack onto Assassin was walking there as well. And is now trying to get into a new position as Nestro falls. His purple with a refrag, but he will be taken down by Assassin as well. Turns it into a 1v2. Only Vegas alive using his C4 already. And now with the plant coming through, he has to try to go for the aggression. Will get a double kill as well. It's Imagine 11 with the first round and a rehost to be called instantly by Team 86.
And immediately the rehost has been called in. 86, of course, as one of the teams, is supposed to leave early on. And that is the first round for the defensive one. From what we've seen, Tolasma, I mean, you have massive experience in this game. What do you think? The first round is played. How could this turn out?
I really expected more from those mirror windows. The one against Piano didn't really get used too well. The other one at the cocktail lounge didn't give too much pressure either, unless if you want to peek towards that new hatch. But I'm also a little bit curious to what Fraser thinks of it, because he also looked a little bit disappointed, possibly.
I have to be really honest, the first time that we've seen Mira being brought out today, and it just wasn't used to maximum effectiveness, I think. Especially when you use it in conjunction with C4s. ACOGs, it can be very powerful, and the amount of pressure that you are pushing in through Piano as an attacker, I think it could have been played a lot better on both sides, if I'm entirely honest. I'm interested to see how 11 are going to be trying to play again in the future, because the way that they played that right there, to be blunt, they could have exhausted a lot more force and a lot more resistance into what the attackers were attempting to do. There was zero momentum in the attackers' kind of push in to try and take red section. I've got a questionable. Let's put it that way. Very questionable.
Yeah, you saw Brian Ash just standing there in the cocktail lounge behind a reinforced wall, having a soft wall next to it. The perfect place, I dare to say, to put that mirror window in. And he just didn't know what to do. He was standing there hoping that eventually would get some good hot pings to possibly peek out. But he didn't have any pressure, trying to pre-fire with his SMG, just taking unnecessary risks. And eventually was naded out, not having an ADS there, because two of which were already put down in the freezer, leaving so much room for the utility to work wonders for the offensive side.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. When you are bringing a mirror in, you are saying, I'm going to center my entire defensive strategy around these mirror windows. You generally, for that top floor, you have two ways you can set it up. I'm going to give you some options here. It's like a brochure for like a tourist destination. Okay, you can either A, set one up inside a bathroom facing into Piano, and then a second one in White Hallway, on planks facing into stock, right? Or secondly, you can play it one inside of Cocktail and one inside of, White Hallway by planks. Generally speaking, the function of both of these mirror windows, my camera's going purple. Oh my lord, I'm turning into Thomas.
I've infected you, man. It's the mute jammers coming in.
It's mycelium. Anyway, let's serious note here. Enough Minecraft. Both of these mirror setups are designed to try and exert as much pressure onto Piano as possible. You're trying to delay and disrupt a lot of the communication and a lot of the teamwork that the attackers are going to try and need inside of Piano. A lot of time you see the attackers trying to push in through Piano, so that way they can then open up to try and go for a plant behind bar. Mycelium's gone. It's a bit weird. But Silver, how are you feeling about it? Do you feel like there was anything that the attackers could have done differently there?
I mean, I think the attackers did try the right attempts at the right time. I mean, there's no Wamai, so you definitely are only facing a Jaeger, and you need to get these mirror windows. Maybe just one thing they could have done differently is the approach vector. They could have decided to go in from kind of a different approach, right? Because the way they went in was default take Piano, default take New Hatch, Cigar as well, coming in as well from the other side to pinch from two sides, which is fine. But maybe somebody coming up wide stairs would just have, brought them that little bit of extra pressure to make the defense fall more easily apart.
Yeah, and you actually mentioned something there. You mentioned something crucial, which was Wamai's banned off the board. Not only has it been one of the most banned operators, unfortunately, for today and the past couple of days, but most crucially, the way that you play with a Wamai, it allows you to stay in positions that would otherwise be untenable due to external factors, i.e. capped tau. with the asphyxiating bolts, any frag grenades, any explosive thingamajiggies that are bloody terrifying. Now, Todesma, what is that going to mean for the defenders? It's the lack of a Wamai. How much more danger is going to be exerted onto that with Capitao?
Well, not just Capitao, but also what you saw for Brian. He died to a nade, couldn't do anything about it. Those ADSs have to either be spread out or players have to be in a safe position to actually be able to run away from the utility. And indeed, Capitao could come in clutch on any of the sides to either smoke off or just fire off an entire area of the map, which of course could not be easily defended anyway after that.
Now, one thing I did like from that team, or correction, from both teams here, and it's something that we're probably gonna be seeing as a bit of a prevalence in Cafe Dostoevsky, Gridlock being played out. Now, so far we haven't really seen Gridlock being played today. It's mostly been a Nomad that's been brought out to kind of fill the same role and the same niche, which is flank watch, making sure people can't run out or jump out. And I'm hoping that with Valkyrie banned out, I think that's going to play quite well. I imagine we're probably going to be seeing some kind of variation, either Gridlock or a Nomad being brought out most of the time, specifically to make sure that people are able to either A, deny a jump out or deny flanks, which, as we've seen perfectly with the usage of Gridlock, those track stingers in the right position on the staircases, shuts that down.
I'm just going to say this. I just checked in the in-game chat. Players are saying that Uplay might be down, so that might be slightly annoying if they want to get back into the match. So that might be a small problem, I dare to say, Fraser.
Yeah, I'm looking at my statistics here. It says we've been shafted.
Oh yeah, it's a very good analysis. They're trying to remake the lobby, hoping that that will fix the situation. Two players can't see the invite, so that might also just be a small bug for the lobby. So we're hoping that if a re-invite or at least a remaking of the lobby would come in, that would fix it. Luckily, we don't have a lot of round history to put in, as there was only one. So I think we'll be set relatively soon.
Now, I'm actually I'm pretty excited about today. This matchup in particular, Team 86 versus Imagine 11. This has been a long time coming for myself. I mean, I know Imagine 11s, I know the core roster I initially casted back during the Challenger League Season 11 qualifiers. I did them with Hap, the best. Benelux caster. I'm sorry, I have to say that. But also, secondly to that, we've also got Team 86. I casted them back during the Red Bull Sphere Wars back in April, I believe that was. It was a couple of them. I casted Curly and Leighton. So to see them in this position right now, it has been tremendous. Now, for you two here, I'm going to have to ask this to Todesmar since he has been here just a little bit longer. I'm sorry, Silver. What has Clutch meant to you, Todesmar? What have you experienced so far today?
Well, just a great group of friends and professionals coming in clutch to help a important person to our community, Simon, actually get his tracks on to possibly get his bachelor. And I think we've just put together a great tournament. And I'm just hoping that the match will be just as great for the rest of this tournament as they have been prior to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, at least from my own perspective here, it has been so fantastic to be seeing so many members of the community coming together to support each other. Obviously, Simon, one of the wonderful members of our competitive community, him getting involved with this, setting all of this up, and all of these different teams and players saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to give that a bash. We're going to help you out. We're going to play some games. We might win some GPs, but other than that, we'll have a good time with friends. Seeing other people coming over, like yourself, Todesma, like Silver, Fast Ann, all of these people coming over and say, I want to help out. I want to have a good time. Every single member of chat right now that is sitting down right now, watching this game, probably eating some popcorn, because popcorn is healthy, kids.
Yeah,
it has been great.
It's corn.
Oh, it is. If you have a bowl of popcorn, Silver, does that make it a salad?
Yes. It's like if you eat fries and ketchup, also just fruits and vegetables. You cannot deny it, I'm sorry.
So you would dare to say that possibly popcorn would be good in burritos?
It's definitely worth a try. That's what I would say.
I think it would create some great texture differences. So maybe for the future, if anyone is crazy enough to test it out, send us some pictures on Twitter. Our Twitters are underneath our faces as we're waiting for the last player from Imagine 11 to hopefully join soon. He's had some trouble with his Uplay. He's trying to reboot it once more, and if that doesn't fix it, I don't know what will.
So I'm currently, just writing up some statistics here, and
Mhm.
I came up with an interesting fact. I don't know if that's going to show up on screen. Yeah.
I don't see it yet because we're watching something different, but can you show it again for us, please? Cake is a lie? Yeah, I would be sad about that
Oh
as
yeah.
well. What is the last time you've had cake?
I
Tell
don't
me in
want to
truth.
admit that right now because I'll be really honest. What you've been busy casting.
Oh, got him.
Let's just say the strawberry sponge cake was to die for.
I understand. The good thing is that whenever I go to my in-laws, my mother-in-law tries to get me fatter and fatter every day, which is probably her duty as a mother-in-law. And she always buys cake, and I always have to eat a lot of cake, and I don't mind at all because how else am I going to get fat, right? I have to survive the winter.
That's not how that works. I'm pretty sure you just put the heating on. But regardless of that, I remember actually the last time I was at my grandmother's, my nana lives up in Glasgow still. She started making me toast, and I'm
Hmm.
terrified of my nana because she's like that. She's the angry one. Like she's like the super passive aggressive one.
Ooh.
And she's like, "Oh, here you go. Here's some toast." I'm like, "Thank you." So I eat some toast, and then she goes out and makes some more, and brings it out, and I'm like, "Okay, thank you." And then she goes out and makes some more, and more, and more, and more, and in the space of about half an hour, I ate an entire loaf of toast.
Oh God.
I was terrified.
Well,
Do you know
luckily
what it's like when someone brings out never-ending toast? Silver, how
yeah.
terrified would you be at that?
I can't even imagine, honestly. Like, I mean, the thing is, right, with grannies, they really want you to be healthy
Yeah.
and they don't want you to be hungry. And they do everything to stop you from being hungry. So that's what that's what you had to feel the hard way. My granny was always the one cooking loads of food. And I'm saying
Yeah.
loads of food. There was not that chicken. No, it was a huge chicken for just like 2 or 3 people. So I can really relate.
So don't
Well,
forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting for one more player to join back into the lobby, and then you can get rid of our wonderful faces. You can get back into watching some competitive games, and you can listen to the sultry, dulcet tones of Silver and, well, not Hap.
no, unfortunately, that would be very sad to hear him
Oh,
casted. But no,
honestly,
I love him. I miss him.
Hap is great. Like, seriously, that man.
But everything
Oh,
about him is great. He has some great dogs. I've met his golden retriever buddy. That is
oh,
by far the cutest dog I've ever seen in my life. I got to stay at his parents' place for a few days when we did a Trust Gaming tournament, and I just petted that dog as much as I could. And I got pictures that when I left, the dog was depressed because it didn't get as much petsies
oh.
anymore. And I melted. I wanted to go back, but I didn't have the time.
Silver, do you have any pets?
I personally I don't, but my parents have 2 dogs, and I need to admit, pure sugar. I mean, literally, when
Oh.
you pet a dog, I don't know, it's just life is just getting better. I mean, that's my kind of way of seeing pets. Life is just getting better when you pet them. You forget about everything negative in the world, and you just feel happy.
I honestly really want to adopt a cat because I normally volunteer at a rescue shelter with cats, and I haven't been able to go for ages because of,
Hmm.
you know. Um, so I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I miss cats. Like my Twitter timeline is just full of people complaining about ranked, people complaining about cheaters, and cats, and it's great and horrible, but great.
Yeah, but
Ah,
cats are nice. Like the problem
they
is I'm
are.
allergic to cats, and I went to play Dungeons and Dragons at some friends, and they didn't tell me they had cats, and they didn't tell me they had free cats that just went everywhere with all their
Oh,
hair. And eventually I just started a little bit sneezing. It was pre-disease part pandemic, so it wasn't that bad that I sneezed back then. And I sat there, and eventually my eye started itching and it started itching more, and my girlfriend turned to me and said, "Holy fuck, your eye is red." I'm like, wait, what? So I
uh,
took out my phone and I looked. I'm like, yeah, it's like the worst pink eye you've ever seen. It was just an allergic reaction. And they said, as a response, Do we need to open a window for you? I'm like, it's not like a window will fix this, just like an open window won't fix Fraser his camera right now.
I
This
mean,
is
the open
great.
window is not getting rid of the cats, right? Or of the
No.
hair, like magically. Whoa.
Welcome to Benelux.
Yeah.
Wait,
This
Fraser,
is-
let me count
Ah.
the pixels of your camera. 1. Okay, I'm
Please
done.
don't. Wow. All right. Look. All right. The important thing is that my camera is trying.
Sure.
Now, would we, whilst we're waiting here, because we may or may not get back into this game, would we like to take a guess on the scoreline of this? Silver, I know you're going cold here, but come on, it's Cafe Dostoevsky from the one round that you've seen of this. What's your thoughts?
I need to admit, Imagine 11 really felt strong, especially coming up with some sort of, at least for me, unseen strategies. For example, the mirror window.
Yep.
I mean, you can argue if the execution was perfect or not, but I think they have a lot prep for today. So I say, at least for Cafe, they might take it away. But on the other side, Team 86 maybe just didn't show off in the first round what they prepared. So it still could, of course, go in both directions.
Torisma, any thoughts?
I like to see the mirror. I just like to see it be used a little bit better. However,
Yep.
we have to say, I talked with some French people in the chat because I've learned some French over the years, and
Bonjour.
yeah, I try to say bonjour and how are you, and I am Toldersma. That
Mhm.
went really well. They asked me, I believe they asked me what team I thought was better, so I figured they're talking French. I'm saying Imagine 11. That worked. And the last player is now also coming back just because I started speaking French or something. So I think we're going to get back in towards this first map of this best of 3 series. Imagine 11 is still in a little bit of a deficit, but of course they can improve their mirror strats, can't they?
I'm super excited about this. We will be getting back into this game as soon as possible. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we've got all of our players here. We've just counted our cats. It's kind of like herding small cats. Trying to get 10 players into a lobby. You try and get 4 in, and the other 4 just ran off. But we should be back, good to go. We are just waiting for the players and our wonderful observer to kick off this game. Our first match in this best of 3. Todesmer, Silver. Let's hope we can get started, shall we?
Yeah, just go press that S key and get ready to rumble. Hoping we won't have any more technical difficulties. I'm not really sure what the difficulty was in the previous rehost, as I believe it wasn't elaborated. We are ready to go, so we're just waiting for the teams to start. And I also gave Schreikel, or Schreikel, I don't know how to pronounce
Schreikel.
it. Schreikel, the ready, and I think we're now starting once more. Cafe Dostoevsky, Team 86 taking on Imagine 11.
Yes, and we're heading right back where we stopped last. Obviously, after the first round, now 5 more rounds to be played for Team 86 on attack and Imagine 11 on defense. Then we're going to do, as usual, the round swap. When then it means the attackers are the defenders and the other way around. But for now, we just kick it off with the second round of Cafe Dostoevsky in this best of 3.
Interesting bomb site pick right here from Imagine 11, going for Fireplace Hall and Mining Room, whereas normally you'd see the Reading Room instead of Mining. Curious to see if it will work in their favor, bringing the pulse as well for some more vertical pressure, possibly with those C4s to come in. But we will see in due time if Nestra will make that work at all. Ozark actually on the Bennett, not picking up that C4, but going for the barbed wire, hoping to slow down some opponents with that, as the reinforcements are slowly coming in. Oh no, we've lost Silver. Hello? Did he muted himself? Oh no.
I am sorry.
It's
I am
okay.
back, yes.
I-
What I
I
want to talk
panicked.
about, the way you play Cafe, right? Let's break it down in short terms, in a few words. Vertical. I don't think there's any other map where vertical gameplay is as important as on this map, especially since almost every floor is destructible vertically. So what are we seeing the team doing here? They are more or less ignoring the actual bomb sites and set up the defense on top.
Interesting reinforcements here with Vegas actually opening an angle towards the bar area. 2 windows actually used in a nice degree angle to give Ozark all the room to work with, prepping his bandit wires as well to possibly deny a breach. But the problem is there's not even a Hibana, so I'm not really sure as to why he's already putting down his wires there instead of somewhere downstairs to possibly deny a wall. As of course the Termite would have to come really close, and I believe with the mirror windows in place, you would see that coming.
I mean, that is a really good point, right? Mira, of course, being really afraid of, that distance destruction, especially due to Hibana. I mean, they brought a Bandit, but sure, you never can be too afraid of something like a Thatcher or a Kali. Especially on this map, they have a lot of usage, as we saw already in the past. But on the other side, interestingly enough, now we also see the C4 on pulse being brought, and I talked about it vertically. It doesn't only go from up to down, no, it also goes the other way around, so pulse might be tossing up a C4 quite soon.
And he spots out players with his cardiac sensor, as now the first kill comes in from Vegas onto Yuki. That is the Sophia of the board in Imagine 11. They're starting things off strong. Assassin standing still, and that could actually mean his demise if the C4 was propped. But we don't see it come out, and that means that Curly might also be a target in 40 pulls. Nestro still biding his time and possibly holding on to it for a later moment, possibly to deny the plant later on, as the Nomad is moving up, pre-firing on the two Ozark, losing the Bandit right here, but luckily Brian brings it back with the kill onto Curly.
And that is the opening frag. No, not only the opening frag, that's the first 3 frags. And that is a massive advantage already for Imagine 11. I mean, 1 minute left, 2 people gone from the opposite team, and the setup at the top floor is not even cleared completely from the attackers. So the time, of course, the time drainage really well so far. Now, though, the sledge is coming in handy. And now that the defenders need to be aware of every angle the attackers are opening onto them. But, like I said, C4s are still available, and the information of pulse is still available so as well. But they are not aware of that information. Assassin gets 0 purple or refragging on Leighton, and this is now the very final situation.
Yeah, JPX is trying to move up, but will be taken down by Vegas and his Vector, as it's going to be Assassin with a double kill for himself. The problem is there's only 10 seconds remaining. He still has to get the diffuser, clear out the remaining 2 players, whereas Vegas is still holding off the angle, gets a clean headshot, and that's the second round in succession, going in favor of Imagine 11, showing that they're here to stay on a, I would dare to say, offside pick.
I mean, indeed, normally you want to go either into reading or into kitchen. They picked mining and dining just to shake off probably the attackers. I mean, they were prepared for that. And this is an interesting point. Normally, you only see this bomb site as sort of the third thing to pick if you don't know what else to pick. But even then, you barely see it. But now we saw it picked on purpose. So definitely Imagine 11 comes prepared for this tournament here.
Yeah, kitchen service and cooking will be the next side, but with a Rook and a Vigil as well. Whereas normally on this bomb site you only see 1 roamer, sometimes a Valkyrie, trying to play upstairs and contest the sledge, and possibly Sophia with breaching charges getting the vertical play in. The Rook, however, might indicate they will go a little bit more aggressive from the get-go, with of course the ACOG available either on the P90, which nobody runs nowadays, or the MP5. And, well, I'm curious to see if those Fests will support them, not going to be killed instantly by a nade if Leighton manages to angle one in properly.
Yes, indeed. What would you say? What is the perfect way of holding kitchen? I mean, we have seen teams holding only kitchen and ignoring the whole top floor of the map. We also have seen teams with heavy roam games, but then ignoring sort of the bandit tricking or K tricking on, for example, bakery. What do you think? What is the best approach?
5 seconds to insertion.
I do prefer a bakery hold, but the problem is you need to have the Wamai there. So with that out of the equation, you would expect possibly a little bit more passive, as there's a big run coming out right here from Brian, and he does bug up his spray a little bit, meaning Assassin has the opening kill. It's a little bit of an overcommitment there, but at least it was the aggression that we were expecting to see. But going back on your question, I would like to see a smoke, possibly a little bit passive in the dining area. Just having a deployable shield there, possibly a player on the white stairs as well to support, get a little bit more control in, and apart from that, possibly a little bit of a turtle mode, because sometimes the best thing is just to wait and hope that they don't exploit too many vertical angles against you.
Indeed. I mean, especially since you have a lot of C4s available and a Pulse which is unbanned, a Mirror which is unbanned, you can literally just wait and turtle inside and wait for the attackers to push into you. This is more or less what we're seeing here as well, except for Brian, who tried to take an early advantage. But he did at least a little bit of damage, as we can see there as well. But now the attack is stalling out, the drones are coming out, they are trying to play this the safe way. No time being wasted, as we can see the information is there, and now they hit the first very off the defense, but the next one to die will be Maestro, and that is a massive frag from Assassin. Next one pulling up here as well from Yuki onto Ozark, only 2 defenders left. This might turn around very quickly.
That's going to be Purple falling as well towards Yuki, meaning a double kill for the Sophia. Still 5 players up and running for Team 86 against the sole member alive. Vegas trying to hold on for dear life, still having that C4, but having no teammates to work with. And first, Hatchel will be wary of those vertical angles, will be tagged up as well. C4 not connecting, and that means he's still in a world of trouble. Now going towards Bakery, trying to flank around towards that red stairs, but the rest of Team 86 is already planting just outside of the freezer. That means Vegas has a very, very tough fight to come. What?
We'll find 1 frag though, but there's still 3 more to find. Will he be able to do it? He's searching for the heads. 35 seconds left on the clock. The pressure is all on him, and it's JPM to finish the next round. And the first round now, in fact, for Team 86.
I was a little bit flustered by JPM actually looking the wrong way, expecting the bandit to swoop around a little bit wide. But that wasn't the case, almost died, as there was a good chance to have another kill for Vegas, but unfortunately he didn't make it work. 5 kills so far for him, but still they have given over 1 round over towards Team 86, and they'll be going back to their primary bomb site of Bar Cocktail Lounge. Now I'm wondering, will we see different mirror windows, or will we see the exact same setup, which we were a little bit confused about.
Indeed. I mean, it's definitely an interesting one. Sorry, it's quite late. It's definitely an interesting one, but it is able to work, right? I mean, it's so different than what you see usual that it might work. It might check off the attackers because they have no idea how to attack it. I mean, especially Piano is a really strong position, which you really want. And with that mirror window, you can literally hold the control for there for almost as long as possible, at least if you have Bennett close to it. But then, of course, the attackers know as well where you need to go. But as we see right now, quite already, the reinforcement is there where earlier the mirror window has been. So we do see a different approach for this round.
Yeah, it's going to be Nestro on that castle. A little bit of a change up, I dare to say, for match 11. Trying to close this off, as previously, I believe Leighton was repelling there and was able to take down Ozark in that fridge area. They do try to have the same mirror window setup as we saw in the previous round, which I don't really agree with, especially with the castle barricade. Leighton could just still swoop in and get a clean hammer in. And one thing we also have to mention is that that Twitch drone might be detrimental right here for Ozark and his window dreams.
Absolutely. I mean, what is the biggest opponent, the biggest enemy of a mirror window? It's always Twitch not having the highest pick rate in the last couple of seasons. But if you bring a mirror, if you leave mirror open, you definitely want to make sure to be able to take care of that. And Twitch is just perfectly able to do that. Interesting setup though, that we do see the wall to Piano into freezer unreinforced, at least one side. This is definitely an interesting one. Assassin already flashing out the ADSs to get rid of the second castle barricade. A little bit of sledge there as well. And that is the first mirror window gone. Bathroom control gone. No, he's actually still contesting it. He's not giving up on that just yet, but the attackers do have a massive advantage already.
I'm really confused as to why again they fall for that same window, just being so easily contested by the side of Team 86. They're getting a little bit of advantage, utility flying in stuns possibly to bait out whatever might still be there ADS wise. And Brian once more not with a single mirror window. Curly now with the opening kill as well onto Nestro, makes it into a 5v4, and now we expect things to go a little bit more quickly. Purple is trying to hold down an angle towards a window, but they've already come off that position as Team 86 is biding the time, probably going for a push relatively soon.
Purple still peeking from white hallway into Piano, so they're not giving up on that just yet. On the other side, we also see long angles being held with an SMG 11, so if definitely an interesting Angle to be held here. Flashbangs coming in to get rid of the defenders, but Jäger is not folding up just yet. Purple wants to stay aggressive. He wants to peek in them. He is not giving up just yet, but he will be shut down eventually. Layton with a beautiful headshot on him. 3v5 situation. This might turn around still, though, since the defenders are still in a good position. 45 seconds left, and they do have to make it.
It's going to be some slamming from Layton. He is coming in closer with a nade. But so far, he will actually get a kill on Ozark as well. Brian still on side with Smoke and is just already depleting his resources, leaving only Vegas alive after he goes down to JPM. And now it's a 1v4. Vegas again in clutch situation, only gets 1 kill before he gets traded out by JPM. And Team 86 does equalize the score.
2-2 current score, as you mentioned it, and that was a beautiful attack. They read perfectly into this. They saw what they were doing earlier. I mean, the defense, we saw Imagine 11 trying to cope with the way the attackers worked on that earlier. They shot they used 2 castle barricades, one on white window and one on the door to bathroom to, you know, waste more time, waste more utility. But in the end, the attackers had no problem going through that utility to actually get rid of the castle barricades. And then they had 1 mirror window, and from there on, everything just fell apart. Without the mirror window, you can't hold piano anymore. Without piano, you barely lost control over freezer, since you also have the reinforcement not there in place. So I am not sure if we want to see that mirror window there again, at least not with the current setup of Imagine 11.
Well, the next round will decide who will take the lead right here. Destro really happy about that Mira in play, this time taking it off Vegas, who's gone to the castle once more. I'm intrigued to see that they now swap off the mining room bomb site, trying to change things up, and I'm curious to see if it will have the same effect as the mining room as well. Normally, this is the bomb site to be picked up as a secondary bomb site or tertiary, deciding if teams prefer the kitchen over this or not. It seems to be easily defendable if you have that vertical pressure. If you do manage to lose it, it's going to be a very tough fight. And once again, I see this mirror window and I'm not too sure about it.
I mean, I am not too sure how I would like to describe that. They're definitely trying to be creative in the way to play this map. It didn't work out yet. I mean, let's say it how it is. It worked only once, and then it just fell apart quite quickly one after another. So I don't know. Maybe they are now getting the hang of how to properly use it. But Brian with the SMG-11 getting a spawn peek, getting the opening frag. Where did he get that shot from? Oh, on the window. Beautiful shot, and that is Assassin and the Ash wiped off from that round.
Well, it's going to Imagine 11 again, seeing some aggression from Brian S. This time not as the Rook, but as the Smoke, and that worked out wondrous on towards the Ash. The Twitch drones will be swooping in, but View Jammers might actually defend this window, as I believe there was also one in the wide hallway. So far, it will be some drones to be taken out. One of those Twitch drones, I believe, just destroyed by Purple. And now it's a waiting game. Imagine 11 is already in the lead, so they don't need to aggress, as they are they just waiting? And why is there another window here? I'm flustered. I don't know, man.
Interestingly enough, the mirror windows are in a position where you can actually fight against them quite easily. I mean, if you repel on terrace here with a sledge and open the castle barricade on the window or the barricade overall, you have an easy one getting rid of that mirror window by just shooting it. And they're not doing that. They're not even trying to do that.
And we're going to see Brian S just standing by, still having 3 of his smoke cannons, so he could deny a plant if Curly decides to go for it. Pressure on towards the side is close, as it's going to be the Twitch just around this mirror window. Purple waiting for him to expend possibly most of his bullets, as he doesn't need to fight right now. Curly again showing where he will plant, as Vegas has the kill onto JPM, makes it into a 5-on-3. User plant is still not coming in. Curly on the 1 HP. There will be a sledge pushing for Willie, as he might be cooking a nade to throw in, but there's an ADS close, and that means that will be that mirror window going open. The smoke will be dropping downstairs, as of course this isn't the bomb site. It was just confused. I was waiting for Curly to plant, but of course he can't really go downstairs.
30 Session's vertical gameplay coming in now, and I really like that the defensive side decided to prefer staying alive than fighting. Brian finding just one more for himself. That is Yuki gone as well. 2v5 situation looking really, really good for Imagine 11 as of right now. But time is again ticking down against the attackers. They do have to find the frags or find the drop coming down from Curly. Not finding the frag, barely missing though. He's the only one alive since Leighton has been taken out as well, and he will have no single chance since Brian just comes in clutch again, and this is a beautiful flawless round for Imagine 11.
Yeah, we do see Imagine 11 finally bouncing back on towards the reading room at Fireplace Hall bomb site. It took their sweet time because they lost the lead for a little moment, but luckily they've regained it, now going back to kitchen service and cooking. Last time around when they played here, it didn't seem to go all that well. They lost a few players early on, especially Brian, who went for an aggressive peak as the Rook. I expect them to play a little bit safer this time around, but I'm not too sure about the Pulse. Of course, you're expecting some vertical play to come in, but then wouldn't you go for something which grants you a little bit more intel denial? For instance, a mute, as of course those drones might come in annoyingly if they would pick up the Twitch once more.
And now Kitchen, as you said, is going to be the same bomb site again. Early on, they failed when they won the floor right above. It fell apart, if you are honest. It fell apart as the defenders were picking quite aggressively into the line of sights already created by the attackers. Just want to point out, for example, Maester peeking into wide stairs. Not necessarily needed at that moment to find that frag, but it decided to do so as well. I mean, it could have turned out differently. Gunfights overall are, of course, depending on which gunfight you take, depending on which operator you fight against, roughly a 50-50 chance. Disadvantage, of course, is also a thing, but like said, it didn't turn out too well for Imagine 11. Let's see how they play out this time, and it looks like they're heavily going to defend the top floor. If not, Ozark is going to be early on aggressive with Swanty from Piano.
We're going to see Ozark on that Vigil, a roam-heavy operator. Of course, having that C75 in his pocket just to spray down even more if he needs. Ryan spotting out one player, possibly trying to maneuver Ozark into a good position. Oh, but he could actually see for himself here as he prepped the hatch, and there he will get the kill. No, Leighton just a little bit too far back. That means Team 86 is in luck, as of course now the Pulse with a shotgun will be less lethal on the longer range.
But that, of course, is already a lot of damage being dealt, but also a little bit of a wasted C4, especially on this map, like we pointed out already. You can use it to play vertically as well. But Pulse still is, of course, able to share information with his team to try and point out where the attackers are trying to attack from, what kind of push they need to be aware of, where they need to be aware of, and yeah, kind of understand the situation a little bit more. Rough situation, but Ozark finished it off onto Assassin. Purple baiting away the frag, and then nice. I don't want to say nice team play, but at least they found the frag. Yuki finding a frag for himself, though, to refrag him, but gunfights are still taking place in the top floor. Mining is now open from the top, but Purple finds another shot onto Curly. They are not giving up. Ozark as well. The team play on top is absolutely crazy, and the diffuser being dropped there as well, and nobody even close to get it. Free frag for JPM since Purple has been looking away, but still a 3v2 situation with the favor all the way onto Imagine 11's side.
Yeah, there's just so much going around all over the map. It makes little sense as to how Purple actually got that kill eventually. And now we have a 3-on-2 situation in favor of Imagine 11, and still Team 86 has to go downstairs for quite some bit. The freezer wall actually being closed down, which means they can't go through there and have to find a different approach with 40 seconds left, and the flank drones now in a position. I'm wondering if they can actually still have a shot, especially with the Pulse now spotting out one of the players and being in a close angle to use his shotgun.
Information, of course, again being given away, and Vigil still on the flank, might be coming for a late flank as the attackers need to push to the side. Barbed wire being ripped apart, shotgun handy, finding not only 1 but 2 kills, and that's one more round for Imagine 11.
Yeah, we see that shotgun with I wouldn't say the most beautiful skin, but it's fancy to come in and eventually get those kills. And Imagine 11 doing quite well here on their defensive side with a 4-2 scoreline. Will they be able to convert it into a map win? However, it's all to play for as we now go to that offensive side for themselves. Instantly, of course, picking up that Termite, which is necessary as it is the sole Heart Destructor still left up and running.
Yeah, because as you might know, Ace is banned for that still ongoing season. We're not done with the current season yet, so Ace is banned. So as Talisman just pointed out, Thermite being the only Heart Breacher available. This, of course, puts a lot of pressure onto the Thermite itself. Like, he's not allowed to die at all until he opens the most important walls. For example, piano walls, for example, the freezer walls, whatever you want to reach as a team to be open. This, of course, puts a lot of pressure onto them, and especially if we're seeing early aggression by, for example, Imagine 11 just pointing out Brian, peeking early with the Rook. This, of course, is really aggressive, but might turn out really, really fortunate for your team. If you find the frag, for example, to the Thermite, I would say 90% likely that you already won the round.
Yeah, well, of course, that frag might actually be the case if Ryan S will step up here on offense. Nestro still a little bit struggling. Almost like, yeah, he will have a decent weapon to work with. I expect the Thermite just to focus possibly on the piano wall to be opened up. As Layton is trying to get his ball B here. That's going to be Vegas on the board. The Nomad to be denied. That will have a lot more room to work with for potential roamers. I'm not sure if they know which operator they actually took down. So that might not actually indicate a big roam heavy strat.
I mean, indeed, and that just proves how well skilled these players are. I mean, waiting for the very right moment to then shoot the barricade and then peek just proves they know how this map is played. They know when people are coming out of the spawn, where they want to leave the spawn, where they want to check if the piano windows are shut. Personal skill just absolutely beautifully shown right here.
We just still see a shotgun standing by from Curly trying to play that cigar area. Should be able to be droned out, you dare to say, when the Mute Jammers are standing in their way. One drone will be spotted. He'll decide to fall back, which is, of course, a very good precaution, as he still has a C4 possibly to throw from downstairs as well.
And now, of course, they also have one more way of defending red stairs since they have a player downstairs, and probably nobody really being aware of that, and that might be a huge factor coming later into the round, since the drones are mainly focused on getting rid of the Mute Jammers, finding, you know, the entrance into piano and cigar and everything, and they are unaware of that roamer. Piano being droned out, so they're able to open it with Thermite possibly, but as of right now, they are still trying to find that Mute because they got the information. He has to be somewhere, and they do want to find him. Lifeline being used here as well, just to reveal the position of one player on the balcony. But just now they hit actually piano, trying to get into White Hallway. Only 1 minute.
Yeah, Boofgram still there in the dark spot. Stuns coming out in towards the ADSs. It's going to be Ozark wanting to throw in a nade as well towards that bathroom. Will it be angled properly? No, it won't go deep enough, and JPM will go for an aggressive peek, possibly being supported by some players at the white stairs as well. So this doesn't really seem like a viable option for Imagine 11. They still decide to go for it, however, as Assassin is still standing by to support his castle, and he still even has a C4 as well. Ozark goes for the aggression, will be held off by Assassin indeed, and as well as Nestro and Purple die. Only Brian is alive for a little while longer. Falls round for Team 86, and they decide to step it up and come back already on their defensive half.
Indeed, and that was team play on a very high level, I really need to admit. Especially the White Hallway hold with bathroom paired. Just beautiful execution as a team there. This is what you want if you ask for cover from your teammates in your ranked games. You want them to be ready to white swing whenever you need them, and provide them with the right calls, and they will surely be able to do so. Just as I literally want to see team play beautiful.
Yeah, we're just going to see the key to come in from Curly. This often indicates that either they're trying to hold down that fridge hatch, which of course will be harder to take if there's a Keyed Claw on it, or of course they will try to hold something down towards Bakery. Those walls possibly a target for Imagine 11. As of course you want to get an entry point towards that cooking station where you can almost safely plant. However, there are angles to be held, possibly by the defensive side.
Trying to break down how the defense is holding this. We again see a lot of utility, a lot of reinforcements being used on the top floor. Here, as we see Crowley reinforcing right now to shut down the wide wall towards dining. Hatch being open, so we will definitely be seeing someone playing there. Probably even some more utility like a shield or some ADSs. Kind of, oh, actually we don't see ADSs. I just noticed now we don't have a Jäger in place. This is definitely a really interesting fact, and you really need to be aware of that during that round, because we have a lot of shootable and tossable gadgets and secondary gadgets. Frag grenades, lifelines, Ash breaching around, everything, right? So you really need to be aware of that factor.
Yeah, we do see again that Vigil to come out. I like to see that aggression from Team 86. As long as they don't go for wild runs, as we saw from Brian coming out on that rook. Vertical angles now being set up. He is standing by to do whatever is necessary. Of course, also having his cats to barricades with him. So he either lives a little bit longer, or at least he can fight off his opponents, as Purple is trying to approach from the upstairs position. And he could actually get some angles in towards Yuki if he decides to clear out those floorboards. Yet I would prefer a sledge to help him out, as we do see Nestro already being out of drones quite early on.
Lifeline being used quite unconventionally to open vertical holes into the floor above the bomb site, but you know this is really needed for the attackers to further push down to the map. Purple pushing down wide stairs, trying, like I said, to get more line of sight onto the defenders and the way they're holding the defense in the second floor. And we do see them holding that heavily. You see at least 3 people on the roam above, and Purple finds one on Assassin as he just swings a little bit too wide in that red 90 corridor. Layton also took a lot of damage, so definitely the first little fight already won by Imagine 11, but not too much, since they still have to get that second floor and then also pressure onto the bomb site.
We do see a long angle being held by Yuki here, hoping someone will peek in, as Layton is also just standing by onto his position. That's quite a heavy roam pressure from the side of Team 86, but they're being pressured more and more, as there will be a push coming in from Nessa. Takes a kill onto Layton, leaves it into a 5-on-3. Purple with a good timing on towards Yuki as well. And only JPM and Curly are alive. No impact nades to finish any of the low HP players. There will be a drone coming in, and JPM has to fall back. Curly still with the C4 could actually get a kill. Or at least deny a plan later on, as he will go for the aggressive play, but nobody is even close to that position. So unfortunately, that utility goes to waste.
And as we speak of utility, there is still a lot of utility left on the bomb site, but they can't really utilize that. For example, the Maestro camps can't be really utilized because there's so much pressure. As we're speaking of pressure, too much pressure for Team 86 to stand against. Flawless run once again for Imagine 11.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see how it is a sort of tennis match between these teams of flawless rounds going back and forth, as we saw a clean round now from the side of Imagine 11, now actually getting close to a possible map point as well. And from that point onwards, they will have to prepare for a possible next map. And one thing we have to highlight is that they're doing really well right now on the map pick of Team 86, as they picked Cafe Dostoevsky, and the second map, Oregon, was picked by Imagine 11.
Yes, indeed. And I am not too sure how you should feel about this. Right? Playing well on your opposite pick, on your opposite team map pick, I don't know, you go into the match with the right mindset, with the right energy level, with the right attitude, and you just win the first map. Of course, in the best of 2, this gives you a lot of energy, a big boost, especially because the next round, the next map you win, it's over. Right? So you definitely, of course, want to make sure that you win your own map pick, and especially since it's your own map pick, you probably did prepare something for your opponent.
Yeah, the thing I do often see, however, is that usually the team that plays on their opponent's map pick is more or at least better able to adapt, as they don't have a set game plan. They often research a little bit better onto what their opponent does, as it is often their comfort pick. And maybe that's also what you see here from Imagine 11, trying to aggress against what Team 86 is trying to do, especially on what you just saw with that hold on towards that mining cart. 2 players just easily taken down.
The top seating, everyone is getting ready there to actually then pressure onto the 3rd floor. Sledge coming in really handy on this map to open the ceiling hatches, and then the drones can just fly in, scout around, and the Ash just falling right after to actually, if you find the information, also utilize that information and execute on that information. That is how you entry frag, basically, on Cafe. Top floor being cleared with the drones and just by the drones, and they can just walk down to the 2nd floor, find the information, execute on the information. That is just what Imagine 11 is doing right now.
You see Purple already on white stairs getting close to Curly. This is usually the target of the Ash to take out that smoke right here. Often, however, on the back of that smoke, you do see a player trying to contest from the window, as they do often have a good line of sight. Ash is being open for the play, coming in slowly, means the rest of the players of Team 86 will be pressured. I'm not too sure what the first Ash charge actually did, because I believe the barbed wire is still up, or actually it has been destroyed, I think. But it's so weird, because you need those Ash charges probably to take down Curly, and if he does have an ADS, you might be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, especially he does have an ADS. We could just right before see that ADS, and as you pointed out, a little bit of a waste for that Ash charge to be used and not even used effectively. As we talk of utility drainage by the defenders, is beautifully done there. But now the drone is coming in to reveal, or should be now coming in to reveal the position of Smoke, and this is a really strong angle. Almost I talked about it. This is a really strong angle for a Smoke to play. You have your SMG-11, you have your shotgun, you have your smoke cannon just to shut down that angle for as long as possible. You want to bait the attackers into your crossfire open in Freezer here as well, and somebody on bar as well. So really hard angle for the attackers to cope with, but Brian will be somewhere on site, planting the diffuser unnoticed. Assassin finds Ozark, but the diffuser is planted.
No! It's Brian actually turning around onto Assassin, trying to get in with that pistol, and suddenly Imagine 11 just manages to win the round, but that was just incredibly chaotic. I'm really confused as to how the Mozzie didn't get that kill, spraying around with the pistol, probably full panic mode, running out of ammo. And from that point onwards, just a fury of frags going in favor of Imagine 11, now having a map point. And looking at a plan, I didn't expect it, and I think you were as confused as I was.
Indeed. I mean, I was talking about smoke and Ash trying to, get rid of that smoke. And at the time, 5 defenders were alive, spread somewhere around the map, and the attackers managed to sneak into the bomb site and plant. How is that possible?
Yeah, I think he just ran through and nobody was actually playing around the coffee area, meaning he had a safe entrance towards that corner. Wasn't really covered during his plant, as the rest of the team was trying to contest the other players. Yet, pressure he took by planting pulled out so many of the defending operators, making it easier for the rest of the team to get the kills. Even if he didn't get the plant in, I believe they already had 2 or 3 kills, so they would have had these numbers on the side of Imagine 11. Now hoping to close it out on Bar Cocktail.
Being on match point, Tolisma, what does this mean for the team? What does this mean for the energy for the team?
A little bit of stress, which you always manage to get, but if they manage to win 7-3, I think that's such a decisive win, especially on the mapping of their opponents. They'll be very happy to go towards Oregon and probably want to win even with a bigger score than we're seeing right now.
Kind of assuming from the actual setup, it's again going to be the same sort of cigar hole with Mute and the Mute Jammers there, probably falling back early on, but that is to be decided on how the attackers are going to go into this map or into this round. Now, nothing happened so far, no early aggression, and this is interesting to see because Imagine 11 cannot need that early disadvantage. Team 86 really trying to play this safe. They don't want to lose one person at the very early beginning of the round. And interestingly enough, the attack already got the second floor. So they're definitely playing this map from the bottom to the top.
And we see Purple just standing by, hoping to get an angle in. The White Stairs window will be contested, but it's interesting to see how much room this Ashe is currently getting. Of course, slightly in a panic mode, hoping to be able to contest if there is a player there and be able to have some flank drones for himself. So we do see Assassin actually being relatively low, possibly from contesting that White Stairs window. Look at Curly, he's also still trying to roam around as we're waiting for Imagine 11 to put more pressure on towards their opponents.
Castle barricades being relocated to try and adjust to the actual way of the attack into that round. Frag Grenade finds a kill. Ozark is rewarded with a kill onto Assassin, and that is Mozzie gone. And that is an advantage for Imagine 11. This is their match point round. This is the round they need to secure their first point in a best of 3, and they got the opening frag. But now, of course, the defenders are still around the map. Nothing won for them just yet as Curly finds the frag onto Nitro. Just beautifully waiting there, anticipating the situation, and then finding the frag. And he's still waiting. He's still waiting on White Stairs because he knows they need to get up somehow to the bomb side. Where are they going to go up? Probably White Stairs, because Red Stairs is shut by my teammates. So I need to help them as well by shutting the staircase.
Yeah, Curly still on the row might make things difficult for Imagine 11. Brian S wants to go in through here as he takes down JPM. It's an incredibly long angle, but still, it's very hard for him to get in towards a side. Vegas is trying to hold off an angle towards Yuki, who's waiting for a moment to peek in. Brian now with kill to Curly as he takes down Purple, deflating with refrag onto Ozark, however, and that means Vegas and Brian are in quite a predicament. 10 seconds left, Hoppings coming in on towards the Termite, who still now has to move in. Vegas dropping aggressively, trying to get a kill as Layton takes down Vegas. It's going to be Brian left standing and will be taken out as well by the Jaeger. Team 86 finally get a round in return.
And that was a really close round, finished off by a 1v1 gunfight as Layton just winds rings from Freezer and secures that final frag. Could have turned out differently, so definitely what we can see here is 86 playing patient. They are not engaging if they don't have to. They are trying to let the attackers push into them and then make use of the SMGs, of the high fire rate guns, of the shotguns being superb in close range. That is what they're trying to do, and it's paying off finally. 6-4, still match point for Imagine 11, so still the pressure on Team 86's shoulders.
Yeah, Reading Room Fireplace Hall will be the next bomb site to be picked up. No Mira coming in for JPM, will be hovered over possibly to bait out a Twitch pick. It will be the castle, however, an operator we do see more and more of course, also with that super shorty in his pocket, is able to create more rotation areas. One thing I do highlight time and time again, I love to see the alibi on the ACS-12 shotgun, despite it not being so good, just to instill fear into your opponents, because who doesn't like a fully automatic shotgun?
I mean, let's be honest, right? That shotgun in a close range situation, are you even able to react on that time that gun bursts 30 bullets into your body?
It's just great to hear it. It's like the sound going all across the map. Doom, 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 doom. I just didn't know I would die. It's like what Curly's doing right now with his TCSG. Imagine that with 31 bullets in your magazine. Just spraying like a mad woman.
I mean, that is the advantage, of course, of shotguns. You can beautifully play one angle, hold it on close range, and you are, let's say, 80% sure to get a kill. I mean, obviously, if you have an insane Ashe getting the shot onto your head landed, of course, you have a hard time even countering that. But in most situations, on close range, shotguns are just the better thing to pick as a gun. That's why you also sometimes see an interesting pick from attackers to bring a shotgun. I mean, sometimes you also see a Sledge with a shotgun. Rarely, but sometimes you even see that in Pro League.
Yeah, well, we do see a slow approach coming in from Imagine 11, not wanting to throw away this match. Of course, they're on offense. It's harder to get rounds on that side. As of course, you do have to bring that initiative unless if the defenders try to aggress upon you. Nestro has now dropped in, is looking for a possible angle as Assassin is swooping through those camps, trying to spin out whatever aggression there might be. Standing by, possibly also to C4 later on into the round, as JPM is also now falling back towards the side, leaving only Assassin really upstairs, and Layton is halfway up there.
And that is 1 minute and 30 still left for the attackers to push into the bomb side, trying to get rid of all the people lurking around the bomb site, waiting for them. But they also do need their utility. Vegas finding the frag onto Assassin. Finally, the first frag after more than 1 minute 30 comes in. Refrag though from JPM onto Ozark. Sledge traded against an alibi. Not too bad for Team 86. Like I said, they do need to win this round. A little bit of a take back on the top floor of White Stairs, but the attackers don't care about that since they want to go in trains. But Curly with the TCSG in hand goes mad and finds the frag onto Brian.
Almost manages to turn around another kill onto Purple as well with C4 almost clearing down that Ash, and I think that would have been a 1 round. Nestro now coming from the red stairs, trying to clear out every angle, but Layton in this small little room waiting for the player to move by, but unfortunately Nestro goes back up the side, and it might actually be mainly unfortunate for Nestro as he and his team could be flanked out relatively soon. But still, the player, Layton, is not moving upstairs. I'm not sure. He seems to be a little bit scared.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
1 frag for the TCSG, 2 frags for Imagine 11, and it's up to the 2v2 situation with Yuki finding 1. No, Yuki finding 2. Team 86 is not giving up just yet. They are bringing this close to a potential overtime, 6-5.
And that was just a great clear from Yuki in the end. Team 86 seemingly in the driver's seat for most of their rounds. This time around, they really have to step it up as well, as they will have to go to a different bomb site, and they decide to go for the mining room as well, trying to get to overtime.
Mining, the opinions about mining go into either direction, honestly. Toldesma, from what you've seen so far, what is your opinion about that bomb site?
I just don't like it. There's too many angles to be opened up. If you look at the reading room and fireplace hall, you're holding it effectively on the vertical angle, which you also try to hold bar and cocktail lounge from. So that hold really translates well, whereas on this bomb site, you're just so susceptible for so many angles. You're pretty much spread out because this bomb site for me is a little bit less compact than the reading room and fireplace hall, which just makes it hard. I just don't feel comfortable. I just feel too left out in the open, especially if you want to contest either the mining room or the trains, just to hold it off effectively.
Last final seconds of the prep phase is passing by as we again see a mirror window in bathroom, this time though by Team 86. I am not sure what is up today with the mirror windows in bathroom. Did not get the message from Ubisoft saying that you have to play there. I am questioning this.
Yeah, I'm really not liking these windows every time because quite simply, 1 frag grenade, I think, could actually deal with these. Also with the player standing there, if there's no ADSs close. Of course, you do have to expend some utility. But a Sophia, after a Sledge would have opened up the first castle barricade, could easily just use her utility and clear out whatever is in that room apart from the player. But after those mirror windows get popped, I don't expect the player to still be playing there.
Especially when my band and Jaeger not even brought to the table. There's nothing preventing the attacker from opening that castle barricade or tossing a nade in there.
I didn't notice that yet.
Are they gambling?
I think they're going on big intel denial and then trying to slow them down with that lead as well, which currently they're doing onto Purple. But this is such an incredible risk. I think they're banking on playing so incredibly offside and not playing on stable set places that they don't need those ADSs. But with the frag grenades you have seen from Ozark, I think it's just way too dangerous.
Indeed, and I think for the moment it works quite well to stop them from actually succeeding in the top floor and finding the map control the attackers want to have at this point of time. But this can turn out quite easily within the split of the second. We have seen this going into one direction earlier on already, and it's just one or two nades it takes to shut these two players on the top floor down and then continue to pressuring the bomb site. For the moment, nothing will happen onto them, but yes, as I speak of it, the first nade flies in, Ozark finds a frag onto Assassin, and now Mira needs to flank around, finding the frag and dropping the diffuser in the open wilds. Refrag though from Purple immediately there, and that is a top floor gone for the defenders.
Yeah, but here you see Team 86 first being contested by that nade, and then too many players already dropping down, making it very weak to defend it, and also losing the Mira. Vegas now going for a 50-50 peek against JPM, not taking any damage, and JPM seemed to be a little bit confused, and here you actually see a lack of intel, despite them having of course that Mossy as well, so no real drones being taken, no real intel being gained, as Ozark is actually possibly setting up to throw a nade from downstairs to clear out a player.
19 seconds left. Carly finds the frag onto Vegas. 2v3 situation. 2 for Team 86 left alive to clutch this to win off this one going to overtime. Ozark will find one, but Imagine 11 just sweeping onto the bomb site, and that is the first map won for Imagine 11.
Yeah, they did really well on bringing this back. It was a little bit glitch at the end, but of course you're watching the glitch Rainbow Six tournament. And Imagine 11 now taking that one map lead on the map pick of their opponent. So I think this will be a very good mental boost going forward into this series. Next up, going to Oregon, and I think they'll be very happy to play there.
Indeed. Let's take a look at that beautiful graphic showing us Imagine 11 taking the first map win 7-5.
Yeah, you're saying that graphic is beautiful, but the man above us, Fraser, is just on another level. It's like...
Oh, you're on about
here.
me? Hello there, hi! Wow, what a brilliant match right there. It was absolutely exhilarating to see both of these teams giving it their all. It took a little bit of time getting into the matchup, but you know what? It was worth the wait because these teams were really giving it a lot of oomph. Torisma, how did it feel casting that game out? How were you feeling about these teams?
I had a lot of trouble. The mirror windows kept messing with my mind. The insane wild plays we've seen, the trading of kills, players being out of a normal position, but then it's still working out as you saw it in the grand scheme of things. I think I've learned a lot, and I do really like the freestyle playing that we sometimes do see here.
You know what? I do have to admit, I've kind of changed my tone here with regards to how they set up that mirror. You could tell that a lot of their utility was based on the top floor to try and waste as much time utility as possible on that top floor, so the attackers wouldn't be able to utilize that verticality that you so desperately need to try and exalt onto the bomb sites below. But not only that, you can't be inside a piano if there's a mirror window facing into there. It's very logical, and it's kind of surprising in a way that the attackers didn't really deal with that. You did see actually a change of pace. I believe it was on. I'm not quite sure what round it was. I believe it was on round number 10 on match point, where we did see the attackers actually switching things up a little bit. You saw it, instead of dropping down by red and trying to take from piano side, they actually had a change of pace and they tried to take in through the eastern side windows. Now, Silver, it's quite a change of pace there. It's quite different from what you'd normally be expecting. Trying to take from the eastern windows is quite difficult.
I mean, it surely is, but on the other side, right? You have piano window shut by mirror windows. How are you going to approach this? You can't just walk into piano. You will probably be shut down by somebody sitting behind these mirror windows. White hallway could be a guess, but then you always risk somebody peeking out of garage. So kind of one of your only hopes is either going for the bar in the top floor or repelling on the window, since the bomb site is bar itself. So basically it was their only chance, and they managed to somewhat execute it well. Let's word it like that.
Yeah, I mean, adaptation is the name of the game here, and both of these teams were adapting on the fly to how each other played. As we saw with, I believe, one of the teams brought out the Twitch in order to counter the Mira plays. Now, I'm inclined to say we might see a bit of something looking over towards that direction. Toldesmer, do you think we might see Mira being banned out here? Because Oregon is going to be our next match. And come
Um,
on, Mira.
Yeah, especially on the laundry and supply room, is such an
Yeah.
incredibly strong operator. I would expect her to be banned. However, both teams do like to play her, and I didn't really see it come into a more overpowered state on Cafe. So that might be an indication that they will leave it open, probably ban them on Mai again. And for the other ban, possibly a Maestro, because I did see, I believe it was Team 86 struggle a little bit against that operator with the pings coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Maestro's such a powerful anchor operator, not only with the weapon, but the gadget. He is perfect at holding down a position and saying, hey, you know what, lads, you ain't getting in through here. Silver, if we were to see a Maestro being banned out, who would the likely, which operator would be most likely to substitute out for that? Would we be seeing like an Echo potentially, or would we be looking at going back over to Smoke?
Honestly, I do think we are going to see a smoke regardless. I mean, especially on Oregon, a map where you
Yeah.
most likely are going to have at least one squeeze point. If it's, for example, attic, if it's blue, if it's whatever, if it's white stairs, there is at least one squeeze point. So you definitely, in my opinion, want to bring a smoke. But on top, I do think if Mesa will be banned, we might very likely see an echo, just because of the nice positions you can put your echo drones in, because of the map structure.
Mm-hmm. Now we are going to go have a look at the map bans just one more time here, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go for a break, we'll have a quick look and see which maps were banned out in order to get to this stage. As we can see on the left-hand side of your screen, kind of like a flight attendant over here, on the left-hand side of your screen, you see Team 86. They banned out Theme Park and Villa, picking us, Cafe Dostoevsky. Imagine 11, on the other hand, they banned out Coastline and Consulate, leaving us with Oregon as our map for the second map. They're going to be defending first. We will go for a quick break before we get started with that map, but our decider will be Clubhouse.
You're getting
Totally.
there. Don't worry. We'll make it happen. We might not actually go to the decider, of course, if Imagine 11 manages to win one more map. But as you said, indeed, we will go to a small break, as of course we need our hydration, because staying hydrated is important. So we'll see you right after this break. on towards Oregon. After we saw Imagine 11 already take Cafe Dostoevsky and Silver, I think this is looking great for the franchise.
This is indeed looking really good for them. Winning one map, being now on your own map pick, really looking good for yourself. I mean, really, this could not go more fortunate for yourself. First operator, though, as we're talking about the next map, to be banned is Thatcher, one of the highest rates for an operator to be banned as of right now. Next operator to be banned will be Team 86 banning an attacker. What are we fantasizing, Toltosma? What do you think?
Oof. I don't really fantasize about attacker bans, but maybe I was just gonna say Mavericks. Like it just came into my mind. Now it's a reasonable operator to take out here, as well. You want at least some hard destruction gone. With the Thatcher being banned out, I think that would force in a Kali, which you do see, but some teams don't like it. So I think that would be a very good combination ban right here, to possibly force players to go on something they don't like themselves.
Mira coming in as the first defensive operator ban. We talked about it, and the last one going to be a Goyo to get rid of all that Vulcan shields. Interesting second defensive ban, but we will see a Mira being banned, especially after we have seen Mira being brought to the table quite often. It's definitely an interesting ban, but we fantasized about it already in past the first map. We are expecting Mira having a higher chance of winning rounds or influencing the rounds. That's why you want to ban her on this map. First round starting right off in the basement.
Of course, where else would you expect it to see? Well, the Goyo ban does make sense, but now we do see the Wamai being up. Of course, a deployable shield will most likely be taken with him, also possibly for the Valkyrie of Nestro, and the smoke for Brian as more deployable shields often nets you more rounds. It's the only way to go, and I'm curious to see if it will work out alright and how long they can actually hold off a possible construction push, as that is most often the way to go for teams on the offensive side.
Brian already starting by making a rotational into Freezer, so we're definitely going to see a crossfire line of sight being created for that to hold that more sufficiently, as well as Valkyrie setting up on the top for reinforcing the hatches. Of course, that is one of the ways to give a chance for the attackers to just open them and rush the side. That's why you want to reinforce the hatches for the utilities again. And Valkyrie, obviously, with the Black Eye camps in hand, could toss them out somewhere around the map just to get that extra information to where the attackers are coming, which attackers you're facing. And we talked about it, we don't see Maverick, we don't see Thatcher, both banned. We will see Kali. Yuki on Kali. Interesting, but definitely needed, especially if we see, for example, a Kate being picked.
I was just wondering where's the deployable shield on Jaeger's position at this moment in time, as Nastro will be going towards half HP. I think he must have hit himself with the C4. I don't know how else he would have taken damage. This is going for a construction. Big deals a lot of damage on towards Curly. Some drones will be taken out as Purple will get the first kill. Brian will fall. That is the smoke off the board. Purple with a double to make it a little bit better for themselves. More aggression, triple kill for him. The Fuser still down, and these are just some crazy French tactics coming in, and I think everyone in Rent could learn something from this.
Indeed, sometimes aggression is just what you need to shut down a push from the attacker's side. He took definitely a lot of damage, but getting a 3k, I don't think you can't argue against this being worth it. He now has 2 ADSs to protect him and the deployable shield if he needs to hold a line of sight against Leighton when he actually wants to push there. He got the diffuser, the attackers have the diffuser, they're close to each other, so they can hold kind of a crossfire if you want to call it like that. But they're pressured by all the defenders just waiting for them, tossing out the C4s just to make it even worse for them, peeking the portholes, holding onto big tower stairs as well, not finding the track though. And yeah, 1 minute 30 as JPM finds the track onto Vegas, and it will still be winnable for Team 86.
Purple just standing by, and that is just so scary with the low HP he has, and Nestro as well still getting the kill onto the Sledge. Quad kill coming in from the Jaeger, now falling back despite, as every Jaeger should do, for that ace. JPM now takes down Nestro, was on 1 HP anyway, and Purple has given away that deployable shield position, which is odd to me because he could have still played there, done the same thing as he did against Leighton. Yet now they're trying to play the smart game. 50 seconds left. JPM has the diffuser, but has little to no HP. Trying to bait out a reaction from one of his opponents, hoping they make the mistake soon.
And as we pointed out earlier already, squeeze points are a little bit of a problem of this map, or a little bit how you play this map. The rotational being created will be the point where Purple is rewarded with his ace to start off the second match. What an announcement to start it off.
I think this is a great way to start. Of course, having that French charm as well, ready to rule their world. Of course, starting on defense, making it a little bit easier for themselves, but still starting off with an ace, carrying your team gives you a lot of confidence. Meeting Hall Kitchen, the second bomb site. Once more, we see this bomb site come out, yet I still don't like it personally.
Next round, let's look at the kind of the way the operators are looking like. Valkyrie probably 6-picking to a Caveira. Definitely an interesting 6-pick. The first time we're actually going to see Cav in this matchup. Alibi being brought to the table as well. So definitely not your usual picks on this map, but they make sense. For example, Alibi having that shield, or in this case, having these impact nades. We almost see a full lineup of impact nades, only Jaeger, the one not being able to bring them. I don't know if they want to play Pokeball, but they surely can do.
Yeah, Jaeger just being a boring man, not picking up those impacts as we hear them boom right around the map. The Pokeballing, I would love to see a strat where you maybe just bomb big with 2 or 3 of your friends throw Pokeballs at a certain position, expect them to come from, and hope to get a kill. If that would work, that would make my life so much better. You don't even know.
I mean, to be honest, it could even be possible, right? With the right timing and the right positioning, it could be possible. It's hard since you really have to master the toss.
Shotgun Caveira.
He's ready. He wants it.
But go on about the right toss.
Maybe he is the right toss in small tower because the attackers are setting up for small tower. Are they aware that a Cav is right to their feet at the bottom of small tower? Are they able to spot him laying on the floor? Apparently not.
Yeah, of course,
Not
it's
at the
Brian also trying to bait out with that Legion, trying to at least deny some drones, and then putting in some bullets from, I believe, the dining area. Curly with the diffuser all on his lonesome. As you said, a small tower, and Vegas is standing by. A interrogation would be a great way to start this round off and possibly to initiate more aggression coming in from Imagine 11.
Layton gets the first frag onto Nitro, and that is Vigil gone. One of the first roamers gone, though. Refrag from Brian onto Assassin, and yet 2 other frags. Yuki onto Brian and Ozark onto Yuki. Next one is Ozark again to find a frag onto Layton. Thermite is down, and the interrogation comes through. JPM's position is revealed. The bait just beautifully worked out in small tower. All up to JPM. Tight situation, especially since he has been revealed. They know where he is. Diffuser's down. Pokeball 1 coming in, just doing a little damage. But Alibi is getting ready to peek into him.
Yeah, the Pokeballs coming in is always a great moment, as now there will be a stun coming in. It's going to be the Alibi running away instead of peeking in towards JPM. Stun himself with that peek as well. Bearing 9 doing some great work, as still that Spaz is a little bit of an off peak, I am afraid. But we'll see. JPM still has to pick up the diffuser, has 1 minute left on the clock, and has to run miles to actually get something done on the bomb side.
Yes, and there's still 2 people knowing where he is, kind of expecting the situation or the way he is walking towards the diffuser. And of course, they are still available. They're still able to run away if needed. Jaeger giving the call out that he heard the position of him, of course. Shotgun is ready to peek, but JPM a little bit unaware of the situation because nobody's there around main lobby, but he has to check just to be sure. Jaeger getting ready to peek, and Purple with just another shot securing the second round win for Imagine 11.
Yeah, Purple just getting the pre-fire done after seeing the barrel pop up, knowing that the rest of the player would follow suit. And here we see a very strong start on defense, but you always have to remember, the moment a team can do very well on defense, their opponents can do the exact same. And if you're looking at how it's being played out right now, Purple is that driving force. So the moment he gets down early, or at least doesn't have the impact anymore that he's had before, I'm not sure if the side of Imagine 11 will be on the same level.
I mean, it's literally really frustrating. I mean, we all can think about this, right? It's really frustrating to lose one map against a team and then starting into the next map, you're confident again.
Attackers
You
will
talk to your
locate and
team,
defuse
you
as
try
many
to
bombs as they
find a way to literally get in between the lines of your opponent and take the win. First round, ace for purple. Second round, interrogation coming through. This really, of course, destroys a little bit of the momentum you try to create, of the energy you try to now bring to the table. So definitely Team 86 having a hard start into that second map. Let's hope they find their energy back again and can turn it around. I mean, I still want to highlight this is a defender-sided map. On paper, though, Team 86 has now everything they need. They are in the driver's seat of turning this around and showing that they're able to win more rounds in attack than anyone before.
Yeah, we see Nastro possibly going for an aggressive peek, but mainly just setting his Valkyrie cam. I believe the Duck was also setting up, around the white stairs area. Just hoping to possibly go for a peek later. Oh, actually using that Valkyrie cam, going for a peek, and oh boy, again aggression on the side of Imagine 11 being punished. Purple luckily able to shoot down Leighton as a return, but that's a Doc for a sledge, and I'm not sure who it will favor.
Defender has been discovered.
Nitro as well, finding a frag, running out of small tower, making use of the Valcams. Assassin gone. Assessing really struggling in that map now to find his way properly into the matchup. But 2 frags already for the hands of Imagine 11. 2 gunfights already won, only 1 lost. Vegas lost. Not too big of a deal if you think about Sledge gone and Ash gone. A lot of destructibility gone. But importantly, Team 86 still has Thermite in hand. So they can still, together with Ibana, breach in from the right angles and win that. But they don't have a Kali or anything to deal with both Bandit and Kate. So they definitely need to be creative in the way approaching it, as we see Yuki doing right now. Eddic will be open with a crazily interesting image. Let's point it out.
Well, it works out in the end, and eventually they do get some map pressure back on the side of Team 86, but it's still such a long way to go. I believe some Excalibur spells have been eaten up by that Kaid Claws. JPM is trying to drone out Nastro. It means it's still a 4-3. There's 1 minute 20 left on the clock, which is a decent amount of time. And there's still some lifelines as well on towards Yuki. He'll try to expand his concussions right now, but there's an ATS around the corner, which will eat the first one. Impact being used as well to create a bigger line of sight. Ozark is standing by now, trying to pre-fire, hoping to get it going as a C4 will be thrown towards JPM. It's going to be Nitro to stand close by, already being able to get a kill earlier on. Curly with first frag onto Ozer, brings it back to a 3-on-3. Nitro now the man to bring it back, but he will be downed. It's going to be Curly still alive and getting more kills as Purple peeks into him. It's going to be Team 86 winning their first round right here after a fury of frags and just being peeked in towards by their opponents.
What? Curly did get a 3k question mark, or did he even pick up more kills than that?
I think he got a triple kill, I'm not too sure. And as he has 3 in total, I think it wouldn't have been more.
Yeah. I mean, beautiful anticipation by Curly. Picking left, picking right, picking middle, finishing off the round, right? He knows the defenders are probably holding a crossfire, but with the teammates in place, preventing the peaks, he just tried to make use of baiting the kills. Down 1, and then expected the next one and the next one. Beautifully played there by Curly. And that is how a Thermite can frag as well. That is what we call, not Thermite, we call him Fragmite.
Indeed, Kali to be picked up. I do like to see a little bit of a change. Of course, after you saw the Kaid play in the previous round, you're expecting it to be here as well. This is just an insurance policy to possibly open up the walls a little bit easier. But I would assume Vegas with one of his claws in a difficult position, so the kill box can't be opened up that easily. This is the hatch we're talking about. As we do see Nitro actually going there right now after already reinforcing a different hatch as well. And does Imagine 11 is trying to hold things shut. And will they go as aggressive as they did before? Because that was just a crazy round.
Apparently they will not at the very moment, but also because Team 86 is afraid, of course, of peeking into that. They won't go for an aggressive peek there again. But Nitro is still up front, peeking out as far as possible. Not rewarded with a kill, but rewarded with finding 2 drones. And now the attackers are slowly coming into blue. Maybe we still see purple getting his action, getting the action he wants, getting the action he waits for. But as of right now, 86 takes it slower, more based on information than just trying to push in there.
I we see purple standing by, first ADS being trucked, and there goes another drone that makes a grand total of 3 already being down. More ADS is being cleared. I believe there was a run out from Nitro as well. There's now the deployable shield. Even eats another breach round. Also a lot of damage onto Layton after he expends one of his nades. But now that shield will finally be destroyed. As we do see 2 minutes left, for Smoke Answer being popped up, and there could be a late reinforcement indeed. Brian coming in. And a little bit of pre-fire from purple just to make sure they will be on the safe side.
Attackers have located.
Yeah, and now blue, of course, is fully in hand of the attackers, breaching first, running after, again, to find the information, and based on the information, to execute the attack. By the way, it's almost 1 a.m. Shout out to all you people out there being big fans of the teams, big fans of Siege. Shout out to you guys being here even though it's late. You all know how good Siege looks like, so welcome on board as of right now. Please let us know which team are you cheering for. Show us some names in the chat so we know who are you here for.
Yeah, one Midas has just eaten a Taliban. Second one has been expanded on towards his wall. Doesn't clear out the claw, which is in a different position. And that makes it a little bit sad, as of course this wall as well has been clawed up. So Curly is just looking at it, being sad, and can't clear his second exothermic charge. Smoke Answer being ready to be deployed as a nade flies in on towards Vegas. C4 gets a double triple kill even. And that means the diffuser is down. Nitro gets a kill to JPM, and there's only Assassin left standing. Imagine 11 is doing what they need to do to win this round.
A 3k C4 in a comp match. I have never seen that so far. So props to Vegas. Up to Assassin to clutch. He finds one, but the crossfire just being there. And Vegas being rewarded with 4 kills in total at the end. Wow.
Yeah, well, that's why they call it Killbox. Just one C4 could do the trick if you're all stacked up together. Panic probably ensued as that flew in. And unfortunately for the side of Team 86, they got destroyed right there. And the Frenchies are bringing home another round. 3-1 is their lead, closing in towards the end of this half. Only 2 more rounds to be played on defense. Now going to kitchen dining, a little swap around, but usually on this side you do see a Maestro. So possibly Vegas will swap it out, but he will go for a Rook. So this is something different than what we usually see.
I definitely like the debate with the 6 pick again. This is really, I don't want to say funny, but it's really, of course, what you can make use of. I mean, you know, you have been bringing set operators already in the past. If you then 6 pick, you just literally screw up the mind of your opponents, because they're going to expect the same play again because it worked. And this is meta gameplay. This is mind games we're playing here right now. Also a big part, of course, of Siege, just by picking people, picking different operators, and then 6 picking away. You kind of bait your opponent into thinking what you want to do, even though you're not even doing that. Don't underestimate
10
that.
seconds left before insertion.
Don't underestimate the power of the mind either, because, well,
5 seconds
you
left
never
before
know what's
insertion.
gonna happen if it all gets in your head. Vegas standing by at the showers, trying to freshen up a little bit before the rest of this match ensues, as of course they still want to bring in all the heat themselves. They don't want to appear all too sweaty, because that really makes you less good. I always get flamed for it if I'm sweating in ranked, so I think that's something negative.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think you should sweat in ranked, right? Shouldn't you?
How else are you going to get into champion, which
Exactly.
I never got even close to, so I
Nah,
don't know.
come on. I know you have been champ at least 5 times.
In my
At least
dreams.
game sense wise, you're a champion, right?
Well, I make it sound as if I am as a caster, because it's easier that way, as a prep C4 has been detonated. It's currently taken out, and that's the hard breacher gone. At least one of the 2 SJPM, of course, is still up and running. That's painful to say the least. And we'll see a hot ping come out on one of the defenders. I believe it is the Rook of Vegas standing by, holding a long angle. They should know what's up right here.
And again, Team 86 struggling early on as Imagine 11 is just prepared for where the attackers are coming from, anticipating the situation, finding the right angles, finding the right C4 spots. Toss, go. Wow. I mean, literally, Imagine 11 just beautifully playing this map and showing it's their map pick, not by a random fact. Prepared to play this map on total. They are absolutely prepared. 3-1 right now. And only one person gone in the first 1 minute 30 seconds. Still everything open for both teams. Runout coming in from main lobby, but no kill found for either of those two teams. Slowly but gently, time is passing by and running out for the attackers. Drones coming in again, but the kills do need to follow eventually. Peek coming in from Vegas, trying to pre-fire, but finally he will be kind of redeemed as Yuki finds the frag onto him. But still two more people there. He needs to challenge this angle. Nade coming in, not finding the frag. Last minute just started to tick down.
Yeah, we see Nitro then holding the angle, getting the second kill onto Assassin as well. Someone didn't take their fast, so I'm gonna report that player. As we do see a buddy system coming down from Imagine 11. First, I believe it was Ozark and Vegas playing together. Now that Vegas has fallen, is Purple actually backing up the Valkyrie, trying to hold that area around the white stairs. JPM now trying to go for a bomb site, going for a plant, but with that smoke canister actually taking him down to half HP, and a second one just being deployed. He's a little bit scared. Ozark goes aggressive, get a double kill as well, leaving only Layton alive in that 1v4 situation. 10 seconds left on the clock, tries to tag down Brian as he takes down Nitro. Unfortunately, he will fall to the smoke, leaving Imagine 11 with yet another round, going close to a 5-1 halftime.
5-1 halftime seems really strong, but ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget we're still talking about Oregon. It's not too unnormal, to put it this way, to see even a 6-0 and then a reverse swipe, right? This is Oregon. Some people say it's defender-sided. I don't think it's that much defender-sided. It depends on the way you play. If you know how to play the map, you are going to win rounds, right? That is how you play every map. Of course, there's a lot of line of sight surrounding the defenders on this map. But to be honest, I don't know. This is not Team 86 as we have seen on the first map. I don't know if they somewhat have lost the energy. I mean, let's not forget it's 1 a.m. for us here, right? Maybe they lost a little bit of the energy or whatever it is, but they definitely need to get that back into place to take that map. They are in need of this map. Otherwise, it will be the second map won for Imagine 11, and they take the lead. They take the win and proceed to the final. So they are definitely pressured heavily right now.
Of course, fatigue could be a factor. We also have to remember that in the previous map, Imagine 11 had a 4-2 scoreline after the first half. Also starting on that defensive side, so this might just be a copy of the previous map, which was Cafe Dostoevsky, which eventually ended in a 7-5 scoreline. Imagine 11 just on the long term seeming a little bit stronger, and if they do manage to get this last round in as well, it doesn't bode well for Team 86, and just don't seem to communicate as well this late into the evening. And it's something we've seen with certain teams before. Some players just don't communicate as loud as they wanted to at the end of the night. As well, some people have parents that don't like screaming kids at, well, past midnight.
I mean, honestly, if you want to sleep, if you want to work, I think nobody wants or likes screaming kids at home. But if you know your son might make it to the finals of the Clutch tournament, it might be, completely different. If you need to work as a father, when you know your child needs to win, let him go. Purple almost dying. 2 people being right above him in big tower, but manages to get away just yet and stays alive. 1 minute gone and no one dead so far.
No, but Purple actually wasting a lot of time. I think also getting at least one drone in the process, as we do see Yuki trying to get close. Of course, that Sophia could come into play for some vertical angles, now destroying a default cam as well, but opens up an angle for Purple as just too perfect for the Jaeger, meaning we now have a favorable position player-wise for Imagine 11. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and Leighton, he knows there's electricity right there, so he can't do much except if he drops down and throws a nade from below, opening up a possibility for Curly to clear things, as he's still on the other side of the map.
Leighton right now checking for a Velcam outside, not finding it just yet. Obviously, if you don't have the IQ, you do struggle finding these cams out there. They're really small, and only if somebody is in the cam, they're blinking blue. So you definitely have a hard one without an IQ. But you only have 5 operators to bring, so you are the one who need to decide which operators you want to bring to the table.
Nice, Ron almost being shotgunned in the face by one of his teammates as the Bana has opened up the wall towards the game's area. At least that's something in favor of Team 86, but they don't have a lot of utility left with only 40 seconds left on the clock. And we still have that dock up and running. We still have that smoke, I believe, with a lot, if not all canisters, and Purple now also standing by for that default plan spot. Vegas getting another kill on to Curly as well. Diffuser being dropped. They can be scared of that angle as well, because of course it could be angled with some smokes. Vegas with a double kill right now, taking down Leighton, still holding that long angle as the smoke will fall after deploying one canister. Another kill comes in, C4 onto Assassin after he already went, I believe, down, tagged up by a different player, only JPM running into the crossfire, and this is that 5-1 halftime we've talked about.
5-1 on Oregon. That is definitely... I don't know how to properly word it. This is big for Imagine 11. Just 2 rounds separate them from proceeding to the finals. On the other side, 6 rounds, or at least 5 rounds to go into overtime, would be needed from Team 86 to be won. There's a lot of pressure on Team 86 shoulders right now, but they should have the right motivation to win it. I mean, we are not talking about just something. We're talking about the Clutch Tournament Finals. The winner of this match will go to the finals. Honestly, everything is on the line if you want to win this.
And of course, if you do make it to the finals, you already know that you'll be having a chance for 3,000 Rainbow Six credits for, of course, your greatest in-game cosmetics. And of course, you already have won 5 in real life Rainbow Six chibis to be divided among the team, I do believe. And I do get some chibis every now and then, and they're great. Yes, I know. Some of them, just look at them, just look at them. They're cute. I like them, just like Fraser.
I swear to God, I don't see Fraser's face right now, but I know he's smiling
And
like
blushing,
a little
hopefully.
child.
Oh, we're actually seeing him. And, ooh, he did the very nice happy sign. So he's looking in love. I'm in love.
Can you never do that again, please?
What? Look at you and be happy. I don't know. It's going to be a cliffhanger for the rest of our lives, as we do see Imagine 11 on that 5 rounds so far. And I'm curious to see if they will make it into a 6th round right now, because that would be huge. If they do bring it into a map point for themselves, I think there would be too much pressure for Team 86 to bear going through the entirety of this match.
Indeed, Purple, as he wants the Ash to go in first, is going in first into blue, revealing a couple of cams, peeking into Assassin, finding the opening frag. And this is a huge one quite early on, because this means one player less crowded on the bomb site, one person less, one head less to find. And also he's now able to peek, but Curly is just aware. TCSG, a lot of damage again.
Leighton now with kill onto Brightness after he just destroyed one of the walls. I think Purple is looking forward to the solid bombs coming in through the next batch, hopefully, as that really messed him up this time around. JPM, of course, being low, but still there's now a player advantage in favor of Team 86, despite the opening frag going in favor of Imagine 11. They're now getting a little bit sloppy. Also should be wary of possible C4s to come in later into the round. At least now spotting out the Maestro, looking for another angle. Nitro will spot the player going by. It's Ozark luckily having his back. That's now clearly with a clean one-tap on to Nitro. Will clear him out. C4 onto Ozark as well, leaving only Vegas alive in that 1v3 situation.
Collier found a 3K. Will he be able to find his fourth one as well? Nevertheless, 1 minute,
There's a
so
barrel.
much time still left. And yes, they do spot Vegas with his gun barrel peeking out behind the pillar. But he stays alive. Maestro coming in clutch to finish the first round on defense for Team 86. Finally, they're getting their second point. Finally, they're looking really, really strong again.
Yeah, it's finally Team 86 showing up, but of course this map, as pretty much every map apart from Coastline, is relatively defense favored. It also depends on your playstyle as a team. If you're trying to play a more defense-sided game where you sometimes try to aggress and try to outmaneuver your opponent, of course defense will be your favorite side. And with the lack of communication, or at least the lack of good team play, which seemed to be working in favor of Imagine 11 on their defensive side, I think that Team 86 should really be banking on this side to bring it back. Now going to Kid Storms, the problem is that bomb side is statistically less favored than the kitchen dining.
And especially if they win this bomb site, they do have to go to one of the bomb sites, which is really not one of the favorite of all the teams we have seen playing this map so far. So definitely now, you still want to win this round, but you need to be careful of what the bomb site is going to be next. As of now, nothing too crazy for the operator picks. I'm really interested to see how we do see the castle barricades coming in. On the other side, on the attack, nothing crazy. The only thing which is kind of interesting, we don't see a Kali right now. Apparently, Imagine 11 doesn't feel too comfortable again to bring a Kali. Might be due to the fact that it wasn't that useful in the first round. But different round, different situation.
Yeah, of course, we won't know how Team 86 really approaches this round after what we've seen happen before from Imagine 11 on their defense. This area being reinforced by Leighton just to have a little bit more security whilst roaming downstairs as well. Just to see if his C4 will reign in supreme, as JPM actually shuts down a possible rotation. Leighton now already going down. Imagine 11, their drone game might be on point if they take down that Valkyrie so early. Just need to be wary of those camps as well.
Within the first 30 seconds, you get Valkyrie, one of the predestinated operators to actually have more information than you should have, running out onto you. Alright, opening for Imagine 11. 2 rounds are only needed to win that map. Want to go onto the match point, and they find the opening frag. This is already looking good, but not too bad for Team 86, since they now have a dedicated person watching all cams, especially with the Val cams and the Maestro cams. More cams, of course, in play, so Valkyrie has a lot of stuff to do. Attic will be opened with a little bit of help coming down below, but it will be opened. ADS is prepped there, but they will be burnt now, since they do seem to know Assassin is still waiting for them.
I do like that Ash Breach Charge going out and clearing out that Mute Jammer. Now we do see more and more pressure coming out from the side of Imagine 11. Trying to get that 6th round in, because if they get there, the pressure will be immense. But Assassin is still trying to contest. I'm not sure if he still has an ADS up and running, but the Ash might actually come to chase him soon. Also here the Nomad coming in, just an incredible sprint, and I don't know why, I don't know how. So do see Brian getting the kill back onto JPM, but still there is a Jaeger here. Good pre-fire from Purple, leaving Curly and Yuki alive, but Yuki has a double kill before being traded out by Brian and his pistol. But there is a C4, and if they do have that intel, Curly of course could get a kill in, and well, I'm not sure if they know where he's currently waiting out. Yes, he's still standing beneath him.
C4 no one even close as he tries to catch someone and make it to a 1v1. Diffuser now, though, needs to be planted with the shotgun. If he gets the right calls, he is able to stop the diffuser from being planted, but it will go down successfully. 1v2 post-plant situation. It's up to him right now to stop Imagine 11 from going to match point. The pings are at least somewhat there from the Maester camps, which are still up on site, but he does need to challenge the gunfights now. He does need to pick into the attackers, which are just waiting for him. Is the shotgun the right pick for that line of sight? Will he be finding one at the moment? Not getting down to at least 30 HP, but then the crossfire comes into place from Brian, finishing that round off. Match point for Imagine 11.
Yeah, this might actually be the final round to come in for today. And Imagine 11 is doing what they need to do now, putting on the pressure, leaving it all to play for. And it's going to be Team 86 to really have to come back. Purple already on 10 frags after 8 rounds, doing a magnificent job once more. And if we have to call out an MVP, I think he might be the player to be that.
Absolutely. To be honest, I cannot say no one did a bad job. I really think, especially on Imagine 11, also the support players were just doing the job they needed to do. Everyone was working really well together. The synergy between those 5 people does seem to be absolutely on point, because what they're showing to us right now is just absolutely beautiful. The droning is there, the execution is there, as we saw, for example, with Vegas as the opening frag, and the execution on the bomb site. It might have looked like a blatant rush, but trust me, it's not. The information was there. They knew where the defenders are going to be positioned. They went for the rush because they knew, okay, probably at least 1 or 2 people are off the actual bomb site. Let's rush it, let's fight, let's get the kills, let's clear the bomb site, let's plant the diffuser, let's win. That's how Siege is played right now.
Indeed, we do see JPM again with those proximity alerts, setting them up.
10 seconds left.
I'm still not sure about them, especially because as Cassie can have the bulletproof cam, and with the Valkyrie as well on the late, you should have enough intel already going for you. So maybe the bulletproof cam could just have a very good long angle in towards the attic to possibly help you out later on into the round, at least be able to prepare. But well, they have a Maestro cam there, yet maybe you want to have one of those Maestro cams more on towards the side, because you have a little bit more maneuverability that way.
Especially since we also see an Ash and a Sledge all round so far. There's definitely destructibility to get rid of these Maestro cams. So as you said, it might be more useful to actually position them on site, bait the attackers into actually planting, and then toss the C4s or utilize the shotgun to win the post-plant situation. Obviously that's a little risky, but not sure if it's the play to put your Maester Cam somewhere and then it gets destroyed by either Ash or Sledge. But yeah, I don't know. Imagine 11 just looking really strong. 86, show us what you have shown us on Cafe, that you have the energy, you have the momentum, you have the frag ability, which is needed as of right now to win this round and this match.
Well, Assassin will get a good pick onto Brian S, trying to fall back from his own breach. But unfortunately, he walks in towards the angle of the Jaeger, possibly could have gone into a double kill, as now the ADSs will be eaten. Still one up and running, so I'm not really sure if Imagine 11 knows that, as Leighton will come in with a C4 once more, not getting a kill. But at least we have to say, Silver, he didn't die in the first 30 seconds.
Indeed. And Thermite, of course, now gone, means the second exothermic charge will not be able to be used anymore. That means the attackers do need to rely on that only breach in attic to pressure the bomb site, and the defenders know that. That is, of course, a very crucial point. The only line of sight you can use, for example, is big window, so the attackers do need to make use of that as much as possible. Otherwise, they will really be struggling finding their way onto the actual bomb.
It is Assassin now falling back slightly to a different position. However, he is prone, so if he does get thrown down, it's easy for the player on Imagine 11's side to pre-fire him. Now a shotgun will be close to his window. Vegas also punching through his barricade. JPM takes down Ozark in the meantime. Purple falls as well. 86 now finally bouncing back in towards the round. Last night you can get a good lineup right here for instance, Curly, and possibly a player at a different range.
Shotgun close to the door, but Yuki will die from I don't know where. What a massive shot onto Vegas. Nitro trying to use the LMG, but Yuki has just a better LMG in hand for this gunfight. Flawless round for Team 86. Comeback question mark told us, Mal?
You never know. Of course, we're now going into round 10. It's a 6-3 scoreline. Still a lot of match points going in favor of Imagine 11. And the problem is, 86 has just won one of their sides. Now they have to go to a different. If they win this one, it's going to go to their tertiary bomb side, which always will be the hard one to win. There's still a good margin for error on the side of Imagine 11, which means they have probably the most breathing space, the least stress going into this round as well, because I believe 86 lost this bomb site twice already.
Absolutely. And interestingly enough, we do see Vigil 6 picking to a clash. Not too often does this happen that we do see a clash, especially in the basement though. You can really make use of that. Paired with, for example, Echo and the Valkyrie cams and somebody peeking right behind her. It can definitely be the play, but on the other side we also see Nitro now on the IQ to get rid of not only a Val cam, but also the Nitro drone. This could still go. Yeah, sorry.
I'm a little scared by Nitro actually on the IQ because he's 6-picked into that on the Sophia.
Yeah.
And then seeing that clash, that's gonna be very annoying.
I mean, to be honest, how are you now going to properly deal with clash? You have nades, sure, but it's very unlikely that you're going to kill it with the nades.
Yeah, the chances are too small. You'll have to have a rough round or possibly an air jab go your way. But still, that's just hoping for things to happen, and it's going to be really hard. Construction, the spot will come out towards the clash, expecting a player to play behind her as well. That will be Curly on the Womai, going relatively aggressive and falling back because, of course, Curly on the longer range will have the most effect as the Womai, already having an extra disc in his pocket as well.
Final Fight still being held, but he's falling back up until his shield. And Clash standing though in the door to blue, but not of course right away being able to shoot is a factor. We have an Ashe here. Ashe, technically speaking, could just go through, and the only thing Clash can do is give the information and pass it through. She cannot right away, you know, pre-fire that angle. Ooh, the little lag coming in for Brian, and Cully makes use of that, finding one frag and then right away shutting the wall into blue. And there you have Layton coming in clutch as well to stop them from pushing, so you can safely rotate back to site.
And that is so hard and strictly gone for Imagine 11 as well, so they're just gonna go for the aggression, seeing that Clash Nate being cooked temporarily, air jab being put down, that will be destroyed soon as from the back Assassin will get a double kill. Air jab being procced, I do believe, by a Wamai disc, as Nitro and Purple both get one kill in return. Still, it is a 2-on-3 situation, and with that Clash just being more and more annoying as time progresses, they don't know what to do. Will try to push with both players, clear out a Valkyrie cam. As charge going in will deal no damages, I believe it was yes, as Yuki takes down Nitro as well. Purple has no more chances to win this round. It will be cleared by Yuki as well.
This was brilliant use made of Clash. Can we please just point that out? Just beautifully slowing down the attack at the right moment, sharing the calls with your teammates, and then getting the frag. Wow. I wish when I play ranked, I have such a Clash with me.
Yeah, well, usually the Clash you have in your team in ranked, it's something I've known from experience, are the guys that want to do that 360, grab my gun and be real cool. Never works out as well as in your head.
I love that Fraser's just smiling and waving at me because he knows he is the guy you're speaking of.
Oh no, my cam is doing blocky stuff, but it's fixed now. I wave too fast for technology to even acknowledge it happening.
Faster than light.
It's faster than fast, and that's all I can say as we're waiting for the next round to start. It's going to be 64 still in favor of Imagine 11, still some match and series points for them, as Team 86 also decides once more to go for that kitchen and hold. We do see the Ella with the FL12, so Shotgun Maniac coming in. And I'm curious to see if it will work out or if it will be their downfall.
I really like to see that Leighton now got the hang of Clash. It's always a good pick. They really could make use of that, and they're bringing her again. Really interesting now, though, to see her being brought to Meeting, because Meeting is just a bomb side played really differently, to be honest. So this is really interesting to me now. But we do see kind of a default way of reinforcing. Attic being reinforced, especially because of the soft floor right at the beginning of Attic, starting from Big Tower, to, you know, stop them from just breaching in and then getting a line of sight from the top. Also, Jaeger playing in Big Tower, but most importantly, as you pointed out already, FO12 on Ela being right at the kitchen corridor.
Just banging stuff because it looks cool and makes you seem like a communicative team player. With 360s as well as Purple is actually going low, and he's trying to contest Assassin, who has already taken some damage but also has taken 2 ADS with him. Meaning Purple can't really clear him out on his own, so needs some support, and there comes Ozark just clean one tap to the face, showing his Sophia and possibly even main fragger how it's done.
And getting the first guy off the board and getting the guy off small tower is really important. Sorry, big tower, because you really want to breach into Attic to get that soft floor to then push into Meeting. A little bit of a wasted air jab there as they just shoot it into a Wamai-Disc's range. But as of right now, except for Purple, no one did take damage from Imagine 11. So definitely still looking really, really good for them.
Yeah, it's going to be at Ela still the surprising factor for me. If they win the round after a triple kill with an FO12, I'm just going to be a very happy man, but still a Clash coming in once more. Possibly trying to clear out those discs just to make sure the Sophia will work a little bit better. But now we also see some more drones being denied. Already 5 taken down by the side of Team 86. With JPM now on the prowl to get some kills, and he's actually getting close.
Great use made there of the hatches to rotate and relocate half of your team. People can easily relocate and now, you know, cope with the way the attackers are trying to get into the map. Vegas and Purple are really close to Defender. I'm not sure if they know about that, but actually there's two. One at the top, as one at the bottom. JPM getting aggressive. Yuki finding one. No free frag possible, and Purple is still endangered because Yuki's there as well. Will he find a frag? Not yet. Ozark, though, finds a frag onto Yuki, but there's still more people around. Clash taking a lot of damage, but remaining alive for that very moment.
Yeah, it's going to be Brian coming in to get a kill a little bit early, leaving only the Mumai and the Clash alive. Man coming in from Brian will be contested. Yes, I do assume so, as JPM takes down 2 players, but still Brian is planting, gets the diffuser down, gets away safely, and now it's a 2-on-2, but Ozark is going to be taken out, you dare to say, but JPM does choke that kill. Now we see the Clash going for a frag with Brian turning around, and somehow it's all gone to smithereens for the side of Team 86, as we do see Brian getting the last kill. And Imagine 11 winning 2-0 eventually quite late into the evening.
And what a solid last round to be played here, just proving again, Imagine 11 a well-structured team, even if you have to cope against different picks, right? Like a Clash, Ela, Shotgun, they're still able to manage to get the win, and with that they're qualified for the Clutch Grand Final.
And of course we're qualified to talk with Fraser, who is the smartest guy around, and I think he's got a lot of notes about this match as well.
Well, don't I always? I've got to be busy doing something here, and I can't just be browsing Twitter because that will probably be fairly unprofessional. It has been a pleasure listening to you guys cast today. What a magnificent game coming out there, both by Team 86 and also by Imagine 11. You could tell they were playing their hearts and their minds out, but really, props off to Imagine 11 for that performance. Silver, oh, that was a matchup and a half. Was there any highlights for you that you absolutely loved?
Honestly, I can just think back of 2 things. First, the 3k C4 when Imagine 11 was on defense, and second, the C4 onto Thermite in small tower. Just the kind of gameplay I want to see on a cup like this. something which shakes off your opponent so much that they are fearing their next move.
I mean, honestly, round number 2, you had that Kavera interrogation coming out by Vegas, and it completely changes the flow of play. You know, you're looking at it and you're like, okay, how do we deal with a Kavera? We're already bringing all of the roam clearance operators. We've got the Jackal. We're sticking together. We've got the buddy system. We're droning out. And yet we still get an interrogation going down, taking down the Thermite. Not the best. Now, how must that feel as a player, Todesma? Like, I mean, surely if it's on your team, you're going to be elated. Momentum is through the roof. But if it's your team that's fallen to a Kavera, how would you be feeling?
It's a massive tilter. You know you have to drone. And usually, if it's like the main fragger also going down to the Kavera whilst he would be supposed to be droned in, it's going to be the massive tilter that you can't really recover from. Because if you sort of mind block your main fragger, it's going to be going south real quick. Luckily here, we saw, I believe, the Termite, which was sort of a fragmite being taken down by the Kavera. So it is still bad, but it is slightly less bad, luckily.
No, I'd like to take some time just to highlight a couple of players there, and for myself, it would probably be Curly and Purple. You could see how much you were stepping up and having that impact in the game. The amount of gunning that they were doing throughout this matchup and throughout the last 2 matches was insane. Am I right by that, Todesbar?
Oh yes, you are indeed.
Now, alright, Silver, I've got a question for you. Say, for example, you run on in as an attacker over towards the kill box. What is the last thing you want to run into?
Honestly, I think a clash and a crossfire, obviously, but a clash is quite frightening because you never know, is somebody right behind her? Is somebody holding a crossfire? Is somebody going to white swing on me? Is there some utility facing me somewhat around the corner? It's like a gamble you have to take. You know, you never know what is going to face you next.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching how Leighton played. You can tell the proficiency and the experience that that man has, recognizing his limitations as a clash, how much he can tease and tempt the attackers into pushing towards him, baiting that out, and giving his teammates the line of fire and the opportunity to take down opposing players. It was superb. Seeing him in the last second, we didn't quite catch it, but I did see him doing the twirly whirly swirly whirly, which was quite entertaining. I'm sure Bikini Booty would have been proud if that went down, but unfortunately, alas, it did not. He got demolished with a headshot. But also, secondly to that, I kind of want to touch on, I believe it was Vegas with a 3K. With that C4, it went flying and took down multiple players in the other team. And that was superb, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just that Killbox coming into play. You know, players will be stacked up if you're going for that really one-sided approach, not going via the pillar hallway. You're just walking straight into it, and it was Vegas just standing by, knowing that his time to strike would come in soon.
Now, Silver, one last question here. Okay, do you have any thoughts or anything you'd like to say here about these couple of matches that you've casted today?
Honestly, first, big shout out to you guys for bringing me into here. I really enjoyed the time. Second, can we please highlight to that late of a time how well these two teams played against each other? I mean, superb. Let's just point out Purple with an ace, a 3K by Vegas, just so many individual highlights in this match. It's just really nice to see people stepping up their game.
Yeah, I really think a lot of players are going to be coming back and looking at this VOD. They're going to be proud of themselves. They're going to be showing, hey, look, Mom, I got an ace. Are you proud of me yet? They'll probably get a no, because I know I probably would as well. But Todesbar, how about you? Any final words?
I just really enjoyed today, despite it being relatively on the late side of things. We got what we came for, and I think tomorrow, the grand final, will be a banger of a match.
Yeah, personally for myself, I do just want to say a massive shout out and a thank you to all of the production staff involved today, from the casters to the producer himself, the great, the wonderful Simon. Thank you so much for this massive opportunity. Everyone that's taken part today, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show so far, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow.